This novel was requested by Titus of More Clan. It's sudden, but I came to another world !_05, PT1. I wake up to the chirping of birds announcing the morning. I open my eyes to awaken my brain and slowly bring my body up. I stretch my body and get down from the bed. I open the window and confirm the weather of today. A clear day I can't complain about. Today will be a good day too. I go down the stairs and wash my face. The cold water was properly detaching my body from the drowsiness. Today is a holiday for me. There's no cooking turn this day, and it is a day where everyone freely eats what they please. There's no one on the first floor as of present, most likely because of this. Is he still sleeping? There's no doubt Rakura and Wolf are still sleeping. Since I have the chance, I should make breakfast for everyone. Fume. I am fine with cooking just for myself, but that would be a bit sad. I would like to make food that everyone will be satisfied with since I have the opportunity. Let's wake him up and make food together with him. I head to the front of his room and knock on his door, but there's no reaction. He didn't go to sleep that late last night. Is he simply fast asleep? Speaking of which, it has been a while since I have woken him up. That goes for cooking together too. I feel like I am a bit merry on the inside, but doing stuff like this every so often isn't bad. I am coming in. Are you awake? I opened the door and entered the room. He is not there. I checked the state of the room and it seems like he left before the sun came up. He kindly left a chain on top of the bed as a sign that he had brought Egdoik with him as a bodyguard. This development is also nostalgic. About breakfast. How to say it? My motivation has been chipped away. Let's eat something together once Rakura and the others wake up. I decided to go back to sleep on this long-awaited holiday. Phew, I really am still sleepy. I am walking together with Egdoik and the others in this city where the sun has just risen. It is exactly because it is early in the morning that a bird human that's flying in the sky with wings made out of chains doesn't stand out. Even if so, there will be testimonies from witnesses showing up. But waking up even earlier than this would be rough, so please spare me. Considering your stamina, it can't be helped since the sleeping time was this short on top of being this early in the morning. Egdoik, the schedule today is pretty packed, you see. I would like to finish up the stuff I can finish quickly. The first place I headed to was Dog's Bone, the store of Gozu. Gozu came out from the store just in time as we arrived. Oh, ain't that Nichan? I was thinking about sweeping outside before you came, but you woke up pretty damn early. Gozu, you are waking pretty early yourself. Gozu, being smacked awake by Mrs. Domitikafakon or waking up by myself just hits different for the peace in my heart that day. Gozu, he has been completely disciplined. His face is also showing gallantness that doesn't lose tonight's compared to the first time I met him. If your mind has been tempered by the wives of the top-class knights in the Ragudo division, it wouldn't be strange for you to end up like this. The chain Nichan over there, I see him sometimes at the store. Gozu, oh. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced him to you. He is my bodyguard, Egdoik. I'm Egdoik. I have been under the care of your cooking. Egdoik, that's a great thing to hear. You look like an adventurer. You have connections spread wide, Nichan. Gozu, that goes for you too. No doubt about it. Well, nice to meet you. Gozu, we promptly enter the store and give Gozu the ingredients we brought. The butter that was made as a byproduct of the device we developed in the magic research, and the foreign spices from places like Kuama and Medjus. Fume, so this is the stuff, huh? Please let me taste it for a bit. I see, this has a taste like that. This is impressive. Gozu, if there's any spice you take a liking to, I can tell Ban-san to get a large amount of those. As for the butter, if it is received well, we can make a bigger device and turn it into a bit of an industry. I feel like the dudes would get happy grilling this together with the meat. I should try creating some side dishes while at it. Gozu. Saying this, Gozu began to make food skillfully with the ingredients brought. There's no shadow of the man that asked to be spared at that time, and his hands have completely become those of a master at his craft. It didn't take long for dishes that are somewhat heavy for a breakfast to be lined up on the table. Alright, let's try them out. It really is tasty. I may have a bit of knowledge in cooking to cook for myself, the food made from a chef just can't be compared. Cooking that makes people happy should be spread far and wide. Seriously. What's up, Egdoik? You haven't touched the meat at all contrary to Nichan. Don't like meat? Gozu, yeah, sorry after you made it, but meat is a bit Egdoik. The likes and dislikes differ between people. It can't be helped. Gozu. The soup here is really tasty. I would like to get seconds if there's more. Egdoik. Yeah, go ahead. Gozu. Gozu brings seconds of soup together with salad. I made you go out of your way for me, huh? Egdoik. I am a cook here. My job is to go out of my way for the people that want to eat something. Gozu. I see. That was educational. Egdoik. Oh, well, fine. But it is rare for a man to not like meat. Gozu. I had a bad experience in the past of eating meat, you see. I haven't liked it since then. Egdoik. It is rare for Egdoik to talk about his past. It means he has opened up to Gozu to a certain degree. I see. Were you on the verge of dying from eating rotten meat? You wouldn't want to eat meat for the near future if you were to experience that. Gozu. No, the freshness was good. But it was a bit. Egdoik. What is it? You are beating around the bush a lot. There's no need to hold back, you know? Gozu. I was made to eat human flesh. I was also shown the before and after of the preparation. Egdoik. The air froze from the explosive revelation. I felt like the taste of the meat I was carrying to my mouth dropped sharply. I hate my own imagination. I tend to forget, but he was raised by a great devil that toyed with humans. Of course a lot has happened with him. It really wasn't something to talk about in the middle of a meal. Egdoik. Why yeah, my bad too. The remaining meat. I will eat it somehow. Gozu. Gozu, pass me some too. I will help out. We were taking our time talking while eating, so it was now time for the wife of Karagia and the others to come, and so, we three finish our meals and wash the dishes. I will discuss the rest with Mrs. Domitukafakon and the others. Sorry for troubling you the whole time. Gozu. It is a cheap effort if it is for the sake of eating tasty food. It is to the point that it is a shame it is only in this country. Egdoik. Haha, I think so too. This place has changed completely thanks to Nichan after all. Gozu. Dog's Bone was a bar that originally only had Gozu and Sarah working in it. The food was bad and only the alcohol was tasty. But now the wives of the Cheval Recorder are working as waitresses, so they can now provide tasty food and drinks from morning to night. It has become one of the top-class eateries in Taizu. The knowledge I provided was simply a trigger. The reason why they managed to grow this much was because of Maya-san, the wife of Karaji, and the others. And it is also thanks to the charisma and efforts of Gozu who compelled them to want to properly train him. But isn't it honestly rough that your time with Sarah has decreased? What are you saying? Gozu. I know you are going out. That's Sarah. Gozu. Sarah is a relatively big chatterbox. Throwing her leading questions is easy peasy. Well, even if you didn't tell me, I had a faint feeling that was the case though. The clothes of Gozu are clearly order-made. Moreover, they were made with great care to the point that the feelings of the person who made it were exuding. If you don't like being teased about it, I won't force the teasing. Your mind has been tempered by the wife of Karagia and the others as it already is after all. Yeah, please don't. But I don't think my time alone with the two of us decreasing is bad. She can chase after her own dream now. It is far better than continuing being a waitress and wasting her youth and talent. Also, my earnings have increased, so once she gets to the step of quitting this place and being able to open up a clothing store, I will be able to give her a whole lot of pension. Gozu. If that happens, the average age of this place will increase sharply. I will have to hire young ones. But she is the pretty jealous type, you know. Gozu. Maybe we could have jewelry work here? Nah, that won't do. I see, so Sarah would be jealous. Is he boasting here? Oh well, fine. I was the one who stepped into it, so let's let him boast a bit here. After that, we left Dog's Bone and headed to the company of Ban-san. I greeted the receptionist and was guided to the usual guest room. Sorry for coming this early in the morning, Ban-san. No, it is only natural when you are a patron. I will brew some tea, so please take a seat too, Egdoik-sama. Ban. No, I am a bodyguard, Egdoik. It is the duty of a bodyguard to always be on guard, but showing surplus to show the dignity of a bodyguard is an important thing to do too, you know? Ban. You have a point. Egdoik. And so, Egdoik receives tea while sitting straight. It seems like Ban-san has also gotten a good grasp of Egdoik's personality. A relationship between these two has been firmly made between these two, most likely because of the many negotiations they have had between each other. Taizu has obtained new resources thanks to the work of Egdoik. There's the mountain salt, but he has also found gem ores deep in the mountains. Ekdoik has been opening up the path leading to those places, making bases with rock drilling, and a whole lot of other stuff. This is the reward for Ekdoik's armor. I have also prepared the detailed statement. Would you like to confirm it? Ban. No need. I know the approximate market price as an adventurer. I understand this is enough of a reward. It would be an unnecessary workload. Ekdoik. Trust is the most important thing for a merchant after all. Such small details are needed. Ban. I am impressed you can continue working on an occupation where you have to keep doing such menial work. Ekdoik. It is pretty fun once you get used to it, you know? Do you want to take it as it is? Ban. No, I will take just part of it. Please look after the rest. Ekdoik. Understood. Ban. Ban-san is also a moneylender. Of course, it is not the loan shark type, but more like a bank that lends to proper people only like a bank. If you entrust your money to him, you can get a bit of interest like in banks too. Moreover, the steps you have to take when buying in the company of Ban-san are exempted. Merchants have found ways to earn money aside from just selling things. After that, we discussed a number of things, wrapped them up peacefully, and left the firm. We buy random food from the food stalls and move by foot. There's more people around now, so we have to refrain from the Ekdoik taxi. If Ekdoik feels like it, he could hire it himself, but there's skilled knights and clerics who can detect that, so I don't want to raise their alarms for no reason. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Gradona. He hops around bars most often than not after all. He is most likely sleeping in a back alley or something right now. Ekdoik. Dog's bone should be enough if it is just booze though. According to him, you can't get wasted with tasty booze. It is when you can enjoy even questionable booze that makes the booze drinking great. Ekdoik. That guy is more fit for being a pro-drunkard than the Holy Fist. The next place we headed to was a night barrack in the Taizu Castle, but not for the Ragudo Division but the Lino Division. I greeted a knight of the Lino Division and was allowed inside the room where Lord Lino is. Ooh, it is you. Nice of you to have come. If I remember correctly, the man there is Lino. Ekdoik. I am the bodyguard of my comrade. Ekdoik. Yeah, I have heard about it already. I have a number of complaints regarding rampaging inside Taizu, but there was not much damage, so I am not that free of a person to go out of my way to bite someone who His Majesty has provided amnesty to. Lino. I see. I have caused you trouble in those instances. I plan on entrusting this body of mine for the sake of this man here. Ekdoik. The trust of Ekdoik is plain heavy. But those words made the lips of Lord Lino loosen and he nodded. That's a good mindset for a reformed criminal. Regardless of whether you are a knight or an adventurer, the strength of one's beliefs is a clear indicator of a man's worth after all. And so, what have you come here for? It seems to be a bit late for this to be an invitation for breakfast. Lino. I would have liked to if possible, but we had a business discussion with a merchant. You see. Let's leave that for another time. I have come this time around to thank you for the matter of before. Lord Lino was the one at the front as the Taizu Knight captain leading the matter with the Purple Demon Lord. At the time when we had an altercation with the chivalric order, they didn't try to interfere and allowed us to move freely. I managed to proceed smoothly thanks to that, and so, I have come to thank him for that and a variety of other things. The discord between Ilias and Lord Lino has softened somewhat, but there's still friction between them if we include the knights in the Lino division. Thus, I had Ekdoik come as my bodyguard instead. You act like an aristocrat. It is admirable though. Lino. It would have been bad if we were surrounded by not only holy knights but also the knights of Taizu after all. I was briefed by His Majesty about your situation. Traveler that has come from there. Same world as the hero Yugura. The more I know about you, the more vexed I am that I didn't bring you to my side from the very beginning. That said, who knows if you would be standing in the same position if I had done so though. Lino. It is still true that I was grateful for your forbearing treatment. I am a believer of the Yugura Church, but not a zealous one. The ones I have truly offered my heart to are His Majesty and the future of this country. I have no intention of denying unsparingly the person that His Majesty has acknowledged. That said, I was understandably dumbstruck when I heard you got demon lords on your side though. Lino. I would have wanted to see that face. Quite the statement there. Right now, I don't know if I should evaluate you highly for eliminating the threat that are the demon lords in a different fashion from Hero Yugura, or I should see it as a serious offense. However, I am looking forward to a good result. Lino. Thank you very much. Ah, this is a present. Please have it as a snack with tea later or something. That's so trifling for a bribe. I will deal with it before it goes bad if you are going to leave it behind. Lino. This person really likes to throw sarcasm here and there. That sarcasm of his stabs on Ilias and shaves away her psyche, so it may feel like he is merciless, but he is an interesting dude once you get used to it. Egdoik, right? I have heard about your skills too. If you have the time, show up at the training of my division and tag along. Lino. Okay. I am always troubled for sparring partners after all. I will partake on your offer. Egdoik. We left the Lino division's barracks in that fashion and confirmed the time. Alright, this is a good pace. There's still a bit of time for the next plan, so let's take a break. Next would be to meet Popuparo and consult with the Purple Demon Lord, but let's take a break for a bit. Alright. That said, you have been going around here and there. You are one busy guy. Egdoik. This is easy compared to your mining work. If we are talking about the physical fatigue, yeah, but the mental fatigue should be higher on you with your constant interactions with other people. Egdoik. Not really. Everyone is nice after all. That's a bit wrong. You are simply interacting with them in a way so that they are nice to you, right? Gozu, who we met in the morning, Ban, and Lord Lino just now. They all had different personalities, occupations, and standings. Being liked about the same by all of them is clearly not a development that can be formed naturally. Egdoik. It would be boring if all humans were the same, but it is not such a complicated thing. Egdoik. It looks like a difficult thing to pull off for me though. It is not like there's a set technique, and then there's the need for precision to demark the distance. It is like walking inside mist. Egdoik. The state of Egdoik is a bit strange, but it seems like he is trying to analyze me in order to know more about me. This is a good trend for Egdoik. Let's give him some advice. The easy method to get along with others is to understand the good parts of the person. It is easier to open your heart towards someone who has acknowledged your strong points after all. And I am saying that's not simple. Egdoik. It doesn't have to be simple. The result is the same if you can pull it off regardless of difficulty. That's true. Egdoik. I felt a hidden meaning behind that expression of his just now. He most likely compared himself to Rakura. But there's no need to dig deeply if he has reached an understanding. The 3 people I met today are people that you would mesh easily with. Egdoik. Try talking to them when you have the time. I am sure you will be able to learn new techniques you don't have yet. I see. If Comrade says so, I will blindly believe in it. Egdoik. Yeah, you can go ahead and begrudge me if it doesn't work. I will properly apologize to you when that happens. Egdoik spent most of his life without human interaction. His past might be equal or even more horrible than that of Wolf if I were to learn more about it. But that's exactly why Egdoik can change. He can grow. He most likely can't eliminate his sense of inferiority towards his little sister Akura, but once he gets over that, I am sure he will become an incredible guy. Now then, it is about time to go. I am not that good at dealing with Popuparo though. Don't worry, comrade. I am not good at dealing with humans as a whole. Feeling better? Egdoik. I see. I gotta have more confidence then. Ilias, I feel like an important position of mine is being stolen. In a room at the Taizu Castle, there's a giant table in the middle with knight captains and government officials surrounding it. It is the room used to discuss the direction the country will be taking. There's currently several people from this country present. There's the representative of the Yugara Church present today, and it is the day when they will be making contact with the colorless demon lord. First of all, from Taizu, there's Marito and Lord Ragudo. From Megis, there's Popuparo who stayed in Taizu, Yox, and 3 other archbishops. One of them is the one in charge of the Taizu branch, Maya-san. The remaining 2 are archbishops stationed in Megis. One of them is someone I know well, Archbishop Yuka, the teacher of Rakura and the person that I met in the matter with Ray 8. The one other archbishop is an elderly man who is making a really conflicted expression. Archbishop Serais is the person with the most weight in his words even within the archbishops of the Yugara Church. Maya-san is here because she is in charge in Taizu, but Archbishop Yuka and Archbishop Serais are the ones Popuparo chose. The stance of these 2 are almost polar opposites. Archbishop Yuka is the quiet type. He consents to my way of being to a certain degree. In contrast to that, Archbishop Serais apparently raises his voice loudly to deny my way of being. I heard he is even more hard-headed than Yox, so it is pretty scary. Yup. He has been staring intently at me for a while now. Lends credence. By the way, he is not only glaring because of this earthling here. There's 3 people behind me. My bodyguard Ekdoik, the Gold Demon Lord, and the Purple Demon Lord. The 2 of them haven't made contact with the Colorless Demon Lord until now, so they wanted to see his face. With the Purple Demon Lord, who left a deep scar in the land where the Yugara Church originated, it can't be helped that the strongly religious Archbishop Serais would be pissed. By the way, Ekdoik and the Gold Demon Lord are as usual, but special measures have been taken for the Purple Demon Lord. It is the mask covering her mouth. This mask was prepared by the Yugara Church, and you can't speak at all when wearing it. It is in order to seal the enticement of the Purple Demon Lord. She can freely control others just by calling their name, so it can't be helped if she is going to participate in occasions like this. The Purple Demon Lord herself just said is that so and wore it. Marito checked it beforehand and it has been proved that there's no danger to it, and Duvalieri is hiding in her shadow. Now then, it is about time we begin. Greetings are unnecessary, huh? Marito stood up and walked over here. Marito is the one who will be taking the lead in this meeting. I would like to be spared from people like Archbishop Serais who glare at me, so this is great. Ready? Marito. Yeah. I will be calling him now, okay? I took out the switch that was given to me by the Colorless Demon Lord, which looked like it would be used in a quiz show, and placed it on the table. Having eyes on me is pretty nerve-wracking. What will you do if I am rendered unable to push the button with you all staring daggers at me? I wanted to push the button as if it were a quiz show if Archbishop Serais wasn't here, but if I were to do that here, I might get killed by their eyes. I think this as I push the button. Now then, what will happen? Oh, you've got some nice tea and snacks here. Can I eat them? That man appeared in the spot that was prepared for him as if he was there from the very beginning. He threw his legs on top of the table, giving off the full-blown atmosphere of an outlaw. Black hair and black eyes. The clear difference to me would be his ground black skin. A half-naked man with a hood that has a stealth feature that lets him blend into the scenery. The Colorless Demon Lord. Yeah, you can go ahead. Need an explanation of the situation? No need. With the Yugara Church's archbishops and pope gathered, I can tell even if I didn't want to. Colorless. The reaction of the people who saw the Colorless Demon Lord was to show visible wariness as expected. Everyone has their attention directed at the spot where the man should be appearing at, and yet, in the end, this man showed no traces of how he appeared, creating an illusion as if he was there from the start. Things will proceed faster if you know about me. First of all, I would like to confirm the truth of things. Yuparo. It is stressful to say the same stuff though. If it is about how I was made a demon by the hero and current White Demon Lord Yura and am hindering the spread of the language and knowledge of Earth as the Colorless Demon Lord, then it is true. You geese should be able to tell if something is a lie with the technique that Yura left behind, right? Colorless. I see. Yuparo. This guy, he proved the one thing that the Yugara Church wouldn't want to believe the most. The Yugara Church's clerics having the technique to see through lies is common knowledge, but that was knowledge given to them by Yugara. The reaction of the archbishops is... There's not much to point out aside from Archbishop Yuka holding his head. Pope Yuparo and Marsan believed it wasn't a lie from the very beginning, so that's normal, but Archbishop Serais having no reaction is a bit scary. Oh. Aren't the ones over there the Gold Lass and the Purple Princess? This is the first time we meet face to face like this, right? Colorless. Right. Your tongue really rolls well despite not saying one word in the recurrent meetings and just showing your presence. Gold. It is the recurrent meetings of the Demon Lords after all. It would feel wrong for me to speak when I am a Demon Lord in just name only. Colorless. Can this one ask ya something too? The recurrent meetings we have were readied by Black before making us Demon Lords and freeing us to move as we please. Gold. That's right. The Black Demon Lord made it so. Colorless. But Yugara became a Demon Lord himself right before defeating Purple who rampaged in Medjus. Black and Yugara were enemies since that moment, so I doubt Black would tinker with it afterwards. In that case, Colorless, yeah, showing up in that place after becoming the Colorless Demon Lord would be too late. In the first place, Yugura spoke of the existence of colorless at the time when he proposed the location of the recurrent meetings. Considering that, your standing is a bit unclear. Gold. That's great. Colorless. The colorless demon lord sipped tea as if not interested. This tea is good. I should ask Marito later where he got it. But that conversation just now, it felt somewhat off. Does that mean you have no intention of answering seriously? Gold. I can only snort at someone who asks a question anyone would come up with if they were to think for a bit yet act all smart for asking about it. You should think for yourself at least that much. Hey, Earthling, you answer her straight to her face. Colorless. The unexpected killer pass almost made me spurt my tea. Why are you throwing it to me? I don't want to waste my time talking to a bunch that throws questions of this level. Show me how well the gears in your brain turn. If you miss, this talk is over, okay? Colorless. He suddenly threw me something extremely unreasonable. Yugura and the colorless demon lord knew each other from the very beginning. Yugura researched resurrection magic, and he knew the colorless demon lord before creating the black demon lord, so it wouldn't be strange for him to prepare a seat for the colorless demon lord to spectate in the recurrent meetings. There's even the possibility you can show up in those meetings without being a demon lord. But he is telling me to show how well the gears in my brain turn. Phew. This problem has a lot of speculative elements. Do I have to get a perfect answer? I am a man who is famous for being soft in my grading, so I can give you some spare room if I see effort. How about I give you 3 chances? Colorless. In that case, I can go for a decently risky one. It is because you are the little brother of the Black Demon Lord. Tears leaking out from his mouth. So nasty. The people around are also making pretty shocked expressions. Wait, tell me first how you leapt to that answer. Colorless. So it was correct. It is, but I don't remember giving you any hints to allow you to go that deep in though. Colorless. You tell others to think, yet you yourself don't. Shut up. Want me to take your share of tea and pastries? Colorless. That would be troubling. I am planning on bringing some back. The wolf. The colorless demon lord knew Yugura from the moment he came to this world. It wouldn't be strange for you to be in a relationship with him where you research magic together. You are a complete backseat character that didn't interact with the other demon lords as you acted, but your seat was readied in the recurrent meetings in order to observe the other demon lords. Yugura must have planned this to be how it would be from the very beginning. So he readied the seat only first, then made it real. You weren't an actual demon lord but a demon though. Yeah, that would be the optimal answer for the question of the gold lass. Please tell me the logic beyond that. Colorless. What lies ahead of here is filled with conjecture, but it clicked well, so I just tried saying it. I take a sip of the tea and explain the flow of my thoughts. The gold demon lord and purple demon lord didn't know about the colorless demon lord in the shadows and didn't meet him. But the black demon lord was the one who prepared the seats, so there's a high chance they knew you, the colorless demon lord. What Yugura gave to the black demon lord, who was the first one he created, was the power of omnipotence, most of his knowledge. With those factors taken into consideration, I could deduce that Yugura Naraya, the colorless demon lord, and the black demon lord knew each other from a pretty early stage. Also, the black demon lord and the colorless demon lord are related in some way aside from them being demon lords. It was between friends, co-workers, lovers, or family. Right. I can agree to your deduction so far. However, I don't know how you managed to narrow it down from there. Colorless. You said it just now. You called the gold demon lord Gold Lass, and the purple demon lord with Purple Princess. The gold demon lord was originally a girl living in a demi-human village. The purple demon lord was a human princess. Gold Lass and Purple Princess are nicknames that relate to their origins. Yet, you called the Black Demon Lord alone with Black Demon Lord. If you were friends or co-workers, there would be no need to hide it and could have called them with a nickname too, yet you didn't. I felt like you did this with the express intention of hiding your relationship with them because it would reveal your relationship if you were to call them how you usually do. Also, you showed a bit of apprehension when speaking the word Black Demon Lord. From that, I could infer that, rather than close and equals, you were slightly below. In that case, you are not lovers but relatives, either parent and child or siblings. Parent and child felt off, so I went with little brother. I see, so your deduction progressed from the moment I hesitated in saying black sis, Ha! To think you would deduce our relationship with the way I called her. Is that normally possible? Colorless. Far easier than learning magic. That's definitely not true. Well, a promise is a promise. I will stay here for a bit longer. Colorless. Looks like I passed. That's a relief. My throat dried from all that talking. I sipped on the tea once more and was checking the state of the others, and then the Gold Demon Lord talked to me. Hey, sir, could it be that you're using that? Gold. The comprehension? I have my promise with Ilias, so I haven't. Of course, comprehending the other party and reading their thoughts would increase the credibility of it drastically. But I can naturally feel when things are off with the information even without choosing it. There's no burden in reading those normally and forming speculations, so it is pretty useful. I wouldn't want to run totally on speculations when my life is on the line though. Mew. You're good. Gold. I think even Marito would be able to pull that off. Do your best, Garni King. HN. Don't tell that foolish king what we talked about just now, okay? Gold. What came afterwards was a reconfirmation of the things I heard together with Marito before. Yugura learned magic after he came to this world, and cooperated with the colorless Demon Lord to learn a variety of techniques. Yugura researched the things that he judged as taboos: resurrection magic, dimensional magic, and space magic. Because of that, he caught the eye of the creator of this world and was made to take a break once. The colorless Demon Lord was answering all with a face as if he found this to be pain. So it is a repeat of the same in the end? It reeks of government work. What a drag. Colorless. Then, allow me to speak. The one who spoke was Archbishop Serais. This is the first time I have heard his voice since this began. Yeah, what is it? Colorless. Is there a way to completely kill the Demon Lords? Serais. The two behind me react faintly at those words. Of course they would have their own thoughts regarding being asked right in front of them how to kill them. I thought Diuvilieri would jump out here, but it seems like he managed to endure. Who? That's a good question in front of Demon Lords. I am not immortal, so if I were to be killed even once, I am done, but the others have the effect of the resurrection magic after all. Colorless. And so, is there one? Serais. There's one in theory, but that would be impossible for you guys. Colorless. What do you mean by that? Serais. It is simple. The Demon Lords are immortal because of the effects of resurrection magic. In that case, just erase the effects of resurrection magic. Resurrection magic is magic that's cast on the soul. In order to erase it, you just have to get back what was paid. The thing that the Demon Lords excluding Yugura paid was their name in this world. But the existence of the Demon Lords' names has been erased from this world completely. Colorless. Wouldn't that make it impossible in theory instead? Serais. There are exceptions. Ain't that right, Earthling? Colorless. Explain yourself. Serais. Wow, the gaze of Archbishop Serais hurts a whole ton. The way to kill Demon Lords. Again with an unsavory thing to ask me. And then, I realized it. Or more like, I remembered it. That's right. The details of the book that were the center of a strife and made me have no opinion other than hoping I hadn't read it. I would like to feign ignorance here, but Popuparo and Maya-san know about this. I must avoid actions that only worsen their impression of me. The name of the Blue Demon Lord was written in the book of the Blue Demon Lord that's under the custody of mages. It means that it can be left behind if it is in the language of Earth. That's how it is. Yugura has written down the names of the Demon Lords in the language of Earth as insurance. In other words, the only one who can translate it is the Earthling. Too bad. Purists, the man over there is currently the ally of the Demon Lords after all. Colorless. This dude. He is provoking them. Immortals. Demon Lords that live for eternity. However, there's a way to be freed from that curse. If you can provide the name of the Demon Lords that perished from this world at the same time when the resurrection magic was used on them, you can dispel their resurrection magic. And the intonation of their name has been stored in the language of Earth beforehand by Yugura. That means that, at the very least, I currently have the method to kill the Blue Demon Lord. No, I don't want to shoulder that risk though. Archbishop Serais stared at me silently and sat down as if saying he is done here. They must be done with their questions. There was no one asking any more. In that case, let's throw some questions too. What I personally would like to ask would be that. Can I ask another question? Yeah, that's fine, Earthling. Give me a good one. Colorless. Why was I sent here from Earth? Oi, isn't that the same damn question as before? Colorless. Then give me the same answer. I've got lie detectors on my side this time around. The colorless demon lord suddenly stopped his flippant expression. He went silent for a moment and sighed. You've got me there. I'm impressed you managed to see through my lie. Colorless. It has been made clear just now that you were hiding your relationship with the Black Demon Lord after all. The place where I showed up in this world was the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain, the place where your sister died. Despite knowing a lot of things, you answered with an I don't know without even giving it proper thought, which felt like you were just trying to get out of it. That's right. Lies really aren't worth it. It just invites more trouble than not. Next time, I will just keep silent. Colorless. You can keep silent if you want though. I will simply draw guesses with the premise that you know. Earthlings really are a pain. Every single one of them. Colorless. Being put in the same category as the conceited bastard that created demon lords and saved the world is incredibly displeasing though. It is not like everything is a lie. The ones with the possibility of using dimensional magic are only Yugura, Black Sis, and me. Yugura is waiting to resurrect and I don't remember you, so there's only one person left that could have called you to this world, right? Colorless. So the Black Demon Lord called me here. That's right. Colorless. The first demon lord I heard of, the Black Demon Lord, was the one who transferred me to this world. This being established is a big piece of information, but it just doesn't click. My only perception of hers was that she is the demon lord that was defeated by a slime after all. That face is saying, why me? Colorless. Obviously, I have no idea why she would call me here. I don't think she tried to call you specifically. You know, I have lived together with Black Sis, and I can state with certainty that there's absolutely no chance for her to have known you. Colorless. There should be no chance for her to have known an earthling that tried to live safely in his world after all. Even if she did, I would just be a speck within massive amounts of information, a grain of sand within the desert. This is just a guess of mine, but it is most likely not wrong. The people under there, effects of resurrection magic, resurrect in the place they died. And then, there's a dangerous one in that place. Colorless. The slime. The mana eater is something you can't do anything about. It is a being that eats everything that has mana. Moreover, its appetite increases the more mana the other party has. To be straight with you, even I can't approach that. Colorless. Even one of the strongest in this world as of present is saying that. I seriously think it is a miracle that I survived as someone who was attacked by it. This at the same time has proved that the slime san is the top of the food chain in this world. The other guys have revived several decades ago. It wouldn't be strange for Black Sis to have resurrected too. But if the place you resurrect is the nest of the mana eater, it is not possible to escape. You would just get eaten the moment you resurrect. Colorless. One of the fun killers in FPS games is to spawn kill people at the respawn point. She must be in a similar situation to that. If you have mana on the level of a demon lord, the slime sound would be able to sniff it and attack you even if it is far. Being swallowed by a slime the instant you resurrect must be annoying. The objective of Black Sis is, just as you humans know well, the extermination of humans. But after realizing that she won't be able to realize that ambition of hers with her dying over and over in the nest of the mana eater, she tried to entrust that wish to someone else. And then, if we talk about someone who doesn't have mana in their initial state and has a chance to escape from the mana eater, it would be you, Earthling. She called you Colorless. The reason she called me is even more of a mystery now. It goes without saying, but I don't have the strength and no intention of eradicating humanity. I might think screw this world if my toe were to hit the corner of a drawer or something early in the morning, but being transferred to an Isekai for that reason would be way too sad. Dimensional magic. In this occasion, it would be more accurate to call it summoning magic. Summoning magic needs a catalyst. You need a connection with the person you are calling in order to bring someone from a different world. The reason you were called must have been because of that catalyst. Colorless. Catalyst. Is there a connection that would be tied to me? No. In the first place, she was attacked by a slime right after resurrecting, so there's no way she would be able to prepare something like that. She does have one thing, herself. Colorless. Herself. Are you saying the Black Demon Lord herself was the catalyst? That's right. If she called someone close to her, the chances of being able to entrust her ambitions would be higher. right? That's why Black Sis used herself as a catalyst and called someone that had the closest connection to her. The result was you. Colorless. I see. I don't get it. I understand the objective of the Black Demon Lord, the reason why she used summoning magic, and why she used herself as the catalyst, but why me? Does the Black Demon Lord resemble me? Black hair, black eyes, that's all the resemblance you have with her in outward appearance. The shape of your face, gender, and talent are completely different. Colorless. If I was called by just the color of my hair and eyes matching with hers, me getting called had astronomically low chances. It is not only that. The most similar part with her is here. Colorless. The colorless demon lord said this and smacked his chest. Was she flat-chested? Don't joke around. She had massive honkers, that's not it. Her heart, her way of being. Black Sis was disappointed in this world and hated everything, but even so, she loved the world. She wailed at the state of the world and cursed in anger. Black Sis was normally the silent type, but she showed incredible proactiveness once she got passionate about something. I think you and Black Sis are similar on that front, you know? Colorless. The type that can't be stopped once kindled. Huh. I am self-aware of this, so I can't really say I don't understand, but don't know what to say about that. It is because of that I got interested in you. Colorless. I am not into men. I myself am into women with big honkers. What I am interested in is your future. You currently don't have one bit of mana and haven't accepted this world. But once you have accepted it, once you have obtained knowledge equal to that of Yugara, once you have been dyed by the same ideology of Black Sis, just what kind of future will you show me? I am really looking forward to it. Colorless. Even if you tell me that, I simply want to live peacefully. I see. Well, that's why I don't plan on being your enemy for the foreseeable future. I plan to continue being the guardian of order as long as the people in this world don't touch the forbidden. Colorless. This is how my conversation with the colorless demon lord ended. I obtained a lot of important information like the reason why I was summoned and the method to erase the resurrection magic. I feel as if the colorless demon lord got me here. He purposely revealed important information. He could have done so before if it were just revealing information, but he purposely feigned ignorance once and created an opportunity for conversation again. He lured in the Yugara church by doing that, and increased my importance in front of them. With this, I'm not only the native of Yugara's planet that accepted demon lords as allies, but it has also been instilled in their minds that I am one of the means to eliminate the demon lords, and the pawn that was prepared by the Black Demon Lord. Of course, there's a high chance Pope Uparo and Marsan will show understanding despite this. But the eyes of Archbishop Serais, those are bad. Within those eyes of disdain and denial, there's a stickiness that feels like those of a hunter that has found their prey. The Yugara Church is not a monolith. I shouldn't lower my guard. No. It is not only the Yugara Church. This also means that my threat level with the Gold Demon Lord and Purple Demon Lord has increased, planting the seed of friction within my comrades. That colorless Demon Lord is one piece of work. The special space created by the Black Demon Lord. It is the place that was created in order to perform the recurrent meetings as a means to keep in check and exchange information between the Demon Lords that were created by Yugara and released. There's crystals, where the consciousness of the demon lords can reside in, lined up in a spherical shape on the round table, and all crystals aside from the black and white ones are illuminating the place faintly. The first one to speak was the crystal shining golden, the gold demon lord. So, is there anyone with anything to report? I am planning on talking about a decently important thing, so I would like to wrap up the small stuff first. Gold. Nothing on my side. Purple. Same here. Nothing to report. Scarlet. Nothing here. A boring everyday life. I want to die. Blue. Blue is as pessimistic as always. I would like ya to get attached to something and see ya laugh one day. Gold. There's no reaction from the green and colorless crystals. But the Gold Demon Lord coughed and continued speaking about this one's report. Scarlet. Do ya still have contact with the human on your side, Ray 8? Gold. He is not nearby, but it is not impossible. Scarlet. That's fine. I would like ya to take back your order to him about putting your hand on the resident of Yugara's planet. Gold. Speak the reason. This place is for information exchanges, not one where you can just push your circumstances one-sidedly. You should know that full well. Scarlet, I have decided to join hands with that person. Gold, are you insane? Scarlet, I am sane. Also, it is not only this one. Gold, yes, I have decided to do so as well. Purple, you, too? What in the world is going on here? Scarlet, nothing special, you know. I simply got interested in him, so I made contact with him. He wasn't that bad, so I joined hands with him. That's all, you know. Purple, if ya don't want to take it back no matter what, I don't mind, but if ya do so, I will have to consider that ya will. Scarlet. Gold. Fine, I will contact him. Scarlet, fume, you're not being clear here. In the case Ray 8 tries to put a hand on the resident of Yugura's planet, I will take that as it being okay to deal with Ray 8 as if it was his arbitrary decision. Is that okay? Gold. Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't plan on putting a hand on him myself. But that man has obtained the information of Blue. Actions that use this information will not only be antagonizing Blue but the other demon lords. If that happens, I have no intention of arguing. Scarlet, fume, I will keep that warning in mind at least. Blue and Green, any objections to our decision? Gold, the resident of Yugura's planet. I am impressed. You can trust a human from the same planet as him. I want to die. Blue, it is true that he is a bit strange compared to the people of this world, but he is different from Yugura, okay? He is understanding and I like him, you know? Purple, do as you please. Purple and Gold, I have no right to tell you what to do. I want to die. Blue, Green. Well, I will take that silence as an agreement. Now then, with this, our business. Gold. Here, I am going to talk. Tilda. The one who suddenly cut in was the colorless crystal, the colorless demon lord that didn't speak once before in the recurrent meetings. Interesting. Colorless is speaking? Green. Hey there. Green Lord. Man, I just thought it was about time, you see? Colorless. What? Are ya acquaintances? Green and Colorless. Ya could have mentioned that. Gold. That's simply the annexed item of Yugura and Black. He is not included in my acquaintances. Green. That's so cruel. Even if you hate Yugura and Black sis, there's no need to hate me too. Well, fine. I was just thinking about providing you with a bit of information, you see? Colorless. Information. Green. Yeah, I thought it wouldn't be fair to not tell Scarlet Beast and Blue One after all. Colorless. Are those our nicknames or something? Scarlet. Blue One. So horrible. I want to die. Blue. First, the humans have already noticed your resurrection a long time ago. They are currently swamped with confirming the truth of this. But it won't be long before they make their move, you know? Colorless. I see. Scarlet. Next is about Yugura. He is currently taking a break. He died once after all. In other words, that's what it means. Colorless. Wait. Where did you learn that? Scarlet. You are such a worrywart, Scarlet Beast. Of course I would know. I am not a demon lord, but the demon of the white demon lord Yugura after all. Colorless. Haha. I can vividly tell that Scarlet Beast is holding his head, but don't worry. This is something like my duty and my position, you see. Colorless. Duty. Scarlet. That's right. I have inherited the will of Yugura. Humans and demon lords should be fair. If humans have obtained beneficial information, you guys should be given good news to the same extent is the message of Yugura. Colorless. I am impressed he could say that after killing every single one of us. Scarlet. That's the fault of Black Sis. And also Purple Princess and Blue One. You attacked the humans before they could get ready to prepare for a counterattack, making it a one-sided game. Right? Of course Yugura would take the side of the humans. It is just fair to do that after all. But I am sure Yugura didn't expect this to become a three-way though. Ha ha ha. Colorless. The laugh of the colorless demon lord echoed in the space. He is provoking the demon lords from the bottom of his heart. So stupid. Is that all? Annexed item? Green. So that just now wasn't much desired information for the Green Lord, huh? The information that you like. Well, I can't disclose it just yet. If the humans become a bit more competent, I could provide it to you geese to make it fairer though. Colorless. I see. Then crush your throat to perish that ear-piercing laugh of yours. Green. So cruel. Well, I will eventually give you information about the illegitimate, so don't be so prickly. Colorless. Illegitimate? Just what in the world? Gold. Don't butt in, Gold. This has nothing to do with you guys. Green. Mew. How cold. Well, fine. No need to poke the lion. This should be enough for today. Gold. Dash. I see. So that's how Colorless made his move. Duvalieri told me to show up after the recurrent meeting of the Demon Lords, so I showed up at the villa of the Purple Demon Lord. And then, I was told the details of the meeting. I thought I managed to wipe out the threat of Ray 8 who has been dim lately, and yet, we've got this development. Huh. That Colorless seems to like to stir the pot. Do you know the objective of Colorless? Purple. Somewhat. What you are faintly thinking of is most likely the correct answer. You know. I see. By the way, what is it? Gold. You. The Colorless Demon Lord provoked the Scarlet Demon Lord. If you are going to make a move, it would be better to do so quickly. The humans have learned about our resurrection and are trying to make countermeasures. Yugura, who could become the biggest threat, is not present. Even if me and Gold take the side of the humans, this would certainly be the best opportunity. Purple. To think he would take the side of the Demon Lords this time despite saying he had inherited the will of Yugura. Gold. Yugura Naraya's will. Huh. Yugura was a neutral party. He created the Demon Lords and defeated the Demon Lords as a hero for the sake of the humans. If we just take that into account, he is simply a self-aggrandizing bastard. But if we arrange the bits and pieces of information we have obtained, we can create a slightly bigger picture. One of his objectives was most likely to make Demon Lords and humans fight. But there's meaning to having them fight, and he wasn't trying to make it end with a one-sided slaughter. Considering the background of the era, that ideology in his actions can be seen relatively plainly. It is extremely bothersome for the ones that got dragged into it though. He most likely thought of the Golden Purple Demon Lord taking the side of the humans as a good moment to kindle them. In that case, there's the chance that the Scarlet Demon Lord is colluding with another Demon Lord. The most plausible one would be the Blue Demon Lord. The Colorless Demon Lord is basically acting as a balance adjuster. The risk of the Scarlet Demon Lord, who is trying to invade the human realm, has increased with the Golden Purple Demon Lord joining the human side. He was worrying that, at worst, the other Demon Lords might get taken in too. If he told the Scarlet Demon Lord that now's the time to attack, it means that the power balance between the human side and the Demon Lord side is the same. It should be safe to assume that there's one more Demon Lord who will be invading the humans together with the Scarlet Demon Lord. Judging from the conversations until now and their personality trends, the Green Demon Lord isn't concerned. No, they are interested in something else. Illegitimate. I would like to get more detailed information about this, but let's ignore that for now. That said, it is not like I can deny the possibility of the Green Demon Lord planning to invade the humans for certain. There's the need to be wary of them to a degree where we don't provoke them. Anyways, thanks for the information, you two. Even though you should have a lot to think about with Colorless instilling a lot of thoughts in you two. Is it about you being able to release us from the resurrection magic if you learn of our names? I don't really mind that much, you know. Even if I return to being human, I can at least still stay with you after all. Purple. Duvalieri would be sad. If the loyalty of Duvalieri is involved with my race, then that's as far as it goes. I am sure that's fine though. Purple. We are talking about Duvalieri, so I feel like he would still be loyal even if the Purple Demon Lord were to return to being a human. Even if that's the case, there's nothing to ascertain that you will safely return to being human after regaining your name and being freed from the resurrection magic. On the contrary, you might be made to pay back for the long life and resurrecting after death in full. There's the possibility they would take the full brunt of the resurrection magic just like with Urashimata, who lived for a long time with the present of the dragon and opened the forbidden jewel box, aging in one go. If centuries were to hit them incessantly, I am sure they would turn to skeletons at least. That's way too scary. I wouldn't like that, huh? But not being able to live the same time as you is a task that you would want to solve, right? The fastest method would be for you to become my demon though? Purple. This one would interject in that, yeah no, this one was the first to talk to him about making him a demon after all. Gold. Oh my. The order is a trifling matter though. Don't you think the strength of his feelings is more important than order? Purple. It is not like we could get any superiority from arguing about that. On the contrary, if we want to be equals, sir, how about becoming a demon lord? Gold. Are you telling me to die once? Just for your information, I don't plan on stopping being a human, okay? I don't think I would be able to return to my world if I became a demon lord. Even if I did manage to, I doubt I would be able to lead a proper life. It would eventually be discovered that I am immortal, would be captured by the humans, be treated as a creature, and I would have to lead a life of eternally running and hiding. I am fine with just being able to live until 80 years old. I would say the best scenario would be for me to go completely senile and die when I am completely unable to distinguish myself anymore. Becoming a demon lord wouldn't be bad though. Ye would have a lot more mana than your previous self and the quality of your mana would change. But your self wouldn't change that much. Gold. That might be the case. The Gold Demon Lord was from a race of demi-humans called the Golden Fox Folk. They look different from humans, but as someone who knows the Black Wolf, I only feel it as a difference in race. As for the Purple Demon Lord, she has an appearance indistinguishable from a human aside from the countenance of her skin. Leaving aside their beauty and all that stuff, you're so hard-headed for someone who said ya don't have prejudices. Ya actually have them, don't ya? Gold. It is true that I have no prejudice towards turning into a demon lord. What I do have a prejudice on is the adaptability of this world. According to the colorless demon lord, the reason why I have mana on the level of a child even when I am living in this fantasy world is because my mind hasn't accepted this world. I am aware that I am always thinking of a way to return to Earth in the corner of my mind. Throwing away those lingering regrets is not easy. I have heard about your past, sir, but I couldn't find anything that could be taken as lingering regrets though. Gold. I was born with this disposition after all. I don't know if it will be solved by just resolving myself to live in this world. It is true that this world is comfortable. As for my relationships with others, there's some targeting my life, but I have reliable allies that surpass this. It is not like I have personal relationships that are deeper than them if I return to Earth. But that guy that was my neighbor told me pretty amusing stories. Well, I will just think about that stuff in the years I will be living in this world. I am often seen as young in this world. I would like to age a bit more even if I do decide to become immortal. Speaking of which, I was surprised when I heard your actual age, sir. Gold. Right. I wouldn't mind you growing a beard at least, you know? Purple. I would be very grateful if you could help me live that long. By the way, I remembered after talking about demons, but how many demons can you guys make? Demons are decently known beings in this world. They are humanoids with black hair and black eyes that serve the demon lords. It is because of this information that I was suspected and apprehended by Ilias and the others, and was interrogated. And yet, the only demon I have met since encountering two demon lords has been that colorless demon lord. There's few demon lords who have created demons though. I wasn't troubled with help since I have my enticement. Blue didn't interact with people to begin with, you know? Purple. My village was burned down and my brethren were wiped cleanly, so there wasn't anyone I would go out of my way to turn into a demon. Gold. From what I know, the demon lords were turned into demon lords through the negotiation they had with Yugara after they died an unwanted death. The chances of people like that wanting someone who will be staying by their side for an eternity is low. They most likely wouldn't have fallen into the eyes of Yugara if they had such relationships to begin with. I don't think Scarlet has created demons either. He is mostly gathering loyal monsters as his warriors though. Purple. That means the ones creating demons are the green and black demon lords. Yes. That said, the demons known and seen by the public, and the ones transmitted in legends were all the subordinates of black. The numbers are more than 10, I guess? Purple. That's a lot. Oi. I had the impression demons were the close aides of demon lords, so I thought for sure it was 1 or 2, but to think it was on the scale of a small team. Are those demons still alive? Who knows? There's the possibility they are still alive in the nether that Black made, but I heard most of them were killed in the battle between Black and Yugara, you know? Purple. It is not like they were cleanly wiped out. There's the possibility of them sharpening their fangs somewhere within the nether I still haven't seen, dreaming for the moment when the Black Demon Lord resurrects. Well, that won't be an issue for now. There's no point worrying too much about it. Fume. They are decently strong, but not on the level of a Demon Lord. It should be safe to see their threat level as low. Gold. A demon should be a decently important position for demon lords. Of course. Yugara also told us, make sure you only make people you trust into demons after all. Gold. Let's be happy that I am being invited to become a demon. Fufu. That's right. It is a super big honor. Gold. I'm liked quite a lot here. With this, they won't be throwing me away no matter how much I struggle. Speaking of which, you geese call each other with abbreviated names, right? Are ya talking about how I call her Purple? Gold. Yeah, calling you Gold Demon Lord feels like me calling Marito as Taizu King. You see. Can I call you that too? Calling them with Demon Lord at every instance feels distant. In the first place, these two show up inside the capital of Taizu as if it were natural. It would be best to avoid using Demon Lord in the middle of the city. They have gone out of their way to close the distance, so it should be okay for me to close the distance too. The two demon lords look at each other's faces. That's true. I was having ya called me that in order to display my position as a demon lord, but there's no need for that if we are equals. Gold. It is fine then. Gold. 2. It is ticklish. Gold. Dear, can you call me too? Purple. Yeah, looking forward to working with you from here on. Purple. It is certainly ticklish. But it is nice. You can call me that from here on, okay? Purple. KK. What was most ticklish is that Duvulieri and Ekdoik are watching this with straight faces. Garage. Can you see it? Somewhat, I guess. Kara. It feels like an alternate dimension, right? Yeah. Kara. Wolf and Ilias are currently sparring in the training grounds of the knights at the Taizu castle. Ilias has learned how to do mana strengthening correctly from Lord Ragudo. Wolf has learned the world's peak of hand-to-hand technique from Gradona. They are both in a state where they are approaching the peak of humanity and have been acknowledged by even demon lords, but I can barely follow that fight with my eyes, even though I am wearing the superhuman glasses that make my dynamic vision better than your average knight. This is after being improved. In the past, they wouldn't even show in my vision unless they stopped moving. Looks like the two have settled their battle. They walked to where we are. There's no visible wound on them, and I can clearly see that they still have energy left. Shizu. We are done. Wolf has become pretty strong. Wolf. There's no one to compare the growth of Wolf with, so I can't really say anything here. But it seems like her language learning has been going well recently. She has begun to talk pretty fluently. Her intonation for Shizu is still somewhat elongated though. It's a word that she has gotten used to saying, so it probably can't be helped. I should acknowledge this as a personal trait of hers. I can't think of a way to praise you when you can spar with Ilias, who has become even stronger. Exactly. Just thinking about how she will be in a few years, I can't just laze about. Ilias. That way of saying it, does it mean that you are currently above her, Ilias? Yes, Ilias is strong. Wolf. What's your opinion after a calm analysis? Ilias. Right. I am stronger as of present. Wolf holds the overwhelming advantage when it comes to the mana amount, but the limit to the mana she can use in one go is low. Ilias. I for now tilt my head to tell her I don't understand. Let's see. If Wolf's mana is 100, I would be around 50. But Wolf can only use 5 mana at most in one go. I can use 20 all around. Ilias. Watching the battle of Ilias and Wolf, even 1 mana is a lot, but the standard being too high is an issue too. Of course, even if I can use a lot of mana at once, it is not like I am just wasting it pointlessly. There's also a limit to how much mana I can put in mana strengthening too. After all, the other factor would be experience. No matter how high her base specs are, the difference in experience easily covered this. Ilias. According to Ilias, she has surpassed Lord Ragudo if it is just in terms of physical strength. However, she still finds it hard to win even with that. Ilias overwhelmed Duvulieri in terms of technique, but Lord Ragudo is apparently even beyond that. That said, you can't just rule out physical strength. If Lord Ragudo and Duvulieri were to fight, it would apparently be possible to fill up the difference in experience with physical strength. It means that who is stronger between Ilias and Lord Ragudo depends on the opponent. What an incomprehensible world. Your reaction is pretty light. Ilias. The strength of you two was far ahead for me to begin with. Even if you tell me you are now even further ahead, I can't really have a good feel of it. Is that how it works? Ilias. Wolf will work even harder and become the #1 bodyguard of Shizu. Wolf. I can't just ignore that one. Ekdoik suddenly popped out from who knows where and cut in. Ekdoik-san. Wolf. There's no lies in the fact that I am happy by your growth. But if the place you are aiming for is the same as mine, I don't plan on holding back. Ekdoik. Yes, let's do our best together. Wolf. You are right. Ekdoik. These two are the hard worker duo, so they get along extremely well. It is also in great part because Ekdoik would look after Wolf every so often. You're a popular guy, lad. Ilias, who is the current number one, can't just dilly-dally. Now, Kara. I have no intention to lose as a knight. I wouldn't ask for anything if we can improve each other with this. Ilias. Ilias also finds the motivation of Wolf and Ekdoik favorable. Well, Ekdoik has been having a lot of spotlight recently, so she must be conflicted internally though. Well, the number one bodyguard as of present is Karaji though. They stopped moving cleanly at what I said. Hey, lad, could it be that you actually hate me? Kara. There's no way that's the case. With that one statement of yours, the hostility towards me shot up dramatically though. Kara. Now that he mentions it, even if Ilias and Ekdoik's are moderate, Wolf's is extremely easy to tell. With those eyes, I wouldn't be surprised if she were to go HSSST. Comrade, I think I know the strength of Karaji you jester, but what's the reason for you to say he is number one? I think every one of us here is above him when it comes to strength and technique though. Ekdoik. Right. My specialty would only be my sniping, that's a tiny bit better than others, you know? Kara. The precision of that isn't bad, but since we have the opportunity here, it would be better for you guys to actually feel it. Huh. Ekdoik, help me out a bit. I am not really saying Courage is number one to provoke Wolf and the others. It is just because I have purely judged he excels as a bodyguard. It shouldn't be bad to show Ilias and the others what they lack while they are showing their motivation as bodyguards. I prepare for a while, have the four of them hold a certain something, and have them stand in a row. This is soft and flabby, but what's inside this is water, right? Ilias. Yeah, I asked Ekdoik to fill it up with water. What I have stretched out my hand to aside from my magic research together with Nora is the experimentation of a new material. On Earth, you would mix a lot of things with iron to create alloys. I am testing out whether there will be decent results in this world where the heat processing is comparatively good in this world due to magic. By the way, what was born from this is this balloon. We discovered that sap the rubber came out from the trees close to the Black Wolfkin village. I tried to use that as a test. What I chose for coagulation was stuff like gelatin and alum. I am glad I asked in detail about the ingredients at the time when I went to visit a balloon factory on Earth. And so, what will you be doing with this? Ilias. I will have you grab this balloon and run all the way to the wooden box over there. And then, after you make the balloon into the same state as the one here, give it to me. Basically, it is a competition of who fulfills the objective the fastest. I say this and point at the wooden box around 200 meters away. What's inside is a balloon filled up to the brim just like the one here. I don't really get the in the same state, but will we understand once we try? Ilias. Yeah, I have made it easy to tell. Since we are doing a competition anyways, how about putting a prize? You can decide on whatever since you guys don't have much greed anyways. I will comply to a degree where my wallet won't cry. For Karaji, how about sharing the alcohol that Gozu has been making in secret? That's a proposal that boosts my motivation. But I don't feel like I would be able to win though. Kara. Now, I will at least prepare an opportunity for you to drink it as a participation reward. And so, is everyone ready? Ilias and the others inclined a bit forward. It is great to see that everyone is raring to go. And so, I headed to the wooden box, and shout out the signal to start. Well then, ready. Go. The one who rushed off at astonishing speed as the start signal was given was Ilias. The others try to bring out speed to chase after her even if a bit delayed. But seeing the state of Ilias in front of them, they stopped clean. Ilias stopped just 100 meters before the wooden box. Being able to move that distance in an instant is impressive. That said, it goes without saying what would happen to a water balloon when you are holding it with a metallic arm guard and with such acceleration. The drenched Ilias was right in front of their eyes. She is in armor, so there's nothing to turn transparent and no lewdness to it, so it just looks pitiful. Ilias is disqualified. What? Ilias. The water balloon inside the wooden box is in a state where it has water inside. It is of course not broken either. You can continue if you can bring it back cleanly to how it was though. That's unfair. Ilias, don't give me that unfair crap. You should have been able to tell those issues with its durability just from receiving it and touching it at the starting point. Ekdoik and Wolf were being careful to not put any burden on the water balloon while I was pointing this out to her. It seems like they are showing some degree of care after seeing the failure of Ilias. The reaction speed of Ekdoik and Wolf for being able to endure rushing out at that instant and switch is truly impressive. Courage is also being careful at carrying it, but he is slightly behind. The first one to arrive at the wooden box was Wolf. She immediately peeked inside the wooden box. Wolf made a slightly dubious look. This is a decent reaction to make after seeing the state of the water balloon inside. While she was doing that, Ekdoik caught up and he peeked inside. It has a needle pierced. Ekdoik, that's right. There's a single needle pierced in the water balloon filled up to the brim with water. By the way, there's 4 of the same needles lined up in the wooden box. Considering its durability, no. But we should be able to do it if we do it gently? Ekdoik began to ponder, but Wolf didn't hesitate. She grabbed the needle, gently pierced her own water balloon and whoop! Wolf! She was splashed with the water of the bursting water balloon. Her seductiveness increased a bit more compared to Ilias, but she has black clothes, so it is safe. That said, it would be troubling if she were to catch a cold, so I threw her a towel. You are disqualified too, Wolf. You are Wolf, so it really didn't work. What's the trick to this? Even though Comrade shouldn't be able to use magic. Ekdoik. Courage caught up while Ekdoik was pondering here. Finally caught up. So dangerous. Let's see. Fume. Courage also looked at the water balloon with a needle pierced in it and wondered. But after observing it for a while, he went to and nodded. And then, he grabbed the needle and stabbed it onto his own balloon. The balloon isn't bursting. The one who was surprised by this was Ekdoik. What? Ekdoik, sorry, young gun. Here, lad, this good enough? Kara. Yeah, it seems like the first was Courage. Just what in the world? That's Ekdoik. Ekdoik was confused even after observing the water balloon inside the wooden box. But he understood the trick to it after looking at the water balloon of Courage. So the place that you stabbed with a needle was compensated with mana. But there, one that Comrade prepared. Ekdoik, look closely. This is. The one in the wooden box has some sort of transparent thin cloth. Ekdoik. Moreover, it is one that has been smeared with cellophane paste. Cellophane tape. This is the special trait of rubber balloons which is done normally in science experiments for children and for magic tricks. There's tension the whole time in the expanded water balloon. If you open a hole in there, the tension will gather in that one spot, making it burst in an instant. But if you reinforce that spot with something like cellophane tape, the tension created from opening a hole won't happen. The strength won't spread and make it explode because the cello tape holds it together. Of course, I have not prepared any of that for you guys. You would need a bit of ingenuity here, but it is something all of you would have been able to pull off, right? That's true. But Ekdoik, by the way, the water balloon you were carrying just now was the person you had to protect, me, leaving aside Ilias who messed up from the very beginning by not holding back at all. HNGH. Ilias. Wolf didn't hold any questions to the situation in front of her, acted, and failed. On the other hand, Ekdoik went way too deep into his thoughts and ended up getting caught up by Courage. I have worked together with Courage several times. Ilias would be together with me at those times normally, but whenever I told them my plan, he would always confirm the details, and would always try to be attentive. He would properly confirm the factors that worry him without the need to ask for the reason, understand them, and would excel at solving them. I have no objections about the speed in which he does all that either. Well, you could call that an old man's wisdom. Kara. I don't really like this being wrapped up as that though. But it is certain that this result was brought up by a difference in experience just as Ilias said before. Do you understand now that having more points that would bring me peace of mind is better than just being plain strong as someone who is being protected here? Yeah, if we were to do this competition again, it would most likely be me or Wolf who would win. If we were to repeat this, the one who would have their chances of victory increase would be Ilias. But for Comrade, the point that you are evaluating highly here is how Courage Ujesta can bring about better results in the first try where no retries can be had, right? Egdoik. That's how it is. I only have one life after all. I am glad to see that everyone seems to understand. It is not only because I like cold nights. Ilias and Wolf dry their drenched bodies with magic, and Egdoik was observing the new material plastered on it with a serious face. I walked over to the only one who swiftly went to clean. Kara. Good grief. How about being a bit kinder to your friends? Kara. I think I am pretty soft to my friends though. The reality is that, even if I were your bodyguard, I would have only been thrashed by the devils that served the demon lord. Even if I have my wisdom as an old man, you can't argue the difference in strength after all. Kara. Even so, you still have things that Ilias and the others clearly don't have. Wouldn't it be nice if they were to absorb a bit of that? Few are fewer. That's true. It is rough that Wolf's caution towards me increases at every such occasion though. Kara. Now that I look closely, Wolf is glaring at Karaja from afar. It is a truly vexed face. But I actually like that face of Wolf quite a lot. Getting your grandchild jealous of you isn't that bad of a thing. I would like my grandchild to smile at me. Kara. Let's have Gozu give him a generous amount of his treasured alcohol. After that, I went to the Black Wolfkin village together with Ilias and Wolf. I originally planned on just bringing Ilias, but Wolf said she would come too, so I had her come. But Wolf didn't try to enter the village and said she wanted to walk a bit outside. Wolf was raised in what was basically a garbage deposit since the time she had memories. No, you wouldn't be able to call that raised. They simply provided her the bare minimum food for her to not die. Wolf has had high mana since young and, thanks to that, she apparently barely caught any illnesses, but it was a life where she would always feel hungry and lonely. We separated from Wolf in the middle of the way and we arrived at the village, but it is the same scenery as before. The garbage deposit outside the village entrance has not been removed even now. On the contrary, the amount of trash has increased slightly. We entered the village, spoke a bit to the villagers, and we were welcomed kindly. We were led to the place of Grandma. Being slightly annoyed by how they are welcoming us kindly really reminds me that I am still young. It is the boy, huh? It has been a while since you have come personally. Grandma, the king of Taizu has told me to show myself as much as possible at negotiations outside of commercial ones too, you see. The objective this time around is to move artisans from Taizu to this village. Exchanges with the capital have begun to happen, and it has enriched this village to a certain degree. By exchanging rare products for daily necessities and food, we have given them more elbow room to concentrate on other things aside from hunting and gathering. But that alone isn't increasing the quality of life in this village. And so, the plan is to increase the civilization level of this village by bringing in farming artisans. If the food issues of this village are solved, the villagers will have time to put their hands on luxury products, and they would be able to make even more advanced trades. That's the idea of Marito. It is also because he wants to fix the issue of the villages in the territory always being behind times. But let's not mention that. Grandma agreed to this with the condition of not doing excessive reformation, so they are ready to receive them whenever. I shall prepare a dwelling for them as soon as today. Grandma, there's no need to give them special treatment just because they are artisans. Please treat them as equals who possess knowledge. If they grow impudent, just report it to us with a separate messenger. Even if so, they are people providing us knowledge. It is natural to show the bare minimum respect. Grandma. Right. The Black Wolfkins barely discriminate against humans if at all. Despite the fact that humans and demi-humans fought on a daily basis in the era before Gold became a demon lord. The Black Demon Lord must have been that much of a threat that they had to run to this place. But the more I learn about the tolerance of the Black Wolfkins, the more resentment wells up. The talk was mostly over and I moved to a personal talk. I would like to hear more about the parents of Wolf. Wolf? Ah, you gave a name to that, right? Grandma, we are calling her Wolf now. I see. Its parents didn't stand out much. They were normal Black Wolfkins. Grandma, the strength of Ilias comes in part from her parents. Ilias was born by the union of a cleric that defeated a great devil and the lieutenant of the Ragudo division. But the parents apparently didn't have any such qualities. Wolf barely knows her age. There's almost no doubt she is 15 according to our calculations, but we should prepare a birthday for her separately. What happened to the grave of Wolf's parents? They have been buried in the same place where the graves of our tribe are. If it is you, boy, you should be able to tell immediately. Grandma. They gave birth to a blight child, so I thought that you would desecrate their graves too. The perception of the villagers have changed after that matter with you, boy. They have been cleaned up now. Grandma, I see. Sorry for making you sensitive. So I will tell them apart because they have cleaned them up after around 15 years of ignoring them. Huh. By the way, boy, there's something I would like to talk with you about. Grandma, what is it? Can you return it to us? Grandma, the first one to instantly react to this was Ilias. I'm impressed you can, Ilias. Ilias, sit. But, Ilias, I understand what you are trying to say. That's why, sit. The one who was spoken to here was me. Sorry. Ilias. After soothing Ilias, I sighed lightly and faced Grandma. I would like to hear your reasoning first. Just as you said, it has grown into someone that has without doubt been gifted by the heavens. According to the accounts of the people who have gone to see how that is doing, it has grown tough to a degree where there's none of the shadow of its previous self. We have admitted our mistake. We want to welcome that as one of us. I am sure it will become a hero for our village. Grandma. Ilias is making a face as if screaming she wants to say something here. It is not like I don't get her when thinking about how they treated Wolf. And so, you want me to return Wolf? Huh. It is not like I am forcing her to stay. It is true that Wolf is from this village. You are free to negotiate with Wolf, and I have no right to interfere. Then, you tell that too, Grandma. Doing that or not is also my choice. I have decided to teach Wolf a variety of things. I have provided Wolf with the strength to decide on her own. If you truly want Wolf to stay in this village, do the convincing on your own. So you have no intention of cooperating. Grandma, if I were to think that's the best choice for Wolf, I would initiate things to a certain degree. However, I thought the chances of that are slim with just the fact that we are having this conversation to begin with. There's no need for further talk. At this rate, I will end up being the one getting emotional instead of just Ilias. Ilias stood up too and we headed to the exit. Boy, I said. We have reflected and would accept that. Can you please tell us what it is we lack? Grandma, she is not it, blight child. Or that, she is Wolf. As long as you are desiring the power of Wolf and not Wolf herself, I won't feel like cooperating. Ilias sighed heavily the moment we left the house of Grandma. It seems like the strength on her shoulders went away with it too. I'm impressed you managed to endure. Good job. Don't treat me like a child. Also, the energy to shout was taken away from me after looking at your eyes. Ilias. Did they change? Grandma faltered a bit by this, you know? Ilias. It is not like I was conscious of it, but I must have gotten emotional. Showing confrontational eyes unconsciously is not good. I am not a child after all. But we are talking about you here. I thought for sure you would torture her ingeniously though. Ilias. Aren't you mistaking me for some sort of insider? I have the responsibility to look after Wolf as the one who saved her from a terrible environment. But I have no intention to tie her life down. I will leave the decisions to Wolf's life to Wolf herself. I feel like Wolf would be fine with that if it is for your sake though. Ilias. Right. For Wolf, I am her benefactor. The one who saved her from a life of loneliness. That's why she would listen obediently to what I say and would endeavor to help me out in anything. But that's because she still doesn't know the vastness of the world. Once she learns about the world and finds a new thing she would want to do, I am sure she will show desire on that side instead. She will try to pay me back with everything she has until then, so it would be great if I can get her to obtain as much beneficial experience as possible before that time comes. If she can't find a new objective, when that happens, it happens. If Wolf is feeling happiness from being with me, there's no need to forcefully deny it. I will take it easy as I let her learn about other paths. Your origins are not that easy to overturn. I just hope it won't be pointless trouble. Ilias. What are you saying? Life is filled with pointless things, you know? That's what makes it good. Hard work becoming pointless is not good. But there's only a few things in life that are inevitable. Even if tasty food, drinking booze, and having chit-chats with good friends is not necessary in becoming a great knight, you don't think they are bad, right? That's, well, true. Ilias. Even if the present becomes pointless for Wolf, it is my duty as her guardian to look after her and make sure that when she looks back on those memories, she will think they were not bad days. I will have you help out too, just for your information, Ilias. Count me in. Ilias. We were talking about this while heading to the entryway of the village and an explosion suddenly rang in the village. No, in the whole forest. We soon ascertained the source of the sound. It is the garbage deposit outside the village. The one there is Wolf. It was clear at a glance what happened just now. The garbage deposit that was there when we entered the village has been blown up clean. It goes without saying who did it. It was clear by seeing the reaction of the Black Wolfkins round 2. Ah, Shizu, did you finish your business? Wolf. Yeah. It seems like you are done with yours too. Yes. It is important to clean up after yourself. Wolf. Wolf showed a worryless smile despite being in front of the village where she had nothing but painful memories. She must have settled matters internally. That was a pretty violent settling of matters, but... well, it was a garbage deposit anyways, so it should be fine. I pat the head of Wolf as me and Ilias looked at each other's faces. It seems Ilias is thinking the same. Wolf, we heard about the place of your parents' graves. I went there just now. It is okay. Wolf. I see. That's fine then. Let's go back. Yes. Wolf. This place is at least not a place Wolf considers as somewhere to return to. I must protect her somehow, at least until the day Wolf can protect the place she desires by herself. Hey, Wolf, it is fine with the village, but how about being kinder to Karaji? I will consider it. Wolf. Yup. Sounds like a hopeless case. Karaji. I don't think that kind of relationship is bad either. Yup. From today on, I will rescind your mission as bodyguard, Lady Ratzel. Marito. Marito called me together with Ilias, and the bodyguard mission of Ilias immediately ended once we entered the main topic. As for Ilias herself, she is frozen solid. Oh? But she has changed a bit into a pondering look. And then, she turned this way and spoke with a serious look. I would like an explanation. Ilias. Tell that to Marito. The one who is talking here right now is your superior. I would like an explanation. Ilias. It looks as if she isn't that fazed by this, but it seems like she is actually completely overwhelmed here. Marito winked at me here as if telling me to go ahead and explain, so let's just do that. I don't think there's any need to explain though. I have declared that I won't bring harm to the humans, joined forces with demon lords, and have formed a third faction. Marito. No, Taizu has approved of this third faction, but it is not like they have joined our side. It would be weird for Taizu to provide a bodyguard to a VIP of that third faction, right? That's true, but I said I would protect you, Ilias, but you would have your priorities reversed if you were to quit being a knight of Taizu, right? Ilias wanting to protect me is at core because she wants to live as an honorable knight, but right now being a bodyguard is getting in the way of her job as a knight. Don't make such a troubled face. I understand what you want to say. Marito has considered that and has prepared another method. Is that so? Ilias. Right? Thanks for the explanation. With powerful individuals like Egdoik and Wolf around him, there's almost no necessity for Lady Ratzel at present. Marito. Don't make that face. My friend is grinning here, you know? Marito. Don't snitch. Of course. Marito wouldn't want to do something that lowers your morale. It is not like Ilias alone is being seen as the military symbol of Taizu, so there's no need to get adhered to that. That bothers me in its own way though. Ilias. Lady Ratzel's growth is splendid, but the Chivalric Order of Taizu is not an organization that is concerned with individual power. Of course, it would be troubling for you to go somewhere else, but there would be no issue in adhering to guarding, and so, I am thinking about giving you a new mission. Marito. A new mission. Ilias. That's right. I will have you serve the VIP that calls himself a third faction. It goes without saying that I am referring to my friend. The pretext will be that your role is that of an inspector. Marito. Inspector. Ilias. That's right. Taizu can't antagonize the third faction that has 2 demon lords, and so, we make it so it looks like we are placing an inspector with skills in the third faction, and, in exchange, they can use you for manual labor. Marito. I don't plan on doing evil in the shadows anyways, but it can't be helped that the humans would be holding doubts with demon lords on my side. And so, Taizu will be sending an inspector, putting it in a cooler way, a spy right into our lines to always make clear what we are doing. Next, you just have to accept an inspector from Megis too, and even if there's wariness left, the impression that you are a dangerous organization should lessen. In that case, the inspector of Megis would end up being Rakura though. We will designate Lady Ratzel as the permanent stay inspector, but we also plan on assigning several other knights as well. Marito. I see. Ilias nodded with a serious face, but this is the sign that she doesn't understand that well. It is basically like the excuse for Ilias, Mix, and Rakura to be around me. It will be the same as usual, so there's no need to worry about it. What? So it is just an excuse? Is there a need to do something as roundabout as that? Ilias, there is. You have to properly explain to society that order is being maintained, or there will be people that will complain. We will be dispatching Lady Ratzel and the Mix from Taizu for now. I will arrange the documents for this at a later date. Marito. Alright. I plan on settling my talk with Pope Uparo after this. Will you be fine without me tagging along? Marito. No issues. Negotiation tables like this one are my specialty. After that, I bid farewell to Marito and group up with Ekdoik. Ilias had to report the process to Lord Rigudo, so we separated there. The place we headed to was Dog's Bone. I invited Pope Uparo and Archbishop Ukit to dine together. Normally, I wouldn't recommend a lively bar or an eatery, but according to the information I got, Pope Uparo likes the food here an awful lot. They are using the luxury product that is salt, but the ingredients are simple, and the taste is really good. So he likes it. I heard about this from Gozu and Sarah that he would go there whenever he had the time when he is in Taizu. I see. I thought the taste of this place was different from others, but it was because you were involved in it. Huh. I am pretty interested in the cuisine of Ubora's planet. Uparo, it seems like you prefer simplicity. Pope-sama. Salt is a luxury product in this world, so I was a bit bothered by it though. That's certainly a worrying point, but the taste itself is simple, and they are properly bringing out the greatness of the ingredients. There's no sin to tastiness. True. Then, that might be a good option too. Please wait for a bit. I said this, went to where Gozu is, and had him stealthily add the new product on the dish. I then tried putting it on the table of Pope Uparo. These are vegetables, right? Uparo. Yes, it is a staple dish in my homeland. This only looks like sliced vegetables. Moreover, slightly wilted. Yuka. Now, just think you got deceived and try a bite. Archbishop Yuka. Pope Uparo brings it to his mouth with interest and Archbishop Yuka does so with a dubious look. But the moment they put it in their mouths, the crispy texture and the moderate saltiness as well as the juices of the vegetable made them nod, impressed. So these are vegetables sprinkled with salt? And that's not all there is to it. Uparo. There's a little bit of vinegar. That's right. These are tsukumino. If possible, I would have wanted the vinegar that's produced in Japan, but that's unfortunately me wishing for something that's not there, so I am using balsamic vinegar which is made with the same procedure as wine. I could provide them with a light version and a rice bran version if there were seaweed though. It is like an undecorated dish. And yet, there's a lot of depth in its taste. I see. Uparo. Its charm is also that the taste changes depending on the household. I will give you the recipe. So how about making some yourself? Ho, so it can be made easily. Secretly eating the matured vegetables with my own hands. There's charm in that. Uparo. I thought, when talking about simplicity, it got to beat Tsukumino. It seems to have had favorable impressions. I am sure he would get super into it if we were to make something like miso soup. It might not be a bad idea to research it as a measure for diplomacy. After enjoying the meal, I tell them how we will be accepting an inspector from Taizu. Fumo, so we can send people from our side too, right? I will be counting on you with Rakura as per usual. Being able to send other people will be effective in convincing others. Uparo. I would prefer a calm person though. It seemed like you couldn't handle Archbishop Sarai's. I could see you averting your gaze the whole time, you know? Uparo. Being glared that much is a bit, you know. What are you doing getting scared when you are declaring you are a third faction, even though you can talk normally with me who is above him? Uparo. It is not like I am scared of him. When someone directs hostility towards me in that fashion, I also end up reacting, you see. Right, you are the personification of a mirror after all. Uparo. If I continue receiving the hostility of Archbishop Sarai's, I would instinctively end up facing him with hostility too, but I couldn't show antagonism in a place like that. I had no other countermeasure aside from averting my gaze. The Ugara Church will shake for the foreseeable future. I personally would like to wrap things up peacefully though. Don't lower your guard even if it is about the people close to you. Uparo. The amount of people is on another level after all. Archbishop Sarai's is most likely the person to be the most wary of at present in the human side. There's Pope Uparo above him, but his personal authority is also massive. There's a high chance a new faction might be created inside the Yugara Church that will be shaking in the future, and they will be pulling strings in the shadows. I won't let them do something like bring harm to you in public. Creating unnecessary disputes won't serve for the sake of the world after all. Of course, I am also worried about you on a personal level though. Yuparo, that's truly relieving. Gold and purple have become my allies, but it is not like I am holding their reins completely. Especially purple. The chances of her becoming an enemy of the humans again once I am gone are high. And so, I can't just die here. That said, I wouldn't want to drop dead anyways. So, have you grasped the movements of the Demon Lord side? Yuparo. Yes. It seems like the colorless Demon Lord has told the other Demon Lords about the absence of Yugara. He must have kindled the Scarlet Demon Lord. I think there will be movement from them in a not-so-far future. Fume. With him giving information so easily, I did presume he would also give as much information to the Demon Lords, but he went and told them directly. Huh. What's your view of this? Yuparo. The other Demon Lords will make a move too when the Scarlet Demon Lord moves. Most likely the Blue Demon Lord at Kuama. Kuama. Huh. I have already sent a messenger, but the response has been put on hold and there's no reaction. The Kuama branch is under the jurisdiction of Archbishop Serais. He should be able to ascertain the credibility of this though. Yuparo. I have been thinking about going to Kuama once, but after hearing that, I am not really feeling it now. Even if we are going, it would be a day trip plan. I do have Egdoik and the others after all. The Scarlet Demon Lord has learned that the Gold Demon Lord and Purple Demon Lord have joined our side, so I think there won't be any reliable information rolling our way. I wasn't expecting much of that anyways. The Demon Lords are rulers in their respective front. It is not like they would display everything they are holding. By the way, I will be changing the topic a bit here but, Egdoik, I heard you are the brother of Rakura. Yuparo. What about it? Egdoik. This is the first time Egdoik speaks in this exchange. He was eating silently, but reacted slightly when the conversation turned to Rakura. This information most likely came from Maya-san. I was just thinking fate is a curious thing, you see. That Rakura showed some sort of achievement when she defeated the Great Devil. Moreover, to think it was the one who kidnapped her brother and taught him the techniques of devils. Yuparo. It certainly is strange, but it is trifling when compared to a resident from the same world as the hero appearing after more than a century. Egdoik. That's true, but I feel like Egdoik's one is a lot rarer when considering the series of events. Yuka, what's your view of this as the teacher of Rakura? Yuparo. It is true that I did teach her techniques, but she was a genius. There was little I could teach her. Yuka. The evaluation of the Yugara Church towards Rakura was low. Even so, you still saw her highly, Archbishop Yuka. Of course. Even if her results as a cleric were all pitiful, as the one who taught her fighting techniques, there's no way I wouldn't notice her talent. I cannot apologize enough, thinking about how I might have been able to lessen the pains you tasted if I had paid more attention to Rakura. Yuka. The great devil that was defeated by Rakura, Bigligged, had his existence acknowledged by the humans, but the reality that he was defeated was only discovered recently. The person herself didn't notice she defeated a great devil. Egdoik was shocked by how low Rakura was being seen. I can understand his gripes about learning that the one that defeated your father is a pitiful person. Don't worry. It is because Rakura wasn't evaluated highly that I could rouse myself, so it isn't all bad. Egdoik. I have heard about your skills to great extent. It seems like you both have wonderful talent befitting of being siblings. Yuka. I may have been born with talent, so I don't plan on saying anything about that, but I have also put in great effort. I don't want to wrap it all up as being purely talent. Egdoik. I apologize if I offended you there, but Rakura has also put in unreal amounts of effort. No, I couldn't bring about anything else from her. Yuka. Rakura is fatally bad at processing several things at the same time. Due to this, she can't work properly in her everyday labor, so there wasn't any important work that could be entrusted to her. That's why she was immersing herself in battle training all by herself. It goes without saying that someone with talent concentrating on one thing will make them grow. It is even said that, in terms of battle sense, even Ilias can't match Rakura. That said, she hated physical training, so her physical specs differ greatly though. Right. The speed at which Rakura weaves her magic is bone-chilling. You could say that's a realm of its own. Egdoik. If you can understand that, that means you also have quite the decent ability too. Yuka. What kind of training did you make Rakura do in specific? Egdoik. Ooh, interested? Alright. This might be a bit too stiff of a talk in between drinks, but even dried fish brings out its own taste at times. Yuka. Egdoik and Archbishop Yuka were beginning to get heated up in their talk about the training of Rakura. It felt a bit lonely, but Pope Uparo asked me a variety of things about Tsukumonos, so I didn't feel like I had nothing to do. What is Rakura in question doing right now? Is she lazing about at home while drinking? Or maybe, who knows? Yup. The border separating Kiwama and the Kiwama Nether. There exists the defensive wall that had been made a long time ago by the humans. The monsters that appear in the Kiwama Nether don't have much of anything that resembles consciousness. They have no intelligence either, and they were silently advancing through the presence of the living. The effect of this defensive wall is big due to this. You can snipe them from above the walls, throw rocks, and shoot magic one-sidedly. The monsters try to climb, but they are always safely dealt with by the Kiwama army. The soldiers have been repeatedly doing this since the day they were born. They didn't feel much of a threat from this and were dealing with the monsters while talking with each other. Alright, we have cleaned up most on this side. The ones north apparently have begun drinking a long time ago. The amount of monsters has decreased even more recently after all. They can't give birth, so maybe they are soon going to run out of numbers? What? You don't know about how monsters are born on their own? I know, but with them decreasing this much, it makes me think there's some sort of reason behind it. The amount of monsters flowing towards the defensive walls has decreased in these few years. This is a reality known by the soldiers working in the Kiwama army. They have decreased even more recently. Most soldiers of Kiwama would think their job is easier compared to mages who have to eliminate devils on the regular. One of the soldiers began to clean up and directed his gaze at the Kiwama Nether. Even though he can see grass growing right at the back in the land of Kiwama, there's not a single blade of grass in the Kiwama Nether, a dried-out land as far as the eye can see. It is a world that's fitting to spread undead. If Kiwama were to do a bit more work in purifying the Kiwama Nether, we would have more land. We can't move these walls after all. If we can't secure even more safety than this, the ones working the fields would dislike it too. The defensive walls of Kiwama have fended off the monsters of the Nether for years. Their trust towards this wall is unshakable because of this. The only ones who would go beyond this would be adventurers who seek rare materials from the monsters. He thought there were some weird people out there as he felt something off in what he saw. What's that? He should be used to seeing the Kiwama Nether, and yet, there's a strange thick line painting the horizon. The soldier had a bit of magic skills, so he used farsight magic. You are rendered unable to see at close distance, but it is the perfect spell to see far away things. If you use it for peeping, you will get hit with a pretty harsh punishment though. He could see all the way to the horizon and stared at the strange line he found. Are you kidding me? What's up? What's the matter? That, you can see a line at the horizon of the Kiwama Nether, right? Ah, now that you mention it, I can certainly see it. Look at it with farsight magic. Dude, just be clear. What the hell is that? The two soldiers witnessed it. What was painting the horizon were countless undead heading towards the defensive wall. The information of the countless undead that appeared at the defensive wall dividing Kiwama and the Kiwama Nether was transmitted to the capital of Kiwama as the day changed. And then, it was relayed to the Ugara church, and Taizu afterwards. Megis dispatched a cleric team, and it was decided that they will be sending reinforcements as they raise their alert around the perimeter of the Kiwama Nether. What they know at present is that a chilling amount of undead, enough to cover the whole ground, are marching towards the defensive wall, and Kiwama is putting all their strength into defending. The undead are showing a united desire to get to the other side of the walls, but it seems like they are not coordinated and are simply attacking as a mindless mass. Due to this, the burden on the soldiers is incomparable to anything before, but there's currently no risk of being breached. It is just as Ya said, sir, Blue has moved. But that's a way too honest way to attack. Gold, right? Even though Blue should be able to easily breach the walls if she were to fan them out in several directions considering their numbers, you know? Purple. We are currently sharing information at the Villa of Purple and having a strategy meeting. After I was called by Marito and was told about the army, I was consulted by Pope Euparo. Archbishop Serais and the people from the anti-3RD faction apparently exclaimed that we should be made to cooperate in resolving this issue. According to Archbishop Serais, if we are to call ourselves neutral, it should be our responsibility to calm down any disputes. And the other people chimed into this. What a selfish bunch. Neutral also means that we can freely enact non-interference though? Purple. It seems like you accepted though, sir. Is that really okay? Gold. This is a good opportunity to get their trust after all. Also, since there's the possibility to persuade the Blue Demon Lord, there's the need to prepare a way to get involved. If we were to decide to become spectators, the chances of us getting involved in the battle between the humans and demon lords will drop sharply. I don't think it will happen, but in the off chance that another demon lord were to ask for our help, it is possible we won't be able to respond to it. What, are you taking the side of blue? Gold. It is not like I don't feel a connection to the demon lord who I learned the history of for the first time, but more than that, this is an opportunity to bring in the blue demon lord to the third faction. If we can achieve that, our position will be strengthened to a decent degree. The Blue Demon Lord has barely any independence and is someone who gets washed by the opinion of others. The reality is that they began attacking the humans extremely easily once instigated by Purple. They were stopped by Yugara at that instance after many casualties happened. It should be safe to assume that 9 out of 10, they are being made to act exactly as planned by the Scarlet Demon Lord. There's the chance that this Demon Lord with no independence can become our ally if we persuade them properly. When that happens, the only Demon Lord antagonizing the humans will be the Scarlet Demon Lord, and we would have 3 Demon Lords on our side. It would be the best opportunity to keep the Scarlet Demon Lord at bay. And so, this may be a bit calculative, but we have decided to head to Kuama, so I have come to explain it to these two. By the way, you two will be staying behind. Why? Purple. Just think about what will happen if other demon lords appear while they are being invaded by a demon lord. It would just instigate more chaos. The ones who are cooperating with Kuama are mostly the Yugara Church, mages. It wouldn't be good for Purple to show up in front of the most radical anti-demon lord faction led by Archbishop Serais as the one who ravaged the lands of mages. This one could act as reinforcement from Ghani though. Gold. It would be better for Ghani to be ready to protect their own country. The Ghani Nether is adjacent to the Magus Nether. The Scarlet Demon Lord is hiding in the border between those two. They are currently leading the clerics of Magus to Kuama with the attack of the undead. If they were to confirm that the Ghani army is moving, there's a high chance the Scarlet Demon Lord would utilize that opening to begin an invasion against Magus or Ghani. Purple. Spread your lesser devils widely to see whether the Blue Demon Lord will attack other spots, and see whether the Scarlet Demon Lord will invade other countries. If the Scarlet Demon Lord uses this ruckus to move, Taizu will become a centerpiece. Purple helping out in coordinating them will increase the efficiency. She has numbers that don't lose to the other Demon Lords even now, so there's no point not to use them. I don't mind, but it is sad that I can't help you out directly though. Purple. Your face is known now after the meeting with the colorless Demon Lord, so I can't bring you to Kuama. Then, let's do this. Purple. Purple said this and ripped apart the hem of her skirt. What is she doing? It did make my heart skip though. I will entrust the devils that I have adjusted. Okay, right, let's have them reside in that wooden sword of yours. Purple. Won't they be noticed with detection magic? No issues. I have tinkered them in a way that they won't be detected as devils at all. You know, they are not intelligent enough to have unnecessary desires, so it will depend on the instructions given though. They can do pretty much anything an average higher devil can do, got it? Purple. I am grateful for that, but are they really going to listen to what I tell them? I will transfer the authority of the Lord to you. Can I have 1 drop of your blood? Purple. I give her my palm. Purple changed a part of her clothes into a thin needle and lightly stabbed the center of my thumb. She pushed the drop of blood that came out onto her ripped clothes and muttered something. When she did, that scrap began to wriggle, change into a shadow, and coil around my partner. It returned to its original form without any visible changes after a while. This should be fine. I think they will react to your voice. Can you try testing it? Purple. But my partner didn't do anything. There's no reaction. You have to call their name. It would be troubling if it were to react just from your voice, right? Purple. True. What's the name of this devil? None, you know? I can control them with my will alone, so there was no need to go out of my way to call them by name. Purple. Diuvilieri is unique that has thought up his own name, but the other devils are nameless. Then, that means it should be fine to give them a name of my own, but it would be difficult to call them if I use a too weird name. I feel like if I were to call it something like Gudastaff, I would end up getting caught up in the trouble before I finish saying it. Katu, respond. Yes, master. Katu. They answered. I just took the kata from Bokitu, but I don't think it is a bad name. It is as if my partner is answering me and it really hypes me up. Yup. But what a neutral voice. Do devils have genders? Hey, does this devil have a gender? Devils don't perform reproduction, so they don't have the concept of gender, you know? Purple. But Diuvilieri and the other great devils had the appearance of men. Now that you mention it, that's true. Maybe they take the form of a man in order to bring out the most out of their power? Purple. I haven't thought even once that women are weak in this world though, especially Ilias. She has surpassed race and has become a gorilla after all, or more like. Why are you sucking my thumb? HN, you are not affected by healing magic, right? In that case, this may be a primitive method, but we should disinfect the wound with saliva to treat it, right? Purple. It is not like I don't understand it, but couldn't the injured person do it himself? Well, she is treating me here, so I won't complain though. Speaking of which, I don't remember seeing the staple succubus within the devils. Purple is the demon lord that uses enticement. In that case, it shouldn't be strange for there to be monsters like succubus and incubus who charm humans. The reality is that the only ones I have seen have been guys with sheep horns like those of demons. What kind of monster is it? Purple. That you don't know must mean there's none? I give her a simple explanation of a succubus and an incubus. Purple went fume and after listening seriously to it, she answered with a serious face. Instead of going out of their way to creep into their dreams, I feel like it would be faster for them to just eat them while they are asleep though. Purple. True. There's the pretext that it is exactly because they are weak that they have to take a long time to corrupt a human and get power though. The succubus and incubuses were stories told on Earth as excuses for cheating after all. They might not have that kind of deceptive story here. In the first place, the people in this world and the ones from the nether are clearly separated. I doubt there's any devils who would mix into the human society and perform right, there's the demon lord. Do you want a devil like that? Purple. I personally don't, but it does sound like something that would be handy to charm nobles. Well, I don't need that though. If we really want to charm someone, the power of purple is enough. Indirect methods would just lead to suspicions anyways. If they were to catch tail of that, it would just complicate the situation. I may have been slightly tempted to enjoy a night with a succubus, but having purple prepare that would be bad. There's no way I would be able to ask her to prepare a tool to deal with my desires for the opposite gender. Well, if Katu has no gender, that makes it more comfortable. Can it turn into a devil? It can create things like claws and wings, but it doesn't have an original form, you know? If anything, I would say the form it is residing in would be it. Purple. Fume. Katu, bring out wings and suspend yourself in the air. When I say this, a pair of wings like those of bats appeared from Katu and flapped. I felt a floaty sensation like the time when I used the ectoic taxi, but it is tiring on the arm. It seems like it can carry my weight, but I would fall if I am not holding it the whole time. Should I fasten my arm to it? No, that would place a burden on my arm and shoulder. It seems like I have to think up a variety of things before giving it orders. But I can hold some hopes if it can provide the same amount of work as a high devil. Ectoic and Ilias have to show a bit of attention on my safety even against small fry, but this should be able to provide relief on those occasions. I don't want to get too dependent on it, so I should not forget that this is simply just to bring a bit of peace of mind. It gives that nice feeling of raising it from zero. Thanks, Purple. I actually would have wanted Diuvilieri to reside in it, but that weak weapon wouldn't be able to endure it, you know? Purple. That wouldn't be good for my partner and for Diuvilieri, so I will have to politely refuse. My partner has changed names from Spider Nest Mowing Sword to Katu. The power of the name has decreased, but it is like a sentient sword. Not bad. Speaking of which, does this need to be fed? The mana of the person. But you barely have any mana, right? It is made in a way so that it will go to sleep if it doesn't have enough mana. You know? Please make someone replenish it every now and then, okay? Purple. It seems like there's the possibility of running out of gas too. Let's use it strategically. I would like to give something to Sir too, but, right, a small clone of this one. Gold. I refuse. Instant reply. Gold. I would like to refrain from things that stand out. A small demi-human floating around would stand out like a sore thumb. In the first place, Archbishop Ceres knows the face of gold too. Too bad. Gold? Purple. Yu-Gi-Oh, are ya not going to give a proposal here? Gold. Why is the one being given a parting gift the one who has to propose it? In the end, it was wrapped up nicely by cutting a piece of gold's tail and making an ornamental cord to attach it to the pommel of Kutu, using it as a lucky charm of sorts. I obviously stopped her when she was on the verge of preparing an ornamented scabbard. It is in part because a scabbard is not needed for a wooden sword, but it is also because I would feel bad about cutting off the fur from that fluffy tail. By the way, I don't plan on stopping you from going to Kuama, but do you have the confidence to pull this off? Purple. A decent percent. I will try to play my cards well. The Blue Demon Lord had begun their invasion of Kuama. Comrade had agreed to help out on stopping this invasion, so I am now heading together with him to Kuama. We can arrive in less than a day with my chain wings. That said, because of the weight limitations, Ilias, Wolf, Mix, and Rakura had no choice but to follow by carriage. Everyone should be acting together in a normal scenario. But I agreed with Comrade who said that he wanted to know the situation of Kuama before acting, so we are going ahead to Kuama to gather information. But to think we would be imprisoned in the town that's right before the capital of Kuama. Ha ha ha, this is not a laughing matter. Ekdoik. We landed in a nearby town to gather information about the surroundings of Kuama first. We did this because we thought it would be better to wait for the members on the carriage that can prove their identities as people of Megis and Taizu before entering the capital, but the sentries found suspicious the two men that careless appeared, so we ended up getting surrounded. We explained to them that we were the people the Ugara Church asked for help from, but judging from their reaction, they most likely didn't believe us. We also showed them the official request form that Pope Uparo gave to Comrade, but it was confiscated. What's with those sentries? They didn't believe us at all. Ekdoik. Well, considering our appearances, a rowdy adventurer and a demon-looking man having a connection with the top of the Ugara Church lacks a lot of credibility after all. He really poked where it hurt. The color of the hair and eyes of Comrade are extremely rare. A somewhat competent combatant would be able to tell with certainty that he is not dangerous by checking the mana inside of him, but I forgot that there's the chance for half-baked ones to deem him as dangerous. Of course, my appearance is also not one that's seen favorably. We could have shaken them off right then and there. Why did you tell me to not resist? Ekdoik. What's the point of fighting the very people we have come to help out? Even if we manage to escape without injuring them, their impression will worsen because we escaped without proving our innocence. We just have to stand tall here. That depends on the person. This town called Lilby is within the Kuama territory, but the ones ruling it are nobles. You can tell how they rule this place with the attitude of the sentries just now, right? Ekdoik. Kuama is present progressively being invaded by the army of the Blue Demon Lord. And yet, the soldiers stationed here are perfectly fine. They have barely dispatched any troops. This town is only thinking about protecting themselves despite this being a situation where other countries are helping out. I don't know if this is the decision of Kuama or the decision of Lilby, but it is certain that their minds are filled with self-preservation. Well, they do feel rebellious compared to the strict night country of Taizu. A settlement ruled by nobles is pretty much like this. You are awfully calm despite your plan having been obstructed, Comrade. Ekdoik. We have been imprisoned, but it is not like we are suffering interrogations or being roughed up, and the only things that were confiscated were the letter of Pope Uparo and a few days of traveling funds. I have Kutu with me. Our actual luggage is with Rakura and the others after all. The reason why that wooden sword was not confiscated was because they snorted at you and called it a pathetic weapon. Ekdoik. A wooden sword is a training tool for children. There's no need to confiscate something like that. My chains haven't been confiscated either. The stakes that could become a weapon are originally chains I have transformed. There's no issue if I just return them to chains. They confiscated our traveling funds because we wouldn't be able to run far if we didn't have money, or maybe it simply went to the pockets of the sentries. I have experienced prison life a number of times. It doesn't seem to be used often, and it is pretty clean. Also, this situation is a desirable one. I understand a bit now the feelings that Ilias would leak every now and then. Ekdoik. So she has been complaining to you too? I was told a variety of things while we were confirming your action patterns. You have the habit of acting without explaining the important parts, so I was warned to be careful. Ekdoik. It is because the plan has a lot of variables taken into account, so there's no knowing which one will actually be the one that will be falling into. If I explained every branch of the plans in my head, there would be no end to it. It is possible that I would be changing it depending on the situation after all. You do have a point there. Ekdoik. Now then, we have time until they make a move. I will explain a number of predictions of what might happen afterwards. I have also included the possibility that we might have to do a prison break, so I am counting on you for that one if it does happen. And then, Comrade explained to me what might happen. The more he explained to me, the more I was convinced by what he told me, and it made sense. But the number of them is overwhelming. Just how many variables is he considering if he takes into account the possibilities outside these developments he is telling me? Even a situation like that, is there a need to consider that far? Ekdoik. Of course. Don't look down on cowards. Right now the ones with the highest chance of happening would be the first and third one I explained to you. Phew. But is it my imagination that it feels like your head is turning quite fast this time around? Ekdoik. I got a general idea of Kiwama because Purple has been living here before. The more information I have prior, the more precision my actions have even without needing my comprehension. The strong point of Comrade is that he can act while comprehending the other party. I have experienced with my own body the precision of his control when he is completely in the zone. It means there's barely any realization of the fear from all events being in the grasp of his hands until it is too late. Comrade looks harmless at a glance, but if you make him your enemy, you can end up getting cornered without your notice. I am pretty much alive right now because Comrade judged me as useful. If he had judged me as uncontrollable like Pashiro, I would most likely already be. I reminisced about the past for a bit there, and I felt cold sweat flowing down from me. This is a sensation you normally wouldn't feel even against an enemy far stronger than you. What's most scary here is that Comrade can corner the strong despite him supposedly not having any strength himself. Even someone like Comrade with no fighting talent can become a threat. That means all the people I will be meeting in the future have the possibility of becoming threats. I can feel the ones who are strong, but how can I detect danger when it is someone as weak as Comrade? What's the matter, Ekdoik? Is there anything bothering you? No, I was simply looking back at the information just now and memorizing it. Ekdoik. That wasn't the face you were making. Let's just leave it at that. Comrade has comprehended me once. He might have seen through my thoughts just now. I can still clearly remember the eyes he looked at me with at that time. I at first thought they were creepy eyes filled with hostility, but once I understood the meaning of them, I began feeling clear fear towards those eyes. That's right. It is not like everyone becomes a threat. There's no way you would be able to live a proper lifestyle if you were to hold such a worry on the regular. But the carefulness of Comrade, this is not the time to be thinking too deeply about that. Now then, wonder how the mayor of this town will be moving. If possible, I would like things to proceed without me having to feel any guilt. Right. Ekdoik. Comrade is an ally at present, but I feel like he has included the actions that I might take that even I can't predict. No, there's no need for me to be anxious about that. This life was spared once already. If it is going to be expended for the sake of Comrade, I just have to act in a way that brings out the most worth. At the very least, there's no doubt that he will be creating more results than I would have done if I was living alone. Come out. There's apparently something the mayor wants to ask you in person. A few hours after being imprisoned, one of the soldiers opened the cell and told us to come out. I was about to get up together with Ekdoik, but the soldier stopped Ekdoik. Only he is coming. You stay in the cell. It is not like the soldiers are completely incompetent. They most likely can tell that Ekdoik is decently strong. On the other hand, they judge that it would be easier to extract information from me as someone that only looks like a rookie, and proposed this to the mayor. If I am going to meet the mayor, should I leave this behind? When I said this and pointed at cutter hanging at my waist, The soldier snorted. Looks like I can do as I please. In Japan, they would obviously tell me to at least leave it behind, but it must be pretty funny to carry around a wooden sword in this world. I've been walking around with it a whole ton in Taizu. Maybe I should consider getting a scabbard. Ekdoik glanced at me. This is within expectations. There's no issue. If I am faced with a dangerous interrogation, a strong impact can be dealt to the piece of chain given to me by Ekdoik, making him know that it is an emergency, and breaking out of prison. Even so, it seems like he still doesn't like the idea of being apart from me as my bodyguard. I should give him some peace of mind. Let's tell him that I am also motivated here. I smacked both of my cheeks lightly with my hands and switched gears. Oi, come out quickly. Yeah, got it. Ekdoik, please don't rampage while I am gone, okay? Ekdoik's eyes opened wide. It seems like what happened that time really did stay in his mind. That said, there's no need to worry about Ekdoik right now. Let's think about what to do with the mayor I will be meeting. Lord Tokusado, I have brought the captured person in question. Good work. Let him in. Tokusado, I heard from the soldiers that a weird pair had appeared in Lilby. According to those two, they have come to Kiwama under the request of the Pope-sama. But, according to the soldiers, their appearance is clearly weird, and the only thing that can be considered proof is the request letter in my hand. I skimmed through it, but I easily managed to tell it was fake. Those two are most likely bandits. What a bold bunch. It is my duty as the one who was left with the ruling of Lilby to uncover the scheme of these people trying to pull off something in this turbulent time. The one who showed up is a young man. Extremely rare black hair and black eyes. I even thought he might be a demon, which I have heard of in legends, but his movements are clearly untrained. The mana inside of him is also on the level of a child. No, maybe even lower than that. It doesn't feel like he is hiding his strength. The young man seems somewhat nervous, but he must have some confidence in this fake request letter. That's the kind of face he is making. In that case, let's break his confidence. I am the mayor of Lilby, for Tokusado. Tokusado. Should I call you Lord Tokusado? Go ahead and do so. Now then, let me ask this straight. What was your objective in showing up in Lilby? Tokusado. We have explained to the soldiers, though. There should be a request letter in your hands. Are you referring to this? Tokusado. I say this as I show the request letter that we confiscated from him. The young man nodded. I opened it and read the general details of it. There was a request for assistance from Archbishop Serais of the Yugara Church's Kiwama branch to the Yugara Church headquarters in regards to the monster invasion that is currently happening. Therefore, the headquarters of the Yugara Church have decided to officially dispatch the ones holding this letter to Kiwama as a countermeasure for this. Makes no sense. Tokusado. I think it is exactly as written, though. What help would there be in sending a suspicious black hair and black eyes man and a man that screams he is from the underground against a horde of monsters? Tokusado. He is a strong man, and I am the negotiator. The other man apparently gives off an extremely dangerous atmosphere according to the reports. He must have a decent degree of strength, but he follows the orders of this man here. This man is most likely the brains. He certainly does look like an intelligent one, but I can't believe it. Tokusado. The request letter has been signed by the Pope-sama, right? It is true that the signature of the Pope-sama is written in this request letter. It is well made. That must be why he is interacting confidently with me here. Right. But check this here. Tokusado. I say this and bring out a special parchment. A parchment of a slightly different color from the request letter confiscated from the young man. I donate to the Yugara Church. You see, I get letters from Megis every now and then. This was issued to me at the time when I did official procedures at the Yugara Church. Tokusado. So it seems. What about it? This also has the signature of the Pope-sama who did the last check. If I compare the signatures, they are certainly extremely similar. But it seems like the writing of yours is a bit crooked. Tokusado. That's right. The handwriting and the characteristics of it are extremely similar. But they are crooked here and there. They must have desperately tried to imitate it, but the crookedness must have seeped into it. It is easy for me to see this difference as someone who has excellent eyesight. Pope-sama is a person too. You can't sign exactly the same every time, right? Of course, there's an escape to that. But that's not all. No, there's a difference that makes it the most fake. Looks like you lack knowledge. When the Yugara Church does an official procedure, they would use this Megis-made parchment. It is a special parchment that only the Yugara Church can use. Tokusado. That's right. They use a special parchment that's strictly supervised when produced so that it is difficult to spread fake documents of the Yugara Church. It is something that a mere young man wouldn't be able to obtain no matter how much he tried. He might be able to find something similar if he searched, but as someone with excellent eyesight, I wouldn't mistake them. Pope Sama is currently in Taizu. That's why he used Taizu-made parchment. What a pathetic excuse. It doesn't matter if the Pope Sama is in Taizu or not. Taizu also has a branch of the Yugara Church there. They should be able to prepare the exclusive parchment without issues. What are you scheming in Kiwama by preparing a fake request letter like this one? Tokusado. But look closely. That signature is without doubt that of. The moment the young man forcefully stepped forward, a soldier smacked his leg with the handle of the spear. The young man lost his balance and falls. Don't move without permission! Exclamation mark. That is a real request letter prepared by the Pope Sama. There's no mistake about it. Good grief. How unsightly. To think a bandit like this one would take advantage of the chaos to sneak in, preparing such a cheap imitation to speak the name of the Pope Sama. Tokusado. Truly sinful. Even with that, this young man is persisting that this fake is real. Obviously, this fake request letter is the only thing that can allow him to break through this current situation after all. But that won't work on me. I tear apart that fake request letter in front of his eyes to have him understand this. The face of the young man turned into a baffled one in an instant, but his expression was gone the next. If you don't plan on speaking your objective, regret your own actions in prison. Tokusado. Is that your decision? He spoke with a voice I can't feel emotion of. It must have been that shocking for him. That's right. Displeased? Tokusado. No, if that's your decision, Mayor, I will obey. He suddenly turned meek. Has run out of options, I guess. But there's nothing for me to say if he has become obedient. He was most likely planning to scam people or something, even though he is still just a young man. I hope he reflects on this and becomes a better person. The young man gets up slowly and brushes his leg. Something feels off. Yeah, something. Is something the matter? We are done talking, right? It is okay to return to my cell? You suddenly changed your attitude. Just what in the world, Tokusado? Ah, Lord Tokusado, there's one thing I would like to ask you, but by special parchment that the Yugara Church is using, you are referring to this, right? The young man put a hand in his pocket and took out a single rolled up parchment. No way. That's Tokusado. Here, soldier. It seems like Lord Tokusado wants to feel up this parchment. It looks like I can't step forward, so can you please give it to him instead? The soldier made a dubious face as he directed a gaze at me. I nodded and the soldier brought the parchment to me. No way. This is. Could it be? This parchment is without doubt that of the Yugara Church. Tokusado. That's right. This is the parchment that's used when issuing official documents from the Yugara Church. There's no doubt about it when comparing it to the one other I have in my hands. I unfold the parchment, confirmed the writing, and felt chills down my spine at the contents of it. No, that's impossible. Is this even possible? But this is. Is something the matter? What's written there shouldn't be difficult to understand. It is the exact same thing that's written in the other request letter. Ah, but the amount of signs has increased a bit, I guess. It is not only the Pope Sama, but even the signature of Archbishop Ika and Archbishop Meyer. Tokusado. Yes. The credibility of it would be suspected with just the name of the Pope Sama when we are entering Kiwama, so we got the signature of Archbishop Ika who has sent a lot of letters to Kiwama. And we have also ready the signature of Archbishop Meyer to prove that the Pope Sama is staying in Taizu. Archbishop Yuka has connections with nobles of foreign countries, and gathers a great deal of donations. I have donated to the headquarters of Megis aside from my donations to the Kiwama branch, so I know. This signature is without doubt that of Archbishop Yuka. Then that request letter from before. Tokusado. It was obviously real. I got that in a place that wasn't the facilities of the Yugara Church. But that was definitely the signature of the Pope Sama. The inside of my head turned pure white. That's right. This was my aim. I have used the fact that Lord Tokusado is a mayor with a decent intelligence. I chose Lord Tokusado within the mayor's holding territory in Kiwama because the chances of this happening would be the highest. It seems like it fit right in. Maya-san has taught me a long time ago that the Yugara Church uses special parchment in their official documents. That's why I had Popuparo write a request letter with parchment I normally use on top of the rustic table of dog's bone. Of course, Popuparo told me that this extemporary request letter won't have any effect, but I told him it was to show Marito and get confirmation from him. Well, Popuparo must have felt that I would use it for something. After that, I had him prepare an official request letter with the correct parchment. I had cut to swallow the official request letter to hide it. I am already making use of its special trait of hiding inside my wooden sword as a hidden pocket. I can't hide anything too big, but I can easily hide something small in 1 or 2 parchments of this size. Well then, I will be taking my leave. www8. The story changes if you have this official request letter. Tokusado. Lord Tokusado leaned forward with a pale face. He can't hide his agitation at all. We are done talking here, so I will return to my cell obediently. I confirmed that that was your decision after all. I take that back. Of course I would. Tokusado. Oops. Looks like my ears were injured when I fell just now. Sorry, but it seems like I will need to take a break in the cell for a bit. What? Tokusado. Man, it can't be helped. The request letter made personally by the Pope-sama has been torn apart. Also got injured from the smack of a soldier. Tried to explain but rang on deaf ears, and was told to go back to my cell. Let's just wait obediently until my comrades coming later can explain the situation. I am sure we will be able to contact Pope-sama immediately with it after all. I said this and tried to leave the room on my own. The soldiers are not so foolish as to not understand what's happening right now. It is currently impossible for them to stop me from leaving. Lord Tokusado hurriedly stood up and ran to me. Please wait. I admit my mistake. You have my apologies. Tokusado. Please don't worry, Lord Tokusado. I gently place a hand on the shoulder of Lord Tokusado who is grabbing my clothes. I am already used to spending time in prison. The expression of Lord Tokusado turned into a really wonderful one there. And so. What's this situation? Egdoik and that man said that they would go ahead and gather information. We were on our way in the carriage and a messenger on horseback showed up in a hurry. According to what they said, Egdoik and him are in a town close to Kiwama called Lilby. We tilted our heads as we headed to Lilby, and the mayor of Lilby, Lord Tokusado, went out of his way to welcome us. He welcomed us with an extremely complicated look, and when I asked him about where he was, he guided us to a prison cell with a face on the verge of tears. And so, we regrouped with him and Egdoik inside the cell. But, I was thinking about preparing a base of operations. You see, extravagant furniture that clashes with the atmosphere inside a prison cell had been brought here. And there he was, waiting for us while checking a mountain of documents. Why are you in a cell? Lord Tokusado told me to go into the cell and repent for my sins. You see? That's Tokusado. I asked for the details of this, and he apparently got caught on purpose by the soldiers, set up Lord Tokusado, and made him tear one of the 2 request letters he had. And then, after understanding the present situation, he stayed in the prison cell as if harassing him. Lord Tokusado feared that we as the upcoming group would learn of this and report it to the Yugara Church, so he tried to negotiate with him to leave the prison cell, but they all fell through. He apparently remodeled the inside of the cell into a comfortable room as a desperate measure. His means are completely those of a villain. Lord Tokusado made an extremely vexed expression as he left after we promised to move to a different room afterwards. It seems like he got his heart shaken quite extensively. My condolences. Did you go ahead of us for the sake of this? Archbishop Serais is the top of the anti-3RD faction. If we showed up in Kiwama straight away, the chances were high that they would find fault in us and we would have had our actions restricted. That's why I thought about securing a base of operations in Lilby which is nearby. I didn't think the day would come that I would be pleaded in tears by a mayor to come out of a prison cell. Egdoik was making an extremely complicated face. I am sure I would make that same face if a day like that were to come. Was there any need to go that far? The Kurama nobles obviously have the means to contact Archbishop Serais. It would be pointless if we have a half-baked cooperation and they stab us in the back. He created the weakness of having Lord Tokusado tear apart the personal request letter of Pope Uparo. There's no need to even mention who has more authority between Archbishop Serais and Pope Uparo. If you weren't heading directly to Kurama, we could have come together. Our credibility would increase if we were bringing along Ilias, who has the presence of a knight, and the Mix, who has the family seal of the Taizu royalty, right? As for Akura, she has her Yugara church uniform. Counselor Sama, this is actually an original of mine, you know. Thanks to the work of Sarah-san, it was far better ventilation and lightness compared to the existing ones. Rakura, and what of it? So cruel. Rakura. His appearance is certainly suspicious for any first-timers. If the only one accompanying him is Egdoik, it is even more suspicious. Shizu, Wolf wanted to come together with you. Wolf? For Wolf? You are cute, so we would look suspicious on a different spectrum. I see. Can Wolf become more suspicious in the spectrum of Egdoik-san? Wolf, don't. Egdoik. Him and Egdoik said the same thing. I agree with that too. I did have insurance though. Like this. He said this and brought out a ring. See, could that possibly be Ilias? Ooh, isn't that the ring of deep affection that has the royal crest of Taizu? Mix. That's right. What he showed just now was the ring of deep affection, just as Mix-sama said. The one who has had their achievements recognized by Taizu in the truest sense of the word. In other words, knights or high nobles who leave their name in history are awarded this by the current generation king of Taizu. It is one of the most treasured items. It is an item that knights and nobles that offer their lives for the sake of Taizu yearn to obtain. I of course also yearn for it as a knight of Taizu, but to think I would see it in a place like this. No, more importantly, why do you have that? Ilias. Marito gave it to me for some reason. For some reason, you say? Ilias. The only one currently in active duty who has received that ring is Lord Ragudo. Something as precious as that wrapped up as for some reason. It is certainly something only Anisama could give. Mix. I was told this would serve as proof that I am on friendly terms with the Taizu royalty if I showed it. If I were to show this to them and say I am close to Mix, and Mix were to show up afterwards, it would have plenty of effect, right? Mr. Friend. That ring isn't given to someone just because they are on friendly terms. If you were to declare that with that ring, it would be like declaring that you are my fiancé. Mix. Seriously? That was close. It is not something you would get just because you get along with the royal family. You would have to be in a relationship so close you would join the royal family, or have done work worthy of such. Ilias. If I thoughtlessly said I am close to Marito, the royal family's lineage of Taizu could have gotten crazy. Anisama and Mr. Friend being engaged would be etched in history in a sense. Well, it is Mr. Friend, so even if you were to tell them you are engaged with me, I would have matched stories. Mix. Let's refrain from lies that might end up making me take responsibility afterwards. Can't seem to reel you in. Mix. That hurts. Mix smacked his back while laughing, but she most likely thinks him having the ring is a matter of course. As for me personally, it makes me feel extremely complicated emotions, but calmly considering his achievements. He was the main lead in the bandit subjugation that made Taizu suffer, raised the civilization level of Taizu drastically with the knowledge of Yugara's planet, proved the resurrection of the demon lords that are a threat to the world, and even brought them in as allies. On top of that, he has even the support of His Majesty's heart. It might not be that strange that you were given that ring. Ilias. I don't really get too attached to things, so I can't really say anything about this, but it is an important thing for you, right, Ilias? Of course. If you were to use that for evil, 1 or 2 punches wouldn't suffice. Ilias. I will keep it in mind. It seems like he doesn't feel much about the ring even after learning about its worth. Does he not know the correct worth of that ring, or am I simply caught up by the worth of the ring as a knight? Anyways, it is true that I would like him to avoid using that ring for evil. I would like to hold it, but... No, it is still too soon for me, but I had chills when the tone of Comrade changed. Egdoik. Mew, I can't ignore that statement just now. Ilias. Judging from the reaction of Egdoik, his state must have changed. Considering the events this time around, I can tell that he moved in the standing of evil at the time when he trapped Lord Tokusado. I am worried that he used that this time around. I didn't really use comprehension. I got the information about Lord Tokusado from Purple after all. If you say so, I will believe you. Ilias. In this case, I simply switched my way of being. I didn't throw myself. I showed Ekdoik my changed state as a way to tell him to not worry, that I will do this properly, so just wait patiently. He said this and returned to his work of reading the information of Kiwama that was prepared by Lord Tokusado. We came to Kiwama to stop the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord, but the first one he attacked was the mayor of Lilby in the territory of Kiwama. He most likely predicted this development since he prepared several request letters. Then, the developments that will be happening from here on. He is his usual self. But I feel like there's something different about him. At times like this, he is definitely scheming something evil. Yup. Let's find the opportunity to ask him about it. There's endless undead swarming the walls. The reports state that they can't see an end to them even now. There's currently no worries of them breaking through. But once there's not enough rocks and arrows, magic will finally end up being the main source of damage. What about the group of clerics from the Yugara Church? A unit of clerics has been dispatched from Megis without issues. It should be possible to face them in rotations soon. They are scouting the surroundings just in case, but due to them being a large group, they are slightly slow. However, I doubt the Kiwama army won't last until then. I was told the current situation by the representative of the Yugara Church's Kiwama branch, Archbishop Serais. I Zenota Kiwama am already over 40 years old and it is already time for me to choose a successor, and yet, to think I would have to take command of such a large-scale battle. This is a real headache. I have ordered the local lords to stay on standby. I plan on calling them when the soldiers of the capital are exhausted. But the threat of the countless undead isn't despairing as of present. The monsters are only using the easiest route that is level ground, so they are all gathering at the defensive walls. The walls will hinder their foolish march, and the sniping attacks from above are serving as enough suppression power here. There's the risk of the undead using the corpses as footholds, so they need to use magic with excessive firepower sometimes, but with the rotation of the magic units, they are not pushing themselves that much. But even if we can deal with a battle of endurance, if this continues forever, our national treasury will take a hit. I want to settle this matter somehow, but the method is extremely difficult. It would be best to assume there's no chance at present for the number of undead to be running out. In that case, there's no other choice but to eliminate the Blue Demon Lord who is giving the orders to the undead. But there's almost no chance for Kiwama to breach through the nether with our military force and reach the Demon Lord. We can't even tell where the Demon Lord is to begin with, so I can't just send soldiers to the nether without even having a clear destination. It looks like there's no point in sending scouts. Yeah, the undead are attacking regardless of time. Exploring every nook and cranny of a land where such monsters reside would be extremely difficult. In this current state where we don't know the location of the enemy's base and their total numbers, we are forced to stay on the defensive. The only ones who enter normally to the Kiwama Nether are skilled adventurers. Even those people don't do life-risking explorations. I have gathered the funds and hired some, but I doubt I can expect much from them. I got a report that the people in question are staying in Lilby. I place a hand on my beard and unconsciously groan. My mouth was wide open after just learning about the sudden revelation that the Demon Lords have resurrected, and yet, when I heard even further about it, the reality that the Purple Demon Lord was hiding in Kiwama was disclosed to me. I hurriedly sent soldiers to all the companies of the merchants to investigate the details, and there were certainly traces of a woman of unknown origins moving from one point to the other. It is to the point where the merchants that were hiding this information were confused themselves. It seems like she had infiltrated truly skillfully there. On top of that, the king of the neighboring country of Ghani was actually a demon lord. Another worlder of the same planet as Hero Yugara has declared a third faction and taken in those two demon lords as allies. There's way too much information popping up at once. This is even more than the amount of dust that came out from the mattress of the deserted house that I had made into a hideout in my childhood when I smacked it. That young man received the request for cooperation from Archbishop Serais, and has come to Kiwama. But he didn't come to me but is staying in Lilby, which is nearby. You are referring to the resident of Yugara's planet that has demon lords serving him. Archbishop Serais, Why is it that they are not coming to this Kiwama castle despite having arrived at Kiwama? Zenata. The most plausible explanation would be that he is scheming something where the A's of the king and me don't reach. Ceres, I would like you to talk about something that's not foreboding for a change. At this rate, my sense of danger might numb. It seems like the highest authority of the Ugara Church, Pope Uparo, is taking the side of that young man, and Archbishop Ceres was suggested to just see how the situation unfolds for now. But you could say it was the right choice to do that. The demon lords that have left a deep scar in the world, he has taken in those sworn enemies of the world as allies and has declared neutrality. I can only see this as him being insane. However, there's great value in asking for their cooperation when it comes to their uniqueness. He has revealed the existence of the demon lords which have been acting in the shadows until now, and has turned them into allies, which you could say is a great achievement comparable to that of Hero Ugara. We have no choice but to hold hopes towards the work of those people, but we should carefully consider what to do afterwards, so not being at arm's reach is a pretty worrying factor. Zenata. Don't worry. I have faced him before, but he is a coward that would avert his gaze just from glaring at him. But he is just a youngster that's bringing about results because he has some brains and the blessing of knowledge from the planet of Ugara. Ceres. So he is more of a small fry than expected. My hopes are lowered with this. Someone who has the same knowledge of Ugara yet is half-baked and holds the risk of falling into the hands of the enemy. He is unreliable as an ally then. I can't not worry like that. Zenata. There's worth in the power he has at hand. Also, he is easy to control. That's what I meant when I said don't worry. Ceres. I see. So that's how it was. But is it so easy to hold the reins of this guy? Zenata. There's countless means. There should be no issues in wrapping my hands around the naive thinking of a single man that gets attached to even demon lords. Ceres. Archbishop Ceres was an archbishop even before Pope Uparo took post, and has contributed to the Ugara Church for a long time. His reputation isn't as high compared to Archbishop Ika, who deepens his connections with nobles and the public. But the ones who know the origins of Archbishop Ceres would by no means be able to despise him. A religion can't take ground with just pure faith. It is also the source of money, benefits, and unsightly desires. Archbishop Ceres has continued plucking out those problematic sprouts without the knowledge of society and has contributed in the shadows. There's most likely far more evils judged and executed by him than those that have gone through the official procedures and judged. He most likely sees me as an easy-to-control king. But I also agree with his motivations and ideals, and I also respect him. He is a man that has worked harder than anyone for the sake of making this world into a clean one. Becoming an easy-to-use pawn for the sake of helping out in this shouldn't be a bad thing. You are not going to Kiwama? I explain my plans from here on in regards to stopping the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord. The one who raised her voice at this was the one in charge of being the voice of reason, Ilias. The information of Kiwama, like the state of things and the maps, are enough with just the documents that Lord Tokusado has prepared. After all, it is also great that he readies them swiftly. Thanks for the compliment, Tokusado. By the way, I have also called Lord Tokusado here. The location has been moved from the prison to a fancy reception room, so the expression of Lord Tokusado is a bit more calm. But won't there be a number of inconveniences if we don't go to Kiwama? Ilias. No noteworthy issues as of present. For example, the need for more hands? Ilias. For the supplies and hands, it is enough with just borrowing the help of Lord Tokusado. If we are talking about hands in terms of fighting power, we can't hope for much even if we went to Kiwama. Why can you say that with certainty? Ilias. Kiwama is the country where the influence of Archbishop Ceres is widespread. Moreover, he gets along with the king of Kiwama to a degree where they meet often. It must be because of Archbishop Ceres that Kiwama is still maintaining silence despite obtaining the information of the resurrection of the demon lords. In that case, that would naturally make the king of Kiwama an anti-3RD faction just like Archbishop Ceres. It is a country that doesn't request assistance from other country aside from through the Ugara Church despite being attacked by an army of the Demon Lord. They must be extremely wary of the military force of others. It is true that they wouldn't just readily hand over precious fighting force to someone they are not in friendly terms with. Even Lord Tokusado they would hesitate in dispatching troops to the Nether. Egdoik. No, that's Tokusado. Egdoik, don't bully him too much. That's rich coming from you. Egdoik, you only attack in large numbers when breaking the enemy's will to oppose, or take away their position and corner them. I will keep that in mind. Egdoik, the less people playing the role of the hated, the better. It would also be bad for the education of Wolf. Let me explain this beforehand. Lord Tokusado only made the soldiers prepare for war and didn't dispatch them at all because it was the order of the Kyama king. Really? Ilias. Why yes. Tokusado. The current state is that soldiers are stationed on top of the defensive walls, and are scattering them about so that the undead don't crawl up through the corpses created by the long-range attacks. That's enough for mindless undead after all. And there's a limit to how many people can be stationed on top of the walls. I see. If they were to gather the soldiers of the surrounding settlements, it would just increase the amount of soldiers that can't fight along with wasting supplies on them. Ilias. That's how it is. Once a good while passes and the soldiers of the capital are exhausted, or there's a situation where it enables them to increase the amount of soldiers, they would immediately send a notification for them to dispatch their troops. The total of undead is a whole ton. If the fight is brought to the other side of the walls, it will turn into a melee, and the soldiers will become expendable. Challenging an enemy with a seemingly endless number to an all-out battle is foolish. They should prioritize reducing the fatigue in the time when they have judged that they can still protect the walls, and shave away their numbers in an efficient manner. That said, this only works in the case the opponent aims to break through foolishly from one point only. Even if undead are mindless, as long as there's someone who can command them, they should consider the possibility of battles breaking out elsewhere. But won't this just turn into a stalemate? Ilias. It definitely will. In other words, this is exactly the scenario the Blue Demon Lord has drawn. There's an overwhelming lack of information for Kyama to attack the Kyama Nether. The only thing Kyama can do is maintain the status quo, send scouts and adventurers to the Nether, and pinpoint the location of the Blue Demon Lord. While at it, they are also waiting for us to provide them with some sort of information advantage to use and change the current state of things. But if Kyama were to do that, it would mean that our cards are always within their sight. Of course, I intend on having one or two plans that only we would be able to perform, but I don't plan on performing them on top of Archbishop Serai's palm. Is it okay to not coordinate with Kyama? Ilias. We are flexible here, so acting on our own while aware of their movements is enough coordination. Lord Tokusado has told them about our movements a long time ago anyways. Right. Ilias. Heh. Tokusado. Lord Tokusado got scared at how everyone's gazes gathered on him. Of course, it is easy to learn that Lord Tokusado has contacted the capital of Kyama with the surveillance of Egdoik. If you plant chains with invisible magic, lo and behold, you can use those chains as a wiretap. There really is no one who beats Egdoik when it comes to versatility. I am not really faulting you for that. I don't mind you doing your job as a mayor. It depends on the way you tell them. But you have a tight mouth on those fronts, right? You just have to tell them that we are vehemently against orders to bring us to the capital. The reason we were purposely silent about it was because we didn't want them to know we were keeping an eye on them. Lord Tokusado must have thought he sent the information secretly to headquarters, but now that it has been easily seen through, he can't do any thoughtless exchanges with Archbishop Serai's. Why yes. And so, Envoy Sama, what will you do after this? Tokusado. In the end, we have to do something about the Blue Demon Lord in the Kyama Nether in order to stop the invasion of the monsters. I plan on doing preparations for that. By preparation, are you referring to the lumber you requested before? Tokusado. Yeah, also, I would like to borrow the help of any free carpenters. You can call them, right? Of course, but are the soldiers fine? Tokusado. The military force of Lilby is the military force of Kyama after all. If I were to utilize them on my own volition, it might increase their already high hate towards me. In the first place, we have come with a small number of elites, so increasing our numbers would have the reverse effect of dulling our movements. I can just have Ilias and the others deal with the things related to battle. What must be done is find the Blue Demon Lord. Right. Please request the blacksmiths to produce bows and arrows. What's definitely decreasing at the walls are arrows. Once they run out and the soldiers have nothing to do, They will use the mages only and will soon come and request the dispatch of the troops from Lilby. Right, I will do so at once. Tokusado. Lord Tokusado bowed and left the place hurriedly. He must have felt uncomfortable because of the ratio of people here. Poor him. Fumo. Is there anything we can do regarding the preparations? Ilias. A number of things. The busiest one will be Ekdoik though. HMPH. So I really am the most reliable within the people here. Ekdoik. Fighting words. Ilias. Ilias responded with a bold smile for some reason. I can't say it. I can't say that she out of everyone has the least amount of things to do at present. I will instruct you at a later time. Ekdoik. Mix and Rakura will help you out in the groundwork of it. Ilias and Wolf, you two help me out on my side. It will mostly be manual labor. Is that okay? When I confirmed with everyone aside from Rakura nodded obediently. If you want to say something, I'm all ears. Can't I do the same thing as Ekdoik-san? Rakura. Tilda. Her competitiveness must be burning after what happened with Ekdoik before. Or more like, Rakura had a heart that could burn. Considering the difficulty, it would be faster to leave it to Ekdoik, but it is simple work in a sense, so Rakura can do it too. It wouldn't be a bad idea to add a bit of something myself aside from my original aim. That's fine. If the workload can be divided, the burden to Ekdoik will decrease. But that will also increase the burden on Mix a bit. I don't mind Desuzo. Rakura Dono being motivated is rarer than finding a shooting star after all. Mix. That bothers me somewhat, but thank you very much, Mix-chan. Rakura.hmph. Ekdoik. On the other hand, Ekdoik looks as if he doesn't have much interest in this, but judging from his state, I would say he is internally pretty hyped up here. Well, it is an extremely plain job though. But let's not mention that. At the palace of the Blue Demon Lord, the Blue Demon Lord was making a bored face despite having begun her invasion on the humans. The one who appeared was Ray 8 in child form. I have checked the state of the battle a bit. It is a splendid struggle for supremacy. Ray 8. I can tell even without you telling me. I want to die. Blue. That said, why are you taking the route of only concentrating on the central defensive wall? You could have brought the battle to several locations if you had spread out your numbers. Ray 8. Ray 8 tilted his head purposely. There's not a shred of cuteness even though he looks like a child. The Blue Demon Lord sighed at this question as she answered languidly. You said it was the current plan, right? Why should I make crafty plans for humans? If I did something like that, it would be basically like me saying I hold doubts in a competition of strength. If they think of me like that, it would make me want to die. Blue. But if you attack like that, won't it just consume your soldiers in vain? Ray 8. Consume? Having such stupid notions really does make you a human. Alright, I will explain to you for a bit. I want to die. Blue. The Blue Demon Lord's gaze moved around aimlessly, and she made a gesture as if beckoning something. When she did, a single undead appeared not long after. It is the same as the one attacking the defensive walls. It is below a soldier in terms of individual strength. However, normal attacks would get regenerated over and over by the mana inside of it, and would continue attacking the living creatures around as an undying being, so you can't lower your guard against them. It is the same lower grade undead that's attacking the defensive walls as of present. Ray 8. Can you defeat this? If you can you defeat it at once? Blue. Okay. Ray 8. Ray 8 uses magic, an original spell of his where he sets a point where his mana drifts about and makes sharp crystals appear with one motion. The crystal that rose from underground easily pierced the abdomen to the back of the bent back undead. But the undead just flailed round and showed no signs of dying. Ray 8 walked over and touched the crystal. When he did, the crystal shone white, and after the undead trembled, it stiffened, and eventually turned into dust, scattering onto the ground. That good for you? Ray 8. Ray 8, you used purification magic just now, didn't you? Blue. I infiltrated as a priest in Megis after all. I am turning the undead into dust just like the people protecting the walls are doing. Ray 8. Do you know purification magic is effective on devils and undead? Blue. Well, yeah. Purification magic cuts off the mana, so if it hits the devils and evil spirits whose body is composed mostly of mana, you can destroy the bridge composing their bodies, and make it impossible for them to regenerate. The reason it is effective on undead is because the necromancy link between body and soul is easy to cut. Correct? Ray 8. That's right. If you cut off the body and soul that have been linked by necromancy once, the necromancy is dispelled. The reason they turn to dust is because the corpse was moved forcefully with the mana of necromancy, damaging the body. Blue. The Blue Demon Lord said this as she pointed at the dust. The dust then visibly regained its shape and returned to its previous undead form. Ray 8's face turned somewhat serious seeing this. This is Ray 8. Dust is also a part of that living being's body, so it is possible to utilize them as undead if you cast necromancy on them again. Blue. But that process just now, I didn't feel like you activated necromancy though. Ray 8. Ray 8 was observing the Blue Demon Lord to not let any action of hers escape. But what the Blue Demon Lord did was point at the dust, and he didn't see any signs of forming a spell or activating anything. She recasted necromancy on the dusted undead by simply being conscious of it. It is nothing to hide anyways, so I will tell you. You know how demon lords create the mana to create monsters, right? Blue. By encroaching that mana into the land, a nether is born, right? Ray 8. My mana is the same quality as the one created by necromancy. It has the special trait of turning the dead into undead. Blue. That's Ray 8. Ray 8 unconsciously gulped. If what she just said is true, it would mean that the Blue Demon Lord hasn't lost a single soldier in her army. The undead that are currently attacking the defensive walls are being turned into dust in this Kyama nether that's filled with the mana of the Blue Demon Lord. Yes, as long as this Kyama nether exists, I can create undead infinitely just by being conscious of it. I would need one little extra effort to make good quality ones though. But they take time and it is a pain. I want to die. Blue. But even if you can make them infinitely, won't it just stay in a stalemate? Ray 8. Did you not understand what I said just now? The defensive wall of Kyama is only going to last a few days more. Blue. Ray 8 stopped speaking and thought about how the Blue Demon Lord would break through the defensive wall. And then, he reached a single conclusion. I see. All you demon lords really are fearsome. Ray 8. To think I would be feared by a child even if the inside is an adult. I want to die. Blue. The Blue Demon Lord sighed again as she returned to staring into space alone. I am guessing the status quo will crumble soon. So I proceed with the preparations to find out the location of the Blue Demon Lord. But there was something I was waiting for aside from that. By the way, that very person has come to Lilby. Oh my, it has been a while. Has your face gotten better, Tilda? Hey there, you seem to be doing well, Gyruster. Gyrustu is one of the assassins that was sent by Ray 8 together with Ekdoik. After she escaped from Taizu, I have been contacting her minutely through Ekdoik. The moment we met, we bump each other's fists lightly up and down, and then high-five with our right hands. Ilias was taken aback by this. What was that just now? Ilias. It is a greeting of reunion that's trending between adventurers. Desuzo, Lady Ratzel. Mix. That's right. I was taught this by Mix before, but Gyruster just did that gesture all too naturally, so I tried matching her. I was expecting to meet Gyruster again, but you are awfully close now. Ilias. Oh my. Jealous. It is okay. He is an unmatched patron, but he is not my taste of man. Tilda. Gyruster. Ilias is also not in a romantic relationship with me but one between bodyguard and escort, so she might be jealous in that sense. I don't do such a greeting with Ilias after all. I am not the physical type that would wake up in the morning and communicate with such body language every time. I had her do requests for me through Ekdoik at the time when she was in Ghani. I would feel bad for the Anbus of Taizu having to help me out the whole time through Marito. After all, he made requests like natural despite us being in a relationship where we tried to kill each other, so I ended up liking him and accepted. Here, the thing you asked me for, Tilda. Gyruster. I got a bundle of parchment and I checked the inside. Right, this is what I wanted. Having this information and not having it will change how we can take advantage of our strengths when moving in Kyama. We will make quite a lot of progress with this. Oh my, your face turned evil. By the way, can I get my reward, Tilda? Gyruster. Yeah. The money goes without saying, but I have one other thing prepared. I then give her what I brought from Taizu for Gyruster. This is a nostalgic sensation, Tilda. Gyrostar. It is the demonic sword that we retrieved at the time when we fought off Gyrostar. It is a great sword, heavier than even Ilias's sword, so we had no choice but to use a carriage in order to bring this with us. Gyrostar swung the demonic sword lightly and confirmed its sensation. The demonic sword that's said to have been used by demons. According to Gold, the demons that served the Black Demon Lord were each given a special weapon. Considering this is one of them, this is a pretty valuable thing. Well, there's no knight who would go out of their way to use a weapon like this with such a bad taste and is so heavy. If it is just going to rot in the treasury, it would be better to put it to good use. And so, Marito entrusted it to me. Now, you will let me test it out right away, right? Gyrostar. Just when I thought she had finished confirming the sensation, she rushed towards Ilias. The battle junkie Gyrostar really shows no restraint when she has deemed there's a strong opponent in front of her. Well, Gyrostar ended up being flipped around and rolling on the ground just a few seconds later though. She is showing a dumbstruck face here. Oh, have you gotten pretty strong? Gyrostar. I learned proper techniques from a good master. Ilias. I like strong opponents, but getting dealt with so easily just isn't it, you know? Gyrostar. That's fine and all, but fix that unsightly appearance you have. I helped the flipped Gyrostar up. Even if she was dealt with easily, she still has barely any injuries. I would like to fight against a strong opponent that's just the right strength. A suitable opponent. Right, there's the demi-human chick that fought Pashuro. Gyrostar. After that, she was made to roll on the ground again by Wolf. I help her up and finish up the reports of our recent state. Wolf has gotten strong too. I am happy as her Shizu. My. You are crazy, joining hands with demon lords and all that. Gyrostar. I don't want to be told that by a battle junkie. A battle junkie is far more sane, you know. But that sounds interesting. Can I join in? Gyrostar. Yeah, I was planning on inviting you to begin with. Oh my, that makes me happy. But do you think you can control me? Gyrostar. It is okay. I have comprehended you once already. If it doesn't work, I will just cut you off in a jiffy. That's scary. But a relationship like that makes it easier for me and has more freedom. Gyrostar. It goes without saying that Gyrostar has high combat power, but what's even more reliable than that is her experience living as an adventurer in the underground society. I am extremely grateful to be able to deal on different facets from Mix, who was a famous adventurer on the surface world. Ekdoik was an adventurer that lived in the underground society too, but he apparently barely had any interpersonal relationships after all. But to think I would join hands with Gyrostar in this fashion. Ekdoik. Right. But you have changed quite a lot, Ekdoik. Gyrostar. Yeah, a lot has happened after all. Ekdoik. If Parchan were still alive, would he have joined this group? Gyrostar. I don't know about that. I don't really feel like thinking about him as the person who killed him though. Ekdoik. Pashuro, the disciple of Gradona. I judged he was the most difficult to control within the assassins that Ray 8 sent, so I defeated him by causing a group fallout between him and Ekdoik, but he is a whimsical guy in his own way after all. I wouldn't want to leave a guy that could easily betray me nearby. On that front, Gyrostar won't show desire to betray me as long as I prepare a place for her to fight. She won't be troubled with battles for the foreseeable future. Now then, let's resume preparations. I will be fighting with the souvenir Gyrostar brought me for a while, so Gyrostar, help out Ekdoik or something. Got it? Gyrostar. I followed behind him and checked his state. He is mumbling something while looking with a pensive look at the information that Gyrostar brought. Do you plan on using that with the Blue Demon Lord? No, I don't plan on using it on the Blue Demon Lord. I have enough information after all. His weapon is the action of comprehending his target. What I dislike about this is the act of throwing his values in the process of it. He used that at the time with the Purple Demon Lord, but he used it in order to face her. In other words, he didn't throw away his own values, and faced her straight on with his true feelings. At that time, I even felt gallantness from him, but this time it is closer to disgust. His eyes are currently faintly muddy. There's still slight changes even without him using excessive comprehension. The frequency is far higher than the time in the competition with the Purple Demon Lord. Basically, he is moving back and forth in the standing of evil. I feel like this time around, rather than the proper method, you are taking a position that's closer to evil. Ilias. Figures. It is because of the opponent we are facing after all. Getting a bit sucked into that side can't be helped. The purple demon lord desired him with pure feelings. There was no good or evil there. That's why what he showed was his serious form. But the people moving right now cannot be wrapped up with just that. I am honestly uneasy. It is obvious you are scheming something that's not good here, but I can't help but feel like there's something more lying beyond that. Ilias. It would be faster to just voice out my honest emotions to him. He matches his attitude depending on the actions I take. In that case, I want what I have between him to be something straightforward. He placed the parchment on top of the desk and faced me. It should be fine to tell you, Ilias. Tell me what? Ilias. My current state. To be honest here, I am excessively tense here. In detail please. Ilias. Every single factor tied around the actions of the Blue Demon Lord are not good. It is a situation where I can't lower my guard on any direction. It is not only the Blue Demon Lord. There's also Archbishop Serais, Kurama, the Scarlet Demon Lord, and the Colorless Demon Lord to add to it. There's way too many worrying factors. You are being wary of even the Colorless Demon Lord? I don't feel like he is moving right now though. Ilias. He is the very culprit that stirred up the Scarlet Demon Lord, accelerating the current situation, and provoked the Yugara Church, so the attention of Archbishop Serais was directed at me. You know? The intent of this guy is felt acutely in all this. Are you trying to say that the Colorless Demon Lord is pulling the strings of this incident from the shadows? Ilias. No. A bit different from that. The Scarlet Demon Lord had prepared this beforehand to begin with. The Colorless Demon Lord is simply taking advantage of this. The bothersome part is that I don't know for what reason he is using him though. The Colorless Demon Lord is not simply dropping beneficial information, but also causing calamities. I don't know what he is thinking at all, but I have a general idea for what the identity of this unease is. The only one he had to face was the Purple Demon Lord in the competition before. But right now he has to concentrate on several directions. Due to this, he has to show caution over caution, and reflect several people in the mirror at the same time. That must be the reason why he felt more warped than usual. It is not like he has an iron will. He is scared of foreign enemies the whole time, but I don't think that is pathetic or foolish. He knows how weak he is and has the courage to struggle despite this knowledge. Then, what I can do is stand by his side and create a direction that he can be at ease with. That's quite the understanding face you've got there. It seems like I myself have also comprehended what defines you to a decent degree, you see. Ilias. Things would go a lot smoother if you were to understand my thoughts too while at it. I will leave that as homework for some other time. Right, it is about what you are thinking. You are scheming something evil, right? I was thinking about asking you about it. Ilias. You are sharp. Oh well, you are right. I'm scheming something a tiny bit evil. I am keeping it a secret from the others too. Is it something you want to hide from me too? Ilias. I am fine with telling you. But you are bad at hiding things, right? I am a knight that lived a sincere life, so I won't say I am good at hiding things, but being told in that way bothers me greatly. Alright, speak. I shall do my best to keep it a secret. Ilias. KK, then, lend me your ear. It is not like there's anyone listening in anyways. But I approve that you really gotta be sneaky like this when talking about secret schemes. I lent him my ear while internally excited about this. He whispered to me the explanation of his evil scheme. My ear felt ticklish. I nodded after hearing it all. It really wasn't anything decent. You will eventually lose the trust of your comrades. Ilias. I feel like I already lost yours a long time ago though. It is true that I do feel like it is normal for me to think there's something behind everything he does as of recently. That's your own fault. Just give up on that. But I do have faith in you. Ilias. Is that so? I can't trust what he does, but I have faith in his will. It is a truly weird relationship. I would like to trust him too if possible, but no, that's not good. He has a tendency of getting happy when seeing me surprised or troubled. I must correct that. You really are a busybody. Ilias. Leave me be. I also pulled a lot of strings in your case too, right? Right. To think I would join in on your evil scheming this time around. Ilias. Don't like it. It is not something to be praised for. But it is not bad. I see. It seems like I am being influenced negatively by you two. Ilias. I feel like Maya-san will get angry at me. He smiled faintly. I see. This is not bad. A few days have gone by since the resident of Yugura's planet has stayed in Lilby. I receive reports from Lord Tokusado in regards to his actions from time to time, but I don't know what exactly he is doing here. He gathered carpenters and gave instructions, but it seems the intention behind it is unknown to Lord Tokusado. I myself don't understand either. Is it something you do in such a tense situation? But it is not like he is completely incompetent. The lack of resources in the defensive walls has begun to grow conspicuous, so when it was ordered to transport supplies for assistance, Lilby had already prepared the supplies we wanted. According to the report of Lord Tokusado, that resident of Yugura's planet made him prepare them. It should be safe to assume that he at least understands the current situation better than the nobles that are simply on standby. We have also gained some leeway in the walls for now with the arrival of the clerics from Megis, with an increase in people who can use high-efficiency purification magic. Dealing with undead isn't that difficult. Of course, it is a current state where we don't know when they will switch to an invasion in other areas, so we can't lower our guard. But there's no new information from the scouts sent there. The Blue Demon Lord is foolishly trying to breach a wall that it can't get through. Are they planning on turning this into an endurance battle? Can't really say just yet. However, it would be better to assume they have some sort of plan. Archbishop Serais is thinking of the next move the Blue Demon Lord will be taking. But the Blue Demon Lord is currently continuing a foolish charge. There's way too few factors to draw any conclusions. Shouldn't we consider putting a more express effort in finding the location of the Blue Demon Lord to turn this around? A messenger showed up while I was thinking this. It seems like a message from the resident of Yugura's planet that was sent through Lord Tokusado. The recipient is Archbishop Serais. It wasn't for me despite it having been sent to the Kiwama Castle. The resident of Yugura's planet must know the relationship between me and Archbishop Serais. That must be why he made this move. He really must have something special to be able to get demon lords to his side. I can't lower my guard with him. Archbishop Serais read the letter and made a dubious look. What was written in it? It would be faster for you to read it instead of me telling you. Here. Serais. Archbishop Serais said this as he gave me the letter. What was written there was a simple greeting and the walls will be breached the day after tomorrow. What was written there was the way to deal with the emergency that will be happening. This is close to the defensive walls. I have come to a place that's close to the campgrounds of the soldiers. I have finished preparations and have sent a warning letter to Archbishop Serais. What's left is to wait for the Blue Demon Lord to make her move, and so, I am currently checking the state of a certain device in the simple base that was made by mobilizing all the carpenters of Lilby. This is an ice bath. It is what I prepared for the use of the Blue Demon Lord, a giant wooden bath. It is not like I am messing around here. To be more precise, this is not a bathtub but a device that's like one. It is around 10 meters long and it draws a gentle circle. I have prepared 2 sets of this a bit further apart from each other. The ones utilizing each one respectively are Egdoik and Rakura. Of course, the 2 of them are not naked. They are wearing something similar to a yuki, the ones you wear for waterfalls. We are going to be on standby for a long time, so the temperature of the water is lukewarm. Counselor Sama, is there no booze? When killing time in a bathtub, you really gotta have booze for company. Rakura, choose between concentrating or lowering the water temperature to freezing cold. I am being threatened so naturally. Rakura is taking it easy, but Egdoik is fearsomely serious here. It has been 1 hour since we got into the bath yet he hasn't moved an inch after all. Rakura, your lax attitude is going to hinder his concentration, so be a bit more quiet. I ignore the complaining Rakura and enter the plane base. Mix was on standby inside, and offered me tea when she saw me enter. There's several blank parchments left at the center of the table. And then, there's a map of Kiwama and the area around the border of the Kiwama Nether spread on that very table. How are Egdoik Dono and Rakura Dono? Mix. Egdoik is way too passionate, and Rakura is way too relaxed. I would like a midpoint, but there's no choice but for me to compliment that. But it probably can't be helped that Egdoik is so worked up. I have already finished training him, so his reaction is a desirable one. Ilias and Wolf will be acting separately. They are more likely doing warm-up exercises. I drink the offered tea as I sit on the chair. When I did, Mix moved to the back and rubbed my shoulders. There's no need, so you say, but your shoulders are pretty stiff. Mr. Friend. There's no way I wouldn't notice that you haven't had a proper rest since coming to Kiwama Desuzo. Makes. It is just desk work. You guys will be moving your bodies more than me from here on, you know? No issues. We are trained for this after all. Makes. If we go there, I have also trained to have all-nighters. You could say I am in a better situation here since I can at least get some sleep. Then, let's just say this is my warm-up exercise for the coming job. Makes. There's no need to force her to stop here. It would be better to just let her do as she pleases. It honestly hurts a bit, but it certainly does feel like it works for stiff shoulders. Mix is good at holding back despite being strong. I feel like Ilias would dislocate my shoulders if she were to rub them. That face of yours is saying Lady Rattle would dislocate your shoulders if this were her, right? Mix. I am impressed, you can tell. Oh, so I nailed it. That's nice. Mix. I don't know what's nice about that, but I think it really is impressive that you can read the faces of people. HMPH. It seems like the time I used to observe Mr. Friend didn't go to waste. Mix. Was I being observed that much? I barely meet Mix at Taizu aside from when I am in the castle though. It would be better to not worry too much about it. Massaging me too much makes me a bit sleepy. Please put a little bit more strength. Oh, is that so? I will put a bit more strength then. Mix. Ouch. It feels so much as if she is treading that very thin line of not leaving permanent injuries. The strength of the people in this world really is weird. Yup. But this really woke me up. Things will be settled in a few hours, so I gotta keep my head in the game. Let's be ready to switch my emotions at a moment's notice. There's no need to show mercy to the opponent this time around. Allow me to attack without restraint. You are making an evil face again, Mr. Friend. Will it get fixed if I rub your face? Mix. That hurts. The Kiwama Nether's surroundings are divided by tall mountain ranges and deep cliffs, restricting several means of transportation. However, there's one area that's connected with level ground. Everyone can tell this is the best route the mindless undead could take to invade from the Nether. But there's a giant defensive wall towering that place constructed by humanity for long years, and is holding back the march of the undead completely. I am currently watching the state of the wall from a mountain range that has a good view by using farsight magic, and there's no signs of the undead being able to breach through the walls. They indeed are covering the ground completely, and the only order given to them was a simple one of, move forward and kill the humans. Due to this, they are showing a reaction to the humans on top of the walls, but they are mindlessly walking forward without trying to destroy it. They use other undead as footholds, getting up, and are slowly climbing the walls, but they get hit by the humans in the process and fall. Once their numbers accumulate, a large amount of them are wiped with wide-range purification magic, and they would also blow away the dust piling up with explosion magic. The whole soil at that place has most likely been switched with the dust of undead. In a few more centuries or maybe a millennia, they might not manage to blow the dust away, and the undead would be able to get over the walls without issues. But that's way too much time. In the first place, their numbers should run out after so many years. The blue demon lord at my side is looking down at this sight without showing any emotions, as if finding this boring. Blue demon lord Sama, you going out of your way to come out of the palace to be here must be in order to progress the situation, right? That's right. I actually just want to stay in the palace though. I want to die. Blue. So the defensive walls will be breached soon enough just like the Blue Demon Lord said, and we are currently in that first step. I have already drawn that method inside my mind, but is it really possible to break through with that? Allow me to ask this bluntly, but you plan on creating higher rank undead, right, Blue Demon Lord Sama? That's right. If it is not possible to break through with low rank undead, just use better ones. Blue. So it really was that. The Blue Demon Lord said that it takes time to create good quality undead. This looks like a foolish march, but this is most likely preparation for that. But even if she creates higher rank undead, there's decently skilled people in Kiwama. Even if she manages to prepare a unique undead, it wouldn't be able to break through alone. Will it really go that smoothly? There's two methods to create higher rank undead. First is the method of using the soul of a great warrior to create an undead of a great warrior. The undead of an originally strong person normally has high basic capabilities even if they are slightly inferior and their minds are corrupted. But it wouldn't be too reliable to just create one, so it is recommended to mix a special ritual to prepare a special body as an undead is what Yugura said. Blue. The undead that are created from necromancy retain some will. Their minds are contaminated to a degree where you can't communicate with them, but there are individuals that can perform human-like actions thanks to that will. They can't do complicated actions, but they can at least do something like stabbing their sword or spear in their hand on their enemy. If the quality of the soul is high from the beginning, they can use even more advanced techniques. However, no such trend can be seen from the undead charging onto the walls. In other words, they are just low-rank undead. Are you going to be using the one other method here? Yes, it should be possible to create a unique undead with this method, but even if I were to bring a way too strong soul from a great warrior, their will is going to be too strong, making it troubling to control. If it were someone that served me in their past life, it would have been possible, but I had no acquaintances that were great warriors. Blue. Just Yugura, I guess. That's not called a great warrior. Blue. Even though he is called a hero, he called himself that. There's a limit to frauds. Blue. Both demon lords really don't think well of Yugura. He is the one who killed them, so you could say this is natural though. And so, the one other method has something to do with the invasion happening right now? That's right. If there's no soul of a great warrior, you have no choice but to use the souls of the dead around. But you can't create undead that are much stronger. That's why you gather them in a single spot, all at once. It is about time. Blue. The blue demon lord raised her hand and directed it at the walls. I felt an ice-cold mana wave a second later. What's that? It took a while to notice that abnormality at first because they were shooting purification magic without any rest. But the strangeness of that was slowly spreading through everyone. The undead close to the defensive walls suddenly stopped moving after chills ran down for a second. The guys that were moving around, reacting to us, were not moving at all, as if they had returned to being corpses. The unwieldy bodies couldn't stand straight and collapsed one after the other. I remember the message of Archbishop Sarais, if there's any change, be careful. Is this that change? There was no specific explanation, and the only one who got that order was the commander. I was simply given the order to contact them if I were to notice a change as a higher-ranked cleric. But with this, there's not even the need to contact him myself. This is a change anyone would notice. The people around began growing noisy about how the undead have stopped moving. The guys that were coming endlessly over and over despite casting so much purification magic on them have stopped abruptly. That's beyond weird. This must be some sort of omen. Oh oi, what's that? I reacted to the voice of the soldier and confirmed with farsight magic just like them. There's only the dredges of undead at that place. Or not. Only the undead there. No, only the dredges of the undead there are moving weirdly. That's not the movement of mindless undead, but more like they are being controlled by magic. The dredges of the undead around there just were beginning to gather in one spot. The amount of undead dredges defeated by purification magic is quite a lot, and they are all. This is a bad joke. Right. It is not only the dredges, even the dirt around was mixing with it and forming a single creature. It is in the form of a person in fetal position, moreover, an incredibly gigantic one. All units, unleash your purification magic at that location. That's an undead. If that thing finishes shaping up, it will become even bigger than the walls. Everyone heard the shout of their commander and began to attack all at once, as if the oil in their sense of danger had been ignited. It is currently just in the shape of a person curled up, but if that were to move, fear rushed onto me. I have never seen a monster like that before. Countless undead are trying to become one, but is such outrageousness allowed? If a monster like that were to move, a wall like this would be. The slight fatigue I had was blown away in an instant. I unleashed the strongest purification spell I had with all of the mana I can muster. With something that big, there's no need to aim. Prioritize power over precision. The shot spells landed. When they did, the places where it landed turned to dust just like the normal undead. It is working. The size itself may be abnormal, but that's an undead. The purification spells of the others landed one after the other, and the undead was visibly crumbling. Alright, looking good. Press on without tree. Chills ran down again. A few moments after, the crumbled spots began to recover at high speed and returned to shaping itself. Purification magic isn't working? There's an undead like that? Even unique rank devils can be defeated with purification magic, you know? Everyone noticed this, yet continued shooting their magic. But it is not enough. We can't defeat that way too gigantic undead in one go, and can't surpass its recovery speed. The giant undead finally began moving. It slowly placed her hand on the ground. The surroundings shake greatly at that instant. Most people lost their balance with just that. It is by no means moving fast. An ill old man slowly getting up would be faster than this. But the ground is shaking just from that undead doing anything. And then, a giant shadow covered the walls. The giant undead standing up already had its head above the biggest walls that humanity has constructed. I can see it with the naked eye all the way over here with that size. I muttered this as I looked at the finished giant undead. Just how far do you think we are here? Just how much fear are the soldiers at the walls being assailed with when witnessing this right in front of their faces? It seemed as if it was regenerating just a little while ago though. It is an undead too after all. Of course it will. It can regenerate as many times as I want just by willing it, until it reaches the other side of the wall. Blue. I remember the recast of necromancy that was shown to me on a low-rank undead in the palace. Are you telling me that this has been applied to that gigantic undead on the same level? Something like that. Even if a force of nature of the same strength as a demon lord were to be standing there, they wouldn't be able to stop it. With this, the walls will fall and the giant undead will begin its invasion to Kiwama. Ray 8. What are you saying? If you have secured the level ground, normal undead are just fine for the following part. No matter how big it is, just how long do you think it would take to destroy a single city or castle? Blue. Her gaze was far ahead of the giant undead. There was an even more countless undead army marching forward. Moreover, they were all armed and orderly like an actual army. The low-rank undead attacking the defensive walls were holding weapons, but they were all really coarse ones. Compared to that, the undead that were soldiers may be a little bit better than the low-rank undead, but their appearance is a whole lot better. You could say this is fitting for an army of a demon lord. In the case this demon lord continued creating enemies in her desire for death, just how much of a threat would she grow to be? It is scary in a different meaning from the Scarlet Demon Lord, but with this, the plan should progress smoothly. This is truly wonderful. I'm beyond impressed. Ray 8. I don't need your flattery. What I need is a way to kill me. I want to die. Blue. I shall grant you that method. Killing intent for an instant. I barely managed to react to it and retreat to the offensive. When I did, countless chains rained on the place I was. These chains. There's no doubt about it. Well, it has been a while, Ekdoik. Ray 8. At the end of those chains, there's the adventurer that I sent to Taizu before, Ekdoik. So you are still in the appearance of a child, Ray 8. Ekdoik. Humans are unexpectedly kind to me in this appearance, you see. Ray 8. Just how did he learn about this place? It would be really difficult for me to deal with him as I am now. No, more importantly, is the Blue Demon Lord okay? It looked as if she didn't even react to the attack just now though. When I looked at the Blue Demon Lord, there were 3 undead around her, and they all protected the Blue Demon Lord. They are armed to the teeth, and they were clearly different from the average undead. Unique rank undead. She really did leave the highest quality by her side. Your acquaintance, Ray 8? Blue. Well, yeah, he was an ally of mine before. Ray 8. We are unfortunately enemies as of present though. Allow me to introduce myself to the Blue Demon Lord. My name is Ekdoiksulf, the one who came to finish you. Ekdoik. I see. I went out of my way to come from afar and move stealthily, and yet, there really were hindrances. I want to die. How did you learn of this place? Blue. I have no intention of telling you, or taking my sweet time talking with you. Ekdoik. Countless chains were deployed and attacked the 5 recognized as enemies at the same time. I of course have no leeway to help out the Blue Demon Lord, and she most likely has no intention of helping me out either. I activated the crystal magic that I set beforehand, made a crystal rise as a footstool, and jumped far back with the force of it. Blue Demon Lord Sama, this body unfortunately can't provide proper assistance. I will be making my swift retreat here, so please face him without worries. Ray 8. That means you are pushing everything to me and running away, right? Such a pain. I want to die. Blue. Ekdoik reacted to me, who showed signs of escaping and tried to chase, but he was distracted from avoiding the attacks of the oncoming unique undead. It is not like the Blue Demon Lord was being considerate with me here, but I shall use this opportunity. I made a crystal appear at the highest speed and moved away from the place using the force of it. Ekdoik is a troublesome opponent, but he is facing that blue demon lord. Reinforcements will most likely come soon after. To think the resident of Yugura's planet has come to this land. What a pain. The record of Yugura that Dokuro obtained in the past. There was the power of annihilation and necromancy described in this book related to the Blue Demon Lord. If I try to infer the meaning behind the straightforward attack of the Blue Demon Lord on the walls and compare it to the contents of that book, it wasn't that difficult to notice what she was trying to do beforehand. What's needed when creating a gigantic undead is to set a startup point for the necromancy to activate. With the magic level of this world, there's no means to observe the location at long range with video footage. It is on the level where Magus finally managed to do audio calls. In that case, the Blue Demon Lord needs to get the walls in her vision. Thus, I have taken measures with those factors in consideration. The speed of sound traveling in the air is around 340 meters per second, but the speed underwater is around 1,500 meters per second. It is not that difficult of a concept if you just think about it as sound traveling faster the higher the density. In the case for mana, the traveling speed changes proportional to the amount of mana in the area. If we go by the comparison of mana and water, the mana in the air is denser. In other words, mana travels faster on air. The Blue Demon Lord will be sending mana in some way when she acts. Be it necromancy or annihilation, that doesn't change. The point of the bathtub was in order to detect the mana that the Blue Demon Lord released with as much precision as possible. By being soaked in warm water where mana travels slowly, you drop down the speed of the mana when it reaches you, allowing for a more precise read on where the mana originated. I was thinking of burying Rakura in the ground for more efficiency, but that was rejected. After that, I drew a straight line towards the direction pointed, compared it to the map, and located where they were. But as expected of the two who excel in precision, they accurately detected the mana that was sent several times when making the giant undead, especially Rakura. She managed to point in the same direction every time from the very beginning. It was as if she was steadfast there, even though there was a margin of error in the directions of Egdoik 5 times. With this, we managed to skip the more troublesome calculations and finished pinpointing the location. The first one to rush there was Egdoik. His acceleration is most likely Guinness record level. Rakura also hurried, but because of a few happenings like falling down inside the tent, she is a bit late. Egdoik went there alone, and Mix and Rakura are currently heading there together with me. I have wrapped a rope around Kutu with 2 hooks keeping it in place. And there's an iron plate below set in a way that's possible to sit on it. Basically, it is a swing. It swings to the sides though. Rakura and Mix are also riding this, so it is extremely slow compared to Egdoik. Mr. Friend, you are making a face that says this is slow compared to Egdoik Dono, but there are 3 people here. No, it is the weight of 2.5 people, so it can't be helped. Desuzo. Mix-chan. Who are you calculating as the half of a person? Me and Counselor Sama aren't the same weight, you know? Rakura. Don't make too much of a ruckus. We are up so high it is scary. By the way, I don't want to be smothered, so I am having Rakura and Mix hug me from behind. If they were to push me from behind at this altitude going geez, Counselor Sama, I will die. Also, it is scary since Rakura and Mix would do this depending on the mood. But Mr. Friend, is it okay to let Egdoik Dono go ahead? The enemy is a demon lord, you know? Mix. It is okay. Egdoik excels at surviving. If they are enemies that he can't win against, he will bide time. If even that isn't possible, he will run away immediately. The Blue Demon Lord is the same as Gold and Purple in that she is not a direct combat-oriented demon lord. She must have some sort of defensive measure for this. She most likely has unique rank undead as bodyguards. Even if that's the case, the Purple Demon Lord is still a few levels higher than her when it comes to the technique to strengthen monsters since she researched it herself. I doubt there will be a Diuvulary class enemy showing up. I am watching the place that Egdoik headed to, but it seems like it will be taking a while for us to arrive. It should be about time. Let's switch. You two, it is about time for Egdoik to give us the signal. Please pay attention and try not to miss it. Why yes. Mix. It has been a while since I have seen Counselor Sama turn like that. Rakura, I am going to be adjusting the plan for the rearguard for a while, so please be silent for a bit. Even though he gives off a calm and eloquent feel, he is several times scarier. Rakura. What a terrible way of putting it. Now then, There's several patterns I have prepared for Ekdoik's signal. Regarding Ray 8, the situation right after the battle began, and everything revolving that has been discussed beforehand. Let's see. How are they going to move? I direct my gaze at the walls. Even if there's distance to the walls, we are traveling on the air, so I can see its state. The giant undead has been finished, and it must have been ordered to attack the walls. But the walls have not been destroyed yet. We are not allowing it to. We have stationed our strongest fighting force there. The people themselves accepted readily. We should be able to expect a certain degree of time bought here. But we can't just let them overdo it. I shall corner you properly, okay? Ray 8 has run away, huh? But that's within expectations. He lost his original body and moved his soul into that of a child's body, so he shouldn't be able to use magic at his max capability. But the activation of that spell just now was extremely smooth. It should be safe to assume that body has been tinkered with a lot. I avoid the attacks of the undead and hit them with lightning magic. It is a spell I am not used to utilizing, but I put a decent amount of mana into it. The power should be enough. The undead got hit with a direct hit of what's akin to a lightning bolt and its whole body was burnt, but it returned completely to normal after a few seconds. I unleash my chains as a follow-up attack. The stake at the end easily and accurately pierced the opening of the undead's armor, but the result was the same. It is an attack with purification magic included, but it regenerated almost instantly. And then, I once again avoid the attacks. The attack power of an undead that has had their limiter taken off is far above that of your normal human. But the devils that were not humans to begin with had far more physical capability than them. I would say the strength of these undead is 1 or 2 levels below that of the great devil Gustav who I defeated. Of course, they are not enemies I would be able to come out unscathed against if I were to receive a direct hit from them. And so, I set up my chains to immediately bind an undead. The undead had its movements sealed with its arms and legs bound tightly by chains. There's no need to restrain them with a big move. As long as I succeed in binding them, the undead shouldn't have the intelligence to get out of them. Is what I thought, but having someone controlling them really is troublesome. TCH. Ekdoik. One other undead came at me, aiming to cut me down together with the restrained undead. I had no issues avoiding that. But that attack easily crushed the restrained undead, and then, it succeeded in regenerating a little further away from the chains just a few seconds later. The devils utilize mana for defense as well, but they don't have anything like that. They can crush each other with each other's attacks. Even if I go through the trouble of restraining them, they can escape if they were to destroy themselves in the same fashion as now. There's no doubt the one who is giving that order is the Blue Demon Lord. I tried to shoot my chains to the Blue Demon Lord by slipping through the openings of the undead, but the undead would move to the defensive by using their bodies as shields. They would use mana strengthening and special barriers, so the attacks didn't reach the Blue Demon Lord. It is the technique of sacrificing your own body to temporarily obtain explosive defense. For humans, that's a technique that they can only use in do-or-die situations, but for enemies that can regenerate endlessly, they can become endless powerful expendable shields. The 3 undead are equipped with armor and swords, but their equipment is slightly different from each other. It must be the armor they had in their previous life. I can feel a difference in their ornaments, but it is armor that knights wear. It is the difference between a normal knight and a knight by profession. And the armor of the last one is made extremely intricately. The helmet also stands out a strange lot. A general? No, if he is prioritizing appearances, maybe it was royalty. These undead really protect you pretty diligently. Ekdoik. Of course. If I were to be defeated by a hindrance like you, these undead would continue being imprisoned in necromancy until I resurrect a few centuries later. Blue. So that's the faint-off sensation I had. I can feel something similar to wool from those undead, but I don't feel any loyalty towards the Blue Demon Lord. It is not just that they don't have proper conscience, but that the fear towards necromancy has been etched in their bodies. I see. One you saved, one you murdered, and one you ordered. Ekdoik. I see. So you know my origins. I want to die. Blue. From the 3 undead, one is for attack, one for defense, and one shifts depending on the situation. It shouldn't be that difficult to avoid against 2. In that case, should I restrain 2 of them at the same time and aim for the moment when the third one tries to help them recover? I avoided the first one's attack narrowly, and then the second one came at me without missing a beat. But that was an opening I created on purpose. I have already finished setting my chains around. I send the order to the chains and restrain the two in one go. I will aim for the moment when the third one moves to free them and attack the Blue Demon Lord. No, this is bad. The third one isn't moving at all. It is standing there as if covering the Blue Demon Lord. My instincts are telling me this spot is dangerous. There's no way I would get caught by such a telegraphed move. Blue. The two restrain undead suddenly self-destructed. I tried to avoid on the moment, but I was caught in the shockwave of it and was sent flying. The damage, I would say it is a moderate degree. By the time my head had cleared up, the two restrained undead had already regenerated to normal. There's no signs of the armor being damaged either. The armor of the higher-ranked undead are things that have a connection with the person, so they regenerate together. But this is really troublesome. They can make lacerations on me with the fragments that fly from the armor destroyed by the explosion. It may be possible to close the wounds with magic, but the blood you bleed can't be brought back easily. I see, so you can readily make them self-destruct since they are undead. That's efficient. Ecdoic. The undead that have proper intelligence can use magic. Them using each other to escape left such a big impression on me. The thought of them escaping by themselves had left my mind. The undead I am currently facing have the intelligence called the Blue Demon Lord. I must not forget that. My body can still move, but now that they have used the surprise element of the self-destruct, they will most likely not hesitate to use it in a more unreserved manner. They will charge at me, and when they see an opening, they will explode. My stamina won't last if they fight like that. I can avoid deep wounds if I defend against the explosion using mana, but challenging these guys against a battle of attrition would be pointless. I can only use my eyes of blindness on one target. For the true one, I need to use it only when I am sure I can settle the fight with it since the cost of it is high. But what should I do? I remember the information Comrade told me beforehand and think whether there's anything I can use. That combination should be possible. I lower both arms and let go of my strength. One of them tried to attack me at that time. The second one is following right behind. If I mess up the direction to avoid, I will most likely be caught in an explosion again. Then, the method I should take is: the first undead raised its sword, but I didn't move. The sword is swung down. What manner of joke is this? The giant undead swung down its arm and tried to destroy the walls. But that arm wasn't smashed onto the walls. It bounced off as if it had been repelled in midair. Just what happened? Something landed on the defense walls while everyone was dumbstruck. A woman, a long-haired female knight. Who are you? Ilias Ratzel from the Ragudo division of Taizu's Chivalry Recorder. I shall join you in defending the walls. Ilias. Wait. Oi, you. That female knight that introduced herself as Ilias didn't wait for my words and jumped from the walls to the giant undead. The giant undead is already unleashing its next attack. If you get caught in an attack with such mass, you will be turned into smashed potatoes in one hit. The female knight and the arm of the giant undead clash. When she did, the arm of the giant undead bounced off just like before. Could it be that she was repelling that with her sword? I felt an overwhelming torrent of mana when they clashed. If it had been just a normal attack clad with mana, a part of the giant undead's arm would have been destroyed and the female knight would be caught up in the attack just like that. At the moment of the clash, she unleashed a wide-range shockwave, and bounced it off instead of trying to destroy it. No, we are talking about that mass, you know? Just how much power does she pack? She landed on the walls again and jumped the moment the giant undead tried to attack, and then displayed that godly technique for a third time. But she must have failed in trying to return with the recoil. She is pretty high up in the air. At this rate, she is going to fall on the other side of the walls. Wolf, counting on you. Ilias, a different person that was on the walls at some point in time, jumped to the female knight, most likely reacting to her voice. That's a white demi-human? The demi-human with light-looking armor catches the female knight in midair, and then, the female knight gets sent flying towards the giant undead. The very next instant, the female knight crashes onto the head of the giant undead just like that. She must have done the attack from before. The giant undead's head snaps to the back and falls to the back after losing its balance. The demi-human from before landed nearby while I was watching this dumbstruck. She is extremely young, around the same age as my daughter. I don't feel even a shred of fear coming from her in her expression towards the giant undead. On the contrary, she is overflowing with motivation. The female knight landed on top of the walls a few seconds later. Thanks for the help. It is not difficult if it is just repelling the attacks, but adjusting it so that I can return to the walls with the recoil is unexpectedly hard. Ilias, it is going to be hard to catch you if you fall to the front, so jump with a bit more power. Wolf will properly catch you. Wolf, yeah, making it fall buys more time, so I will go a bit stronger. Is that okay? Ilias, it is okay, but you will fly off if you go too strong, Ilias. Wolf, that's what I am worried about. I am trying to disperse the impact as much as possible, but its resistance is pretty low, you see. Ilias, in that case, Wolf will buy time. Ilias, you do your best climbing up. Wolf, I can't do something so unsightly. Ilias. The giant undead began to get up again in the middle of the conversation, and the two were about to resume their attacks. It moves in a truly limber manner despite its size. But what's even more unbelievable are these two that are numbing my common sense. The girl that called herself Wolf looked over here after the female knight jumped off. Ilias is terrible at holding back. The walls might break a bit when she lands and stuff like that, so please prepare to evacuate. Wolf, oh okay. It is true that there's no way she would be able to adjust the strength when returning after a clash against such mass. She said she would increase the power, but in that case, the female knight flew to the walls with a speed as if she were an arrow. The ballista that was set there was smashed to pieces because of the impact of it. Sorry. Ilias, no, what's most important is that you seem to be fine. Ilias, the one who has to reimburse that is Shizu. Wolf, I will be careful. Alright, let's try this again. Ilias, alright, let's evacuate. There's no way we can avoid the female knight that's returning like a shot arrow. The swung sword sliced the body of the man called Egdoik deeply. Blood sprays and the man vomits blood. It seemed like he was planning on doing something, but to think he would abandon evasion. Did he give up fighting? No. He didn't show such signs. You can't lower your guard against these types of people until they are dead. Should I self-destruct them? You are hesitating. Egdoik. The man grabbed the shoulder of Gristo. When he did, Gristo suddenly turned into dust. Some sort of purification magic? He shouldn't be able to use something like that unless he applied quite the high amount of mana. But I barely felt anything there. He is using an unknown technique. But it is not that big of an issue. Gristo became dust, but I just have to regenerate him. I cast necromancy on the dust again and have Gristo regen. I can't regenerate him? Blue. Obviously. Egdoik. The man walks forward. His wound had closed almost completely. Healing magic. No, it is way too fast for that. It is a speed as if he used necromancy to regenerate. It is impossible for a living person. I resumed the attack with Taves, who I stopped the follow-up attack from and had him on standby. But the man stopped the attack of Taves with one hand. The sword sliced his hand slightly, but the man wasn't too bothered by this and placed a hand on Taves. And he turned him into dust just like Gristo. Regenerate? I really can't. I only have Wafro remaining, but if he gets through him, my defense will. No, this is an illusion? Blue. It would be a pain if I were to give an order to each one respectively whenever I give an order to the three. That's why whenever I order one to attack, I have the others either defend or assist. Just now when I ordered Wafro to intercept him, Gristo and Taves, who should be dust, reacted. In other words, these two haven't been destroyed. It just looked like they did. The reason why the order to regenerate didn't happen was because they were already at full health. So you noticed, as expected. Egdoik. The scenery shown before me changed. Gristo and Taves are okay, but their position and the direction they are facing is weird. And the man had moved slightly back to a safe position. No, what's most noticeable here is that the chains creeping about have surrounded us. This mass. He must have used the time he was showing me an illusion to its utmost degree. This is my strongest technique. Try enduring it if you can. Egdoik. The chains rushed towards us from all directions. It is true that chains of this mass would be able to break the defense of one. But he undid the illusion a bit too soon. He gave me time to collect my thoughts. I give the three the order in case of emergencies. When I did, the three swiftly jumped to my side. I have made them use a spell that provides them impenetrable defense for a certain period of time at the cost of their bodies grumbling down at the times when they are protecting me. But there's a method beyond that. The spell that crumbles the body of the user when used is the same, But there's also a ritual barrier spell that can be activated when the three are together. As long as their protection target doesn't tell them to undo it, there's no attack that can get through that defense. It is the impenetrable defense I prepared for the sake of Yugura. I have them activate the barrier magic. A pyramid barrier appeared around me and blocked the attack of chains. The chains continued being repelled by the toughness of that defense. Not even the shockwaves of it are getting through. No issues. The barrier is working properly. If I had been hit by this while I was in the illusion, I might have been too late to react, but it seems like it just wasn't enough. After a while, the chains round couldn't endure their own power and crumbled. I managed to secure vision and saw the man again. He hasn't moved from there. It seems like it was a big move just as he said. He is breathing quite heavily and looking at me with a pretty pained expression. What's with those eyes? There was something strange about that man. There's blood coming out from his eyes. Not only that, the shape of the pupils in his wide-open eyes has changed. It is like a devil's. Something is wrong here. He is doing something. But I can't see anything. I have to set a barrier. The order. You really are inexperienced when it comes to battle, Blue Demon Lord. You hesitate way too much. Egdoik. The three were suddenly restrained. No. Not only that, my body can't move freely either. It is as if I am being restrained by invisible chains. I can feel them. It is not an illusion. I can't order the three either. The mana inside of me has been completely restrained. There's several layers of seals on it. It is most likely some sort of sealing technique. It is called the 6 Towers of Binding. You can't see them, but there's 6 towers knit with chains around you. And I have restrained you with the chains extending from those. You won't be able to use your mana anymore. Egdoik. The man unleashed a single chain at me. That chain pierced the heads of the three and changed them into dust through purification magic. And then, the chains crept about endlessly, and formed 6 towers. This one is a lot harder to maintain, so I will restrain you with normal chains. Egdoik. The chains extending from the 6 towers wrap around me. The restraint I couldn't see was undone at the same time, but it doesn't change the fact that I am still sealed. The eyes of the man returned to their previous state. You were aiming for the three to gather around me, weren't you? Blue. I could tell that you were ordering the undead. But it is not like you yourself know how to fight. You must have given them orders in a somewhat systematic manner to order them all at once. That's why I predicted that you would gather all 3 of them around you if an emergency happened all of a sudden to defend you. Egdoik. There are a number of things that don't make sense. Leaving me aside, the 3 shouldn't be affected by illusions. How were you escaping the attacks while preparing your big move? Blue. I doubt undead have eyesight. There were signs of the undead reacting to the soldiers above the walls even though they shouldn't be visible to them, so I thought they were most likely detecting their mana. That's why I did this after I casted the illusion on you. Egdoik. The man said this and shaped up a simple human form with chains. Human shaped with my mana in it. And then, I subdued my mana as much as possible like the times when I am trying to conceal myself. The undead were attacking the human doll, you know? Egdoik. So that's why the direction Gusto and Taves were facing was weird, huh? As for the invisible chains of just now, let's just say it is the power of the eyes of blindness. Egdoik. Being able to use even more power even in the middle of such attacks. You are quite an unbelievable one, you know. Blue. If you are referring to the attack coming from all directions, that was an attack just for show. I can't control it properly while I am using the eyes of blindness after all. The power was pretty subdued. Egdoik. I used my full power barrier magic on an attack that he held back on. Huh. I couldn't detect how strong the attack was because of how impenetrable the barrier magic was. So I was led by the ear with the word strongest technique. If I had dealt with it without getting agitated, the state of the battle probably wouldn't have changed even now. But he took advantage of my lack of battle experience perfectly. I was thoroughly defeated. I thought this was a good opportunity since Yugura is not present. So I will be shackled by this world for several centuries again. Huh. I want to die. Blue. I would like you to stop the giant undead currently attacking the walls though. Egdoik. Speaking of which, I forgot about it after I gave it the order to attack. But what's happening over there? The walls are still fine. They must have taken countermeasures of some sort. They managed to even pinpoint this location, so it might be natural for them to have prepared a countermeasure for that undead too. I have no obligation to do that. If I become as much of a threat to the humans, they will one day end me. Right, I should have the remaining undead rampage until the very end. Blue. That's right. Even if I am killed temporarily, the order given to them will stay. I don't know if the gigantified undead and the succeeding soldier undead can break through the walls, but they can give them a lot of trouble. When that happens, it will make it easier for Scarlet to move, and this will in turn etch hatred in the humans towards me. Of course, I am not telling you to stop it for free. We have the ingredients for a negotiation. Egdoik, the only thing I wish for is eternal death. Are you telling me you can grant me that? Blue. Yeah, we can. Egdoik. What did this man just say? He said he can. At what I said just now? That's my life's desire. I wouldn't like you to say you can do it so easily. Blue. You know about the book written down by Yugara that was stolen from Megis and brought to Taizu, right? Egdoik. Yeah. Blue. It is information I heard from Scarlet. Yugara had investigated our origins before he made us into demon lords. A part of those books have been stored in Megis, and it was stolen not that long ago and brought to Taizu. The past I wanted to erase has been passed from hand to hand. It really makes me want to die. There's things written about you in the language of Yugara's planet. Your name, too. Egdoik. My name. Blue. I forgot my own name when I became a demon lord. Not only that, I don't know what method they used to pull this off, but everyone forgot my name. I investigated the books that should have my name written down, but they were empty as if there was nothing written there to begin with. I thought it had disappeared from this world completely, but it must have been left behind in the intonation of the parallel world language. And what of it? Blue. You guys lost your names when you became demon lords as a price for the resurrection magic. But if you get back your name, the resurrection magic will lose its effect. Is what the colorless demon lord said. Egdoik. To think I would hear that name here. There's honestly a lot I don't know about colorless. It is true that I lost my name as a price for the resurrection magic. This is the first time I see the possibility of undoing this curse. But no, I shouldn't hold hope. There's nothing assuring me what this man is saying is true. What's the point of overlapping even more despair? If that's the case, try killing me right this instant. Or are you going to use the excuse that you can't read the language of Yugara's planet? Blue. It is true that I can't read the language of Yugara's planet. Egdoik. See, that's right. This is a crafty enticement to deceive me. Then the negotiations are over. I won't stop the invasi, Blue. But comrade. No. The resident of Yugara's planet has taught me the intonation of it. Egdoik? Pinpointing this location was possible because he read the aforementioned book and learned about your annihilation power and your necromancy. Egdoik. The resident of Yugara's planet. I heard he was in Taizu, but he is currently in Kiwama. But that makes sense. If they know about my power, they would be able to know that I can create a giant undead and that I need to be in a place with direct vision. That's not enough to pinpoint my location, but the resident of Yugara's planet should be able to squeeze out his brain on that one. No, that's of no importance right now. The man in front of me knows my name. He has the method to undo the resurrection magic on me. And that man said this. If I use that name, I can negotiate with you. Egdoik. If he knows my origins, he would also know that my objective is to die. That's right. I want to die. I would do anything for the sake of that. However, that has borne no fruit. But, in that case, I will accept the negotiation. Blue. But I am against it. Egdoik. What do you mean by that? The man that told you my name told you to negotiate with that name, right? Blue. If I tell you your name, you will die. Egdoik. Of course. Me dying should be desirable for humans, right? Blue. I don't. Egdoik. What is this guy saying? Humans wish for my death. I wish for my death. Is there a reason to be against that? No. There's one. There's a reason why my wish cannot be fulfilled. Do you want to make me suffer that much? You would go so far as to even turn the other humans into enemies? Blue. No. Egdoik. Then why? Blue. I unconsciously raised my voice. Not knowing the reason is vexing. Why are you not letting me die? Why? I tried to struggle, but the restraints are not undoing. I doubt there's many who can break out of these restraints. The man looked straight at me and spoke. When I heard your name from the resident of Yugara's planet, I heard about your past. The story of the demi-human race called the Unis that lived in a remote land. Ekdoik. The world was stormy a long time ago. There was discord between humans and demi-humans, but it wasn't strange for there to be battles between humans, and demi-humans and demi-humans. The more the race's population increases, the more territory they need. That's why they would seek justification for growing hostile. The humans would look down on demi-humans just because a part of their bodies are those of animals. The demi-humans would also look down and repudiate other species of demi-humans with different animal parts. Within those, there was a species called the one-horned folk. I don't know what animal we were modeled after and have never seen it before. There were demi-humans who had horns like goats and deers, but there's extremely few demi-humans with horns. They were perfect targets to isolate because they were the minority. It is easy to imagine how, within the already rare horned demi-humans, the even rarer one-horned folk would get surrounded by enemies. That's why my ancestors escaped to a remote land and chose to live a quiet life. They would manage their births so their numbers wouldn't increase too much, and would educate their descendants thoroughly so that other humans and demi-humans don't find them. But the passing of time degrades all things. By the time I was born, the sense of threat towards the humans and demi-humans had dimmed, and the number of people in the tribe and the limit of people allowed to be born had increased compared to the time with our ancestors. We made our village bigger and made our temporary base bigger. I was a tomboy, which always worried my mother, but my father said I could become a reliable partner in the future and laughed happily about it. One day, I went far away and I met a certain man. The name of that man was Christo, a humble knight serving a human kingdom. The first time I met Christo, he was badly injured. He was wounded in a war nearby and ended up lost in the forest after barely escaping the enemies. He was attacked by a wild animal, but he managed to fight it off. However, after getting drenched by the blood of it, there's no way the animals around wouldn't sniff him out. He wandered the forest with sleepless nights and was completely exhausted. Seeing the first human in my life, I thought he is almost no different from us. It is true that he didn't have a horn or a tail, but we have had people in our tribe who have been attacked by animals and lost their lives. That's why I saved Christo, brought him to the village together with my father, and treated his injuries. The villagers were also surprised at first, but soon began to gather food for the sake of the badly injured Christo, would treat him all night, and would look after him. Because of this, Christo recovered in the blink of an eye and could walk with his own feet now. Christo was deeply grateful and thanked us countless times before he left the village. We couldn't communicate with words, but our feelings certainly transmitted. The gratitude of Christo was the real deal at that time. There was no lie in the tears he shed at the kindness of the people in the village. But the village was burned to the ground a few weeks later. The man that burned down the village was called Daves. The knight captain, Daves, learned about the circumstances of Christo's return, and explained it to his king, Wafro. Wafro utilized his own power as the king of a powerful kingdom. So when he heard the story of extremely rare demi-humans, he said this: one-horned demi-humans, these species that's not in the shape of any animal, will become a pest that will bring forth calamities on us humans. We must cull this blood as people in positions of responsibility. My family, friends, and acquaintances were all killed. They all stood in front of the humans to let me, who had shallow injuries, escape. They entrusted me with the future, saying that I should be able to rebuild the village with the survivors. I desperately escaped, but I ended up encountering a single pursuer. The moment I saw the face of that pursuer, I could tell immediately. It was Christo. The face of Christo was completely haggard. Just by looking at that face, I felt as if my heart had been saved somewhat. I am sure Christo was simply forced to guide them to our village. That his heart must be as hurt as the ones of us. There were even more pursuers coming from behind. I could tell I couldn't escape here, so I said to Christo, "Please kill me. This may be harsh on you, but I don't want to be killed gleefully by barbarians." Even if he didn't understand my words, I thought for sure my feelings would transmit. Christo hesitated for a moment and then swung down his sword. But his sword didn't take my life. He instead cut off my horn cleanly from the very base. He then gave me his own helmet and cloak, hid the traces of my horn, and sheltered me as a human. It was a desperate measure, but I was saved with this. The pursuers confirmed I didn't have a horn and lost interest. Christo let me escape after getting away from the pursuers. After the heat died out, I returned to the village to see how it was. but there wasn't a single one who survived. The corpses all had their heads cut off. The humans took the heads of the one-horned folk as war trophies. That's why, when they saw me with no horn, they must have judged I had no worth as a trophy, and didn't try to press on the topic. I knew the name of all the villagers. That's why I continued waiting, sure that I might eventually meet someone I know. But no matter how much I waited and waited, no one came. I couldn't even secure food satisfactorily in a situation where there was no help. I felt the limit of my stamina and left the ruins of my village. What should I do from here on? I continued worrying like that, but the only thing I could think of as someone who hasn't experienced anything like this was to rely on someone I know. The acquaintance I know is alive. Christo. I scrape away the remains of the horn with a rock and hide it carefully. I was sure it would turn into an issue if my tail were to be found, so I bit onto a rope and sliced it off. I wrapped bandages around my head and confirmed my appearance in the lake. I was a human no matter how you saw it, the same as the humans that slaughtered us. A dry laugh leaked out from me. After that, I arrived at the kingdom of Wafro. There were a shocking amount of humans in the city. I acted as if my voice couldn't come out since I don't know the human language, and wandered around as a beggar. Even with that, many humans showed kindness towards me. They blessed me with food, and there was even a time I was given a blanket when it was cold. They are no different from us. It even made me question if we were really killed by these humans. I learned simple words and finally managed to find the house Christo lived in. He had a wife and children, and had a happy family. It would most likely bring unsavory unease to the family if I were to suddenly show up. Let's observe him for a while and talk to him when he is alone. I thought this and observed Christo from outside. That's when I noticed the young child of Christo was holding something. The child had grabbed that thing decorating the house with a playful heart. Christo reprimanded the child with a smile. It should be a pleasant sight, and yet, my heart quickly grew cold. It was a skull from a one-horned folk. Moreover, from my mother. There's no way I would mistake the marks in that horn. The heads taken by them were sent to the people with the highest contributions as commemoration. Christo may not have known that was the head of my mother, but seeing the head with a similar face to mine, he didn't think anything about it. Why is it that he can see the corpse of the tribe that he ended with his own hands while laughing? Humans and demi-humans are different. That's when I realized this completely. I sank into disappointment and stood still inside the forest. There's nothing I seek from this world. There's no reason at all to continue living in this world. The energy necessary for the sake to live in this world was not welling up at all. That's why I wore out not long after and was on the verge of death. There are animals that are trying to attack me since I am not moving. I am sure the animals would eat me completely, bones and all. My corpse won't be desecrated like that. I wished for death and accepted it. Hey there, and alas, on the verge of death, you luckily survived. No. Would it be better to say it was unlucky in your opinion? The next thing I noticed was that I was lying in bed and Yugura was by my side. I was given treatment, but my body was still worn out. Yugura stated with confidence that I would die soon at this rate. I wished to welcome death just like this, but Yugura whispered a sweet temptation to my desire for death. You were disappointed in life, weren't you? So you are thinking it should be fine to just die like this. But dying is not the only way to end despair. You can do so while alive, you know. If you don't have any attachment to your life anyways, how about getting on my proposal? There's nothing for you to lose anyways. I have nothing to lose. I certainly did think that was true. That's why I accepted his invitation and became a demon lord. Yugura said you will need this and gave me the power of annihilation. I also learned words, learned magic, and was given knowledge. But even after obtaining that power, I was still me. My despair towards the world hadn't changed at all. There may have been slight quarrels between the Demon Lord, but they were not showing the desire to get along. After that, I was freed by Yugura while nothing had changed. I threw a question at Yugura at the end. How can I end this despair? You just have to become honest with yourself. Ah, but being too honest would be an issue too. If you want a trigger, try retracing the path you have walked. Yugura didn't give me a proper answer, but I followed his advice and headed to the ruins of my village. The burned down remains of my village. It is not different from the last time I came here. The only change was that I became a demon lord. That's why I used my power without thinking much about it. I regenerated the corpses of the villagers that had already been torn apart by the animals and created undead. What surprised me slightly was that even the people that had their heads stolen had their heads recreated in a warped shape by earth and rocks. The souls must remember their former shapes even if faintly, but they didn't return to their original selves. The miracle of reviving the dead is not so easily achieved. I understood that as someone who has received the effects of resurrection magic with my own body. The people around me are those that have already died once. Bringing those souls back forcefully and controlling them isn't that different from the act of humans taking their heads and shaming them. I thought about this and was about to undo it, but words leaked out from my mouth all of a sudden. Are you guys okay with things being like this? Maybe I was influenced by people like Yugura and Black. I was surprised by the words that escaped my mouth. The undead are not answering. But is it okay for things to end like this? I was given power. The power to bring these people back to the world to provide them an opportunity. I turned all the corpses of the one-horned folk into undead, and headed to the kingdom of Wofro. The reaction of the humans was truly remarkable. They were all simple reactions between fear or showing hostility. The humans that saw for the first time undead that can regenerate no matter how many times they defeat them were dying one after the other, and that was creating new undead. The knights and taves that burned down the village and destroyed it were surrounded by undead and were eaten alive. Wofro, who called the one-horned folk as fiends and gave the order to burn them all down, was trying to escape with his family, but was surrounded by one-horned folk undead and were eradicated. The remaining humans of the kingdom were being trampled down by the undead, and I accomplished my third reunion. It was Gristo who was trying to protect his wife and children from the undead. The moment Gristo found me and understood that I was the source of this situation, he threw away his sword and pleaded to me. I will give you my life, so please spare my wife and children. This might be unforgivable when thinking about the things that were done to your tribe, but I saved you at that time. That's why. Please spare a few, even if it is just your share. I had the undead around Gristo and the others step back, and then I gave the sword Gristo threw back to him. You saved me after taking away what made me a demi-human. Now I will save you after taking away what makes you a human. Being able to live after that depends on you. He looked at the undead around him and told his remaining wife and children with trembling teeth, I am sure it will be fine, and killed himself. I hesitated for a bit. Gristo certainly sinned, but he showed his sincerity here. The direct reasons are already dead. Then, this should be enough is what I thought as I was about to leave that place. But my hesitation disappeared after what the wife of Gristo muttered afterwards. You should have died at that time, you monster. In the end, I didn't attack them with the undead just as I promised to Gristo and turned him into an undead. After that, I had Gristo eat his wife and children to death, and the Wofro kingdom fell. I decided to have the undead of my tribe return to the village and free them. The ones who want to stay can. I ordered this, but all the undead desired to be freed from the necromancy. Even the undead of my father and mother were not showing any sort of attempt to communicate. I thought I had helped them clear their grudges, but the pain of being called back by the necromancy must have been even more reproachful. Even so, I fulfilled the revenge. But there's nothing left. Nothing has changed. Nothing has been born. Nothing. I once again thought of dying. Even with a power like this, I can't end this despair. Oh, in the end, you still choose death? Yugura once again appeared at that time. According to Yugura, he was just coincidentally passing by, but he was most likely watching the chaos I caused. Yugura said, while laughing. But that's too bad. The resurrection magic is still latching onto your soul. Even if you die now, you would just resurrect again, you know? I regretted thinking there was nothing to lose. Yugura had stolen death from me. Stolen my end. I pleaded Yugura to kill me. It is the same as normally not being able to revive someone who has lost their lives. You can't give death to the people who have lost death, you know? Well, you have regained your flesh with the irregularity that is resurrection magic though. Sorry, I didn't research it at all, so I don't think I would be able to do it. Yugura, Black, and the other demon lords didn't have a way to completely kill me. I had no choice but to live in this world. I only feel despair and for eternity. I went around searching for a way to die, but I couldn't get anything. Even Yugura, who created the resurrection magic, can't do it, so there's no way others would be able to easily get to that path. Even so, I wanted to die. Die so much. Yet I couldn't. I ended up disillusioned by everything and decided to just throw it all away. The only thing I wish for is death. At that time, Purple said, if humans see you as a threat, a person that can end you might show up. It was completely blatant that she was trying to use me by taking advantage of my desire for death, but I began invading the humans without hesitation. That's because I thought that it might be possible with the cruelty of humans. If someone like Yugura were to hate me, they might create a method to end me. At that time, 3 undead lined up around me. The one that saved, Christo. The one that destroyed, Daves. The one that ordered, Wafro. I couldn't forgive the fact that I am the only one that continue living. That's why I decided to keep the 3 that are the symbols of my despair in life until the day I die. Sorry to interrupt at the time when you want to die, but you are a bit in the way, so leave it for later, okay? In the end, my invasion was stopped by Yugura while my threat towards the humans was still inferior to that of Black and Purple. There was no method for me to die even in the world after I resurrected. I accepted the invitation of Scarlet and resumed what I tried to pull off before, but I can't die with this. Someone, please let me die. The Blue Demon Lord is glaring at me hatefully. She must have been reminded of the past because I brought up the topic. And what if you know my past? Do you sympathize with me? Then, let me die. Blue. I hold no sympathy. Even when told about you, I don't have the power to understand the pain and despair you tasted. Ekdoik. The Blue Demon Lord lived for a long time despite wishing for death yet not being able to obtain it. There's no way I can just cheaply say I can understand the darkness she holds in her heart. If it is Comrade. No, even if Comrade can understand their mental state, I don't think he would be able to completely understand the weight of it. Comrade taught me the way to kill the Blue Demon Lord, and then, he entrusted me with her name too. That's basically the same as telling me kill the Blue Demon Lord. But even with that, then, Blue, I don't want to kill you. Ekdoik. Killing the Blue Demon Lord and ending it is something that I can't do. I don't want to. What's with you? You don't want to kill the pitiful me. That's in the end sympathy. Blue. Wrong. I wonder what this is. It is a feeling that I haven't felt that much, so I can't really describe it. But I have the duty to explain it. Ekdoik. I was prioritizing capturing the Blue Demon Lord and stopping the invasion all the way here. That's why I don't know what to say when that time comes. I am different from Comrade. I can't pull off the same act of shaking the other party skillfully with words. But I can understand the feelings of the Blue Demon Lord a bit. I was kidnapped by a devil when I was young and was raised to antagonize humans. For me, the devil that raised me was my only guidepost and I lived foolishly following that. But that devil died one day. All too sudden. I lost the worth of my life. Even so, I was desperate trying to find worth in the life I lived. The me at that time was somewhat similar to you. Ekdoik. At the time when Father Bigligged was killed by Rakura, I couldn't bring worth to my life until now. Even so, if I were to decide that my life was worthless, I felt like everything would end. So I tried to recklessly recover that worth. One day I left a result that was bigger than what I desired. You could say I settled my revenge against the person I wanted to get my revenge on. I succeeded in leaving worth in the life I lived. Ekdoik. What with that? That's just you bragging. Blue. But I didn't think at all about what to do after that. That's why I thought that was enough for me and I was about to accept it when I was about to die. Ekdoik. But one small thing turned all that around. Do you know what that is? Ekdoik. I don't. Blue. Desires. I proved my own worth and was satisfied. But I thought that maybe I could grow my own worth even further ahead. I don't want to lose to someone else. I can still go for a bit more. I had those desires and rejected death. Ekdoik. Unfortunately, I have not had such desires. Blue. Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly why I don't want to kill you. You haven't had any desires in your life, and yet, you went and got disillusioned in the world and wished for death. I don't want to kill someone like that. Ekdoik. Desiring death is not a desire, it is just an escape after giving up on everything and wanting to end it. I won't say having your hopes stolen, despairing at life, and choosing death is completely wrong. There must be hearts that can be saved from choosing death, But that's still too soon for the Blue Demon Lord. The life she lived is far longer than mine. But the amount of time wishing to live should have been shorter than mine. You tried to end your despair after becoming a demon lord. But the only thing you did was get revenge and create tragedy. You haven't tried to grasp hope, right? Egdoik. What kind of hope is there in this world? In this world full of despair, Blue, I at least hold hope. I believe that there's a future in my own life. That's why I don't want a person that denies all the hope ahead of them and only knows about the despair to die. Egdoik. That's right. This is resentment. I have met many people beginning with comrade, and have experienced many things. And I managed to find a new objective to live for. I was raised by a devil and couldn't live properly as a human, so I don't like giving up on the possibility of doing things and just scraping it off as not being possible. You don't know that. Blue. That's why I want you to search for it, your desire, your hope. Can you please give yourself that time? Turn the time you desire for death into one that seeks for a way to not wish for death. I don't want you to die while holding despair. This is my ego. I simply can't forgive your own way of dying. Egdoik. Are you telling me to live just for the sake of satisfying you? Don't joke around. Blue. I am not joking around. This is also for the sake of protecting my own way of living. This is a battle to believe that even a man like me has hope. That's why I will do my best to cooperate with you. If you can't bring hope despite all that, I shall return your name. Egdoik. I have continued suffering for centuries in this world with just despair alone. What are you saying I can gain even in a few decades of your cooperation? In the first place, do you think I can believe in you? Blue. There's a simple way to believe in me. Egdoik. Then tell me. Blue. Make me your demon. Egdoik. Blue. I have heard from the other demon lords. The demon lords can order the monsters that are born from their own nether, and they can give even stronger orders to the demons they have created. Egdoik. Unique class monsters that grew naturally can rebel just like the time with the purple demon lord. But demons can be born after both parties accept it. The power of a contract affects this. Therefore, it is possible for demon lords to exercise absolute authority on demons. The purple demon lord said, "You are turned into a demon after accepting to serve for an eternity, so I don't think there will be an opportunity to use it though. But it should be possible to use it for this." Are you insane? Blue. I am sane. You just have to order me, don't betray me. I will give myself to you as a bargaining chip to stop the invasion. Egdoik. You really are insane. If I were to order you to tell me my name, that would be the end, you know? Blue. I don't mind you using that order at the very end, but I would like you to believe in me first. Egdoik. The blue demon lord fell silent and observed me. Time is cutting close here already. I have already finished signaling comrade with the initial lightning magic. If he saw the signal, it wouldn't be strange for him to show up at any time now. When that happens, the authority of this negotiation will be held by him. In that case, fine. Even if you are plotting something, everything will be revealed. If I order you once you are a demon, as long as the connection of resurrection magic overlaps, you won't be able to pull any tricks. Blue. I won't pull something like that. What I am worried about instead is whether you will mess up. Egdoik. Fighting words. Blue. She has decided to accept the negotiation for now. I undo the restraints of the blue demon lord. She staggered lightly, but she was not showing signs of trying to pull something. She walked over to me after a while. She took off the glove on her right hand, put her palm up, and offered it to me. You bring out your right hand too. Blue. I give her my right hand just like she told me. The blue demon lord grabbed my right hand slightly annoyed and made my palm face down. You face it this way and then, hold my hand. Blue. Oh okay. Egdoik. A handshake between right hands. Only the wrists are facing a different direction. The blue demon lord created a thin needle with her left hand and said this while looking at my face. I am going to stab you. Blue. Where? Egdoik. Your hand, obviously. Blue. She said this and swung the needle vertically while we were still holding hands. The needle pierced both hands. It hurts, but not that much. The blue demon lord took out the needle, and blood flowed out from both of our right hands. The blood temperature of the blue demon lord felt slightly low, but it is without doubt the temperature of a person. The blood of each other mixing is a mysterious sensation. I observed the right hands, and the right hand of the blue demon lord began to shine blue. I declare unto thee, Wilt thou partake in the blood of the Blue Demon Lord and accept thine eternal subordination? Blue. Yeah. Egdoik, pray, doth reveal thy name and proffer thy words of fealty to thy lord. Blue. My name is Egdoiksulf, Blue Demon Lord, I shall entrust you with my time. Egdoik. The moment I declared this, a torrent of the Blue Demon Lord's mana flowed from her hand to mine. The same mana as the one of the Nether, the characteristic mana of the Blue Demon Lord was flowing in my body. My body is burning, the skin of my whole body, my meat, bones, and blood were all boiling. Gah. Egdoik. My body was being melted and forcefully reconstructed. This is most likely a very close comparison. No, that might actually be what's happening. I can feel how the mana that felt like a muddy liquid was being created to an overflowing degree from the depths of my body. Pain that would knock out your average human. But it eventually receded. Is it over? Egdoik. The change in your body begins from here on, but the shaping of your soul has finished. Blue. I can't tell the exact changes in my appearance unless I look at a mirror. The color of my skin has changed into a slightly darkish one at most. As for the inside, I can't tell either. But my whole body is extremely heavy. If I go to sleep once, I feel like I would end up sleeping for a long time. With this, can you order me now? Egdoik. Yes, I should be able to. Blue. Then, tell me the order you wish for. Egdoik. It is not like I can rest easy with this. Just as the Blue Demon Lord said before, if she were to order me to tell her her name, everything would turn into foam. She would undo the resurrection magic with that name, and she might even give me an order that would clash me with Comrade and the others. But when it happens, it happens. Even if I won't be able to give a chance to the Blue Demon Lord, Comrade and the others should be able to deal with a situation where I alone betray them anyways. I was easily defeated by Rakura when we were pinpointing the location. She will most likely be able to put an end to me if I were to become an enemy. The Blue Demon Lord slowly opened her mouth while looking at my face. Egdoiksulf, my name. Blue. So it was a no-go. It really was impossible for me. Sorry, Comrade. Do your best so the day won't come that you will have to say it. Blue. What's your answer? Blue. You could tell me with stronger wording, you know? Egdoik. Did you order me there? There's no reaction from my body. I expected my body to move reflexively or forcefully, affecting my mind though. Why are you talking back? Blue. I am going to obviously be doing my best. Also, I told you to please give me an order. Egdoik. I know. Blue. But it doesn't feel like there's any coercive power. Egdoik. It is fine. Blue. The Blue Demon Lord let go of my hand and faced away. No, it is not fine. A promise is a promise. We should properly go through the steps. Being half-baked is no good. Can you please order me properly? Egdoik. As I said, I already know. It is because you are trying to do your best from the heart that there's no coercive power in the order. That's why I said it is fine. Blue. What does that mean then? It must mean that my true feelings of wanting to do my best have transmitted to her. If that was enough, then I see, so it was an action that was worthy of trust. Egdoik. Egdoiksulf, grovel on the ground. Blue. Egdoik. My body was suddenly sucked to the ground. Pressure to a degree where my whole body might get sunk into the ground hit me. It is as if I can't move. So this is the power of a Demon Lord's order. But why all of a sudden? So she used an order I didn't expect to prove the coercive power of it. I see, it is powerful. You can undo it now. Egdoik. Stay like that for a while. Blue. Did I make her angry? The hearts of people really are complicated. What's the meaning of this? That anomaly is definitely the demon turning ritual. Are you telling me Egdoik has become the demon of the Blue Demon Lord? So it was a negotiation in exchange for sparing him? No. Where's the necessity to go through the danger so that he can't go against the orders of the Blue Demon Lord? I know how high the mana control of Egdoik is, but I don't think he has enough knowledge to tamper with the contract magic when turning into a demon. No, it might be possible if he obtained the knowledge of the resident of Yugura's planet, but Egdoik was smashed to the ground soon after. That's without doubt the order of a demon lord towards a demon. Did the negotiation fail? What should I do? Should I return? No. There's the need to know the situation in detail. I considered the possibility of reinforcements showing up and some of them attacking me, so I went to a location where I can just barely see what's going on with farsight magic, but that's coming to bite me. If I were to approach to a degree where I can hear them, there's the fear of Egdoik detecting me again. I really should wait for a while more. I feel strong pain on my right leg. When I directed my gaze there was a single knife pierced on my calf. It is a throwing knife. Sold anywhere. Did I get attacked? I raised my guard. No, if they have already detected me, I should throw this body away. My body is numb. I can't speak properly. Damn it, it is poison. The poison traveled fast because of how small my body is. My body lost its functions in the blink of an eye and I collapsed on the ground. The only thing that's comparatively okay is my brain, my hearing, my sense of smell, and my sense of touch. I can't form magic. It is a paralyzing poison. I can't even breathe properly because my muscles are flaccid. Man. It was just as Mr. Friend said. A single woman appeared in my vision. Is this the stealth magic that the Anbus use? Is it an Anbu from some country? No, her appearance is that of an adventurer. Also, the ornaments in the knife she has equipped. It is of Thai's royalty. You seem to have a habit of throwing away your body when in danger, so I paralyzed you with poison. I might have been more wary if it had been a more expensive knife, but I ended up lowering my guard because it was a knife that can be bought with the allowance of a child. I really should fix my habit of getting ahead of myself when looking at items of low quality, just like in the time with Archbishop Yuka. The woman walked towards me, made my body face up, and forcefully opened my mouth. If I remember correctly, it was the right molar. Ooh, there it is. But how to get it? Well, I can just pull it out together with the tooth. The woman said this and drove her hand into my mouth without hesitation, and pulled out the magic crystal for soul transfer along with the molar. You could say it is fortunate that most of my senses are numb because of the poison, but it is still pretty painful in its own way. As for the other teeth, doesn't seem to be any. But with such baggy clothes, I feel like you would be able to hide as many as you want. Don't worry, I am a user of concealed weapons too, so I excel at checking belongings. She inspected my clothes with a hum and stole my belongings one after the other. This woman, she is investigating every single nook and cranny to a degree where I feel like her job is a thief. She even retrieved the magic crystal for emergencies that I had sewn above my clothes. There's too many. It would be faster to just strip you naked. I agree with that. But can you please spare me from doing it right in front of my eyes? The voice of a man. I have heard this voice before. I can't move my head, but I managed to slowly move my eyes only. The man I met at Taizu, the resident of Yugura's planet, was standing there. The man speaks to me with an expression that I can clearly tell is a fake smile. Hey there, Ray 8. Are you happy to meet me again? His eyes were far muddier than the time when I met him. It is as if I am facing unfathomable madness that can see through my heart. And so, I have become a demon. After things finished up, we all gathered at the temporary base. Egdoik did his report on all that, and the only one within that group that showed surprise in her face was Ilias. That said, this is because Mix and Rakura heard from Egdoik first after we captured Ray 8 though. Wolf is simply opening her mouth and going ooh. So she is not that surprised. Mix was decently surprised at first, but Rakura wasn't really that taken aback by it. Well, it makes sense. By the way, Ray 8 is currently imprisoned at the storage room of the temporary base. We had him change into the straitjacket that has magic seal stones embedded in them, confiscated all his possessions, inflicted him with paralyzing poison to a degree where he doesn't die, and have completely sealed his movements. For the Blue Demon Lord, we met her for just an instant, but we simply gave her simple instructions and had her move to a different location. One of them was to stop the undead. We had the giant undead crumble right then and there, and had the armed undead that appeared at the back retreat to the palace. The walls were protected by the hard struggle of Ilias and Wolf, but the shockwaves of the battle severely damaged the upper part of the walls as it was used as a landing point. There's the need to repair it before stationing the soldiers again, so the soldiers are waiting right before the walls, waiting for the arrival of the supplies. Wolfsan that continued receiving the bombshell called Ilias. Thanks for your hard work. We have already contacted Kiwamo about having incapacitated the Blue Demon Lord. It is not like they believe us completely, so there's some scouts remaining. But the soldiers that saw the battle of Ilias and the others should be able to trust us enough. Well, anyways, that's one issue resolved. Wait. Ilyas grabbed my shoulder with an extremely dissatisfied face. It hurts a bit. What is it? What I heard is that you will be giving the opportunity for Ekdoik to persuade the Blue Demon Lord. I heard nothing about having him turn into a demon. Ilyas. So Comrade really saw this development coming. Huh. No wonder things wrapped up smoothly at the time when we regrouped and gave the report. Ekdoik. Now, calm down, Ilyas. It is not like I completely predicted that Ekdoik would turn into a demon. It is true that I expected Ekdoik to try to take measures in order to persuade the Blue Demon Lord considering his personality. The aim this time around was to have Ekdoik persuade the Blue Demon Lord just like Ilyas said. We obtained plenty enough information about the Blue Demon Lord from the book that Dokuro entrusted to me in Taizu. Just like Gold and Purple, the Demon Lords may be moving in the shadows, but they haven't had life-changing meetings that would go as far as changing their life values. If the Blue Demon Lord is the same, I thought Ekdoik would be a good option to persuade her. But if you wanted me to do that, why didn't you say so from the beginning? I was reflecting a decent degree there because I thought I had gone against your orders, you know? Ekdoik. I have explained this to Ilyas, too, but this was for your own sake. Ekdoik. For my sake? Ekdoik. You are following me in order to raise your own worth, but you were too faithful to my words. You wouldn't have been able to grow despite the spotlight given to you. If I just gave him the simple order to persuade the Blue Demon Lord, I am sure Ekdoik would have achieved this order in the same fashion. But Ekdoik hesitated and made a decision this time around. The difference is extremely big. What I can expect from this would be outstanding growth in his communication skills that he has been neglecting until now. My growth. Ekdoik. How does it feel to choose by yourself and step into someone's territory? Pretty fresh experience, right? That's true, but what would you have done if I hadn't tried to persuade her and obeyed your orders? Ekdoik. That wouldn't have happened. Did you forget, Ekdoik? I have comprehended you once in the past. Before Ilyas prohibited my comprehension, I had grasped the mentality of Ekdoik to a degree where I could cause a team breakdown. As for the changes that came afterwards, we spend most of the time together, and have received reports from him, so I had no issues adjusting it. That's why I believed that Ekdoik would definitely try to persuade the Blue Demon Lord by his own will if I were to tell him about her past and shake him mentally. Speaking of which, that did happen. So I am still on the palm of your hands, comrade. But what about the Blue Demon Lord? You had information about the Blue Demon Lord, but were you saying that seriously? Ekdoik. No. I haven't used my comprehension on the Blue Demon Lord. I only used it on one person this time around. On Ray 8. My main target this time around was not the Blue Demon Lord but Ray 8 who was moving in her shadow. The Demon Lords normally don't move from their camp. But when considering the Blue Demon Lord was cooperative towards the Scarlet Demon Lord, it was clear that there was someone from the side of the Scarlet Demon Lord being sent to her in order to tell her instructions. Rather than using my comprehension on the Blue Demon Lord who is self-deprecating because her wish for death wasn't being fulfilled and was being used freely by others, it would be better to use it on the person that is controlling her. I thought this would decide the winner of this battle before arriving on this land. The one who served as the trump card here was Gyrista. At the time when we were dealing with the Gold Demon Lord at Ghani, I had Gyrista chase after the traces of Ray 8. It is an action I had her take because I was wary that he would try to pull something in the shadows by taking influential people to his side just like the time with Archbishop Yuka. And just as I suspected, Ray 8 had made contact with several mayors of Kuama. He probably wanted to stir chaos in the chain of order after the walls fell. To be more precise, he was using a different body when making contact with the respective mayors. This is a fact that we finally ascertained after comparing the time and place Ray 8 was last seen in his child form and trailed it all the way to the new person that made contact with the mayors. The reason why he returned to his child body is most likely because it is a pretty important body of his that he has put a lot of work in. Being able to use magic like Nora despite having the body of a child. I am so jealous. Well, Nora is also a child though. The new body he used at that time and the way he made contact with them, I took my sweet time analyzing it all because if I were to use the faster method that is changing my own standing, Ilyas wouldn't be too happy about it. I did tell Archbishop Sarais about this and had him confirm whether the mayors are under hypnosis, so there shouldn't be any issues. There was the need for me to come out, but the result was good. After confirming the lightning magic signal of Ray 8 present, only Ray 8 escaped. I had Mix use the stealth magic and let her sneak in. After that, I inferred the location that Ray 8 would like, where he could observe the battle between Ekdoik and the Blue Demon Lord, would make it hard to find him, and would be easy to escape from, and then went together with Mix to investigate it. I had Rakura stay at a middle point to assist Ekdoik if an emergency happened, or to provide backup for Mix if it were to turn into a battle against Ray 8. I had her on the ready to move at any moment whichever of those happened. In the end, the Blue Demon Lord and Ray 8 were both incapacitated by Ekdoik and Mix, so she had no turn though. What would you have done if I couldn't manage to persuade the Blue Demon Lord? Ekdoik: in that case, you would have let the Blue Demon Lord die, right? If she had gotten the better of you in battle, you would have escaped anyways, so I think in that scenario, I would have used her name as a bargaining chip to have her die. No intention of persuading her? Ekdoik: none at all. I am not strong enough to be considerate towards someone that showed up as an enemy after all. Also, our compatibility is terrible. Me leaving the Blue Demon Lord to Ekdoik wasn't just for the sake of his growth. I can't use comprehension on the Blue Demon Lord. Rather than not being able to, it is more like I don't want to. It is a technique that allows you to get an advantage by making you understand the standing of the other party and see an effective way to act upon it. But there's a number of types that I must not use it on. One of those is the suicidal type. Completely understanding the emotions of a person that has been disappointed in life and wishes for death holds the risk of literally wanting to die. Even without the restriction of Ilias, switching my standing is out of the question. If possible, I would want to avoid analyzing her too. I see, it is a technique that carries a heavy burden on the mind. So the Blue Demon Lord was in a way the natural enemy of Comrade Ekdoik. Yeah, that's why I relied on you. Also what? Ekdoik: beyond all this talk about compatibility, I don't want to make contact with a person that wants to leave their grudges on the world behind as they die. My real feelings about this is that I don't want to deal with the reason as to why someone has become this warped. This is my own personal weakness. I most likely haven't gotten over how a friend of mine committed suicide. Ekdoik knows about my past, so he must have noticed something there. He seems to be troubled about what to say. That's when Ilias interjects by coughing. But the Blue Demon Lord has stopped her invasion against humans. If her standing from here on will be neutral, you will have to get involved with her no matter what, right? Ilias: you could say that, as long as Ekdoik doesn't say he wants to move away from here and be completely alone with the Blue Demon Lord, I will properly look after her. Are you saying that will be for my sake? Ekdoik: that's right. Sadly to say, I still don't see the Blue Demon Lord as an ally. Not even one bit. I see. This is pretty complicated. Ekdoik: it is far simpler than your current standing though. It is not like I didn't consider the possibility of Ekdoik choosing to become a demon in order to obtain the trust of the Blue Demon Lord. Of course, it is not like I will discriminate because of the differences between humans and demons. But that's not the case for the humans in this world. The people that already know him may be more forbearing, but the people that meet him for the first time will most definitely avoid him. There's no issue there. I wasn't seeking a lifestyle where everyone likes me anyways. Ekdoik: is that so? As for me, I honestly don't really care. I would be surprised if you were to discriminate against demons when you have taken in demon lords as your allies. Ekdoik: the colorless bastard is a different story though. What about Ilias and the others? I should at least ask the honest opinion of the others here. Depending on the result here, I might have to consider this when forming teams after all. Ekdoik-san is Ekdoik-san. Wolf: well, figures that would be the case for Wolf. For Wolf, Ekdoik is a benefactor of hers. In the first place, she has lived a life where the concept of humans has not been instilled in her, so there's no issues. I don't plan on giving over the #1 spot of bodyguard just because he has become a demon. Ilias: I don't remember giving it to you either just yet though. I was a bit worried since Ilias has her discord with monsters, but it seems like she is not finding much issue with it since she has a connection with Ekdoik. I am fine with it too Desuzo. It is just that his atmosphere changed a bit after all. Mix: I am still in the middle of the changes. My color will apparently change a bit more from here on. Ekdoik: does Mr. Friend prefer a more wheat color skin? Mix: I don't dislike a healthy look, but I would be judgmental about someone turning into a demon just for that, you know? Mix also has no prejudice. Marito's friend is like this after all. What about you, Rakura? Even if you ask me that, as long as he is not an undead, I can defeat him if he becomes an enemy anyways. Rakura, that's such a dangerous mindset. Oi, he is your brother, you know? Blood and all. Ah, but I wouldn't like things getting too sweltering. Rakura, having darker skin does increase that athletic type aura after all. I don't really get the meaning of what you just said, but something like that, I guess. Rakura, it seems like there's no need to worry about the people here for now. Marito should be fine about it too. As for Karagia and the others, well, it should be fine. The ones I am worried about would be people like Maya-san and Lord Lino. Let's try to do a proper follow-up on those fronts. Rather, if it is just a change in appearance, we can just change his skin color and hair color by using the spell that we created by mistake in the experiment with Nora. Ah, now that you mention it, that's true. Ekdoik. We could even create a trend with wheat color skin to make it so he can be as usual without issues. That's an option. Let's make Mix the advertisement tower. She needs to take responsibility for what she says after all. While I was thinking about this and making an evil face, everyone's face except Rakura turned slightly nervous. Comrade, there's the presence of people around. We are going to be surrounded pretty soon. Ekdoik. Yeah, I did think it was about time for them to show up. Just let them do what they want. The groundwork has been done, right? Yes, no issues there. Ekdoik. And so, we were relaxing for a bit there and the sound of many footsteps rang to a degree where even my untrained ears could tell. Judging from the sound of the armor and all that, they are most likely Kiwama soldiers. And then, once we were completely surrounded, it went silent. They wouldn't drink the tea even if we were to brew it for them anyways. Let's talk with them outside. We went outside and the temporary base was surrounded perfectly by Kiwama soldiers. At the front there's Archbishop Serais. As for the other person, going by his nice beard and the traits I have heard of before, he must be the king of Kiwama, Zenata Kiwama. The eyes of Archbishop Serais are as usual, glaring daggers at me. As for the king Zenata, it is a bit softer, but it does feel like he has his doubts here. Archbishop Serais and King Zenata step forward, bringing along a number of bodyguards. I bring along only Elias as I step forward. My name is Zenata Kiwama, the king of this Kiwama. Your skills at stopping the invasion of the Demon Lord on this occasion were splendid. Zenata, there was no need for His Majesty himself to come meet me. I would have gone to you once things were wrapped up. We didn't come here for the sake of singing your praises. I shall have you hand over the custody of the Blue Demon Lord and Ray 8. Zenata, of course that would be the case. They went ahead and came here after believing my report of having incapacitated them, so it seems they do acknowledge my skills. But brazenly coming here to take them away must mean they look down on me. So that's why you have come with such tight security. We are capturing a demon lord. It can't be called too many. Zenata. We were the ones who incapacitated the blue demon lord and Ray 8 though. They invaded Kiwama, so it is only natural for Kiwama to be the one handling the judgment. Zenata. Invaded Kiwama. Huh. I thought the battle ended inside the Kiwama Nether though. The Kiwama Nether is within the Kiwama territory. We didn't come here to hear your stupid semantics. Zenata. With someone like Archbishop Serais present, you should be able to tell faintly that the Blue Demon Lord is not here, right? So it seems. And, where is she? Zenata. In the Kiwama Nether. If you have incapacitated her and made her neutral, you should be able to call her. Call her at once. Zenata. There's no reason for us to comply with your demand. Who? So you have the courage to refuse our demands in this situation? Zenata. As long as we are calling ourselves a third faction, we can't just step out for a single country. I see. The logic is there, but I can't say it is the intelligent option. Zenata. The soldiers behind ready their weapons. A very clear threat that if we are not handing them over, they will take us instead. But they have mistaken their way to threaten us. The only time when a threat of this sort works is when you can one-sidedly show how dangerous you are. In contrast to this, Ilias is standing awfully gallantly here. King Zenata, if you bring harm to us, I think the Blue Demon Lord will deem you guys as enemies again and resume her invasion though. You plan on taking forceful means even after hearing the report of that giant undead? That would be troubling. But can't that issue be resolved if we just capture you guys here and draw the Blue Demon Lord out with that? Zenyatta. Even if the Blue Demon Lord is watching this exchange? King Zenyatta made a pondering look, but Archbishop Serais interjected at the side. King, there's no need to be swayed by the words of that person. This man is lying. Serais. So it was a bluff. I'm impressed that you can talk so eloquently without changing your expression at all. Zenyatta. Oh, you are trusting what Archbishop Serais said? Of course. There's no reason to trust you. Zenyatta. Good grief. Then, I will confirm this once again. We want to wrap this up peacefully. But King Zenyatta doesn't have any intention of listening. Is that correct? Yes. We have the perfect justification to restrain you. Capture them. Zenyatta. The soldiers walk towards me and restrain me. Ilias doesn't move. Good. I direct my gaze at King Zenyatta and smile. I've got the perfect justification too now. Thanks for your decision. Chills spread around. The soldiers that know about this omen reflexively tense up. And then, that phenomenon happened soon after. That just now. Could it possibly be? Zenyatta. King Zenyatta turned back at the walls and looked at the upper area. The beacon must have been sent by the lookouts at the top. It is simple, really. It is an enemy attack. There's no need to check the details. A giant undead showed up at the other side of the walls again with a tremor. Even if it crumbled, the remnants of the many undead mixed with the vast ground, so it is almost impossible to get rid of it all. In other words, the Blue Demon Lord can immediately regenerate the giant undead inside the Kurama Never. The giant undead grabbed the upper part of the walls with both arms and slowly put strength into it. Cracks ran through the walls and you could tell even from afar that it was being steadily destroyed. No way. That shouldn't have been possible unless the Blue Demon Lord was watching this place. Zenyatta. King Zenyatta looked at Archbishop Serais. Archbishop Serais glared at me as if taken aback by this. It is true that the Blue Demon Lord is not looking here, but it is possible to communicate with her. We gave the Blue Demon Lord a fragment of Egdoic's chain. That's why the Blue Demon Lord on standby at the Nether could immediately act as told. Making it vibrate is the best he can do at long distance, but that instead makes it better. You bastard. Make it stop. Zenyatta. Let me confess here, Archbishop Serais. It is true that the Blue Demon Lord is not watching this place. That's why I can't give her the order to stop. This is not a lie. We have only told her to destroy the walls if the chains vibrate. I have absolutely no intention to take this back or make her stop it. I did warn you. You were the ones who didn't listen, you bastard. Do you understand what you are doing right now? Zenyatta. Yes, you guys were underestimating me as someone you could threaten. Well, it can't be helped that you would think that. But it would be troubling if you were to think like that, so I decided to promptly level the field. You see, the defensive walls are being destroyed by the giant undead. It is not only the upper part but even the substructure too. But that's not the end of it. The giant undead continued destroying the walls from side to side. The walls. The defensive walls that continued protecting Kurama for centuries. Zenyatta. King Zenyatta, I think it is a bit too soon to tune out here. Have you not gotten the report? The Blue Demon Lord still has armed undead at the back. Oh, speaking of which, isn't there a perfect path opened up now? If a battle were to unfold on an open field, there's a high chance monsters will pour in. Megis most likely can't lend you that many soldiers. As for Gani, well, they have an understandable king there, so they won't be interjecting here. You should have no problems with the military force of Kurama, right? You did brazenly declare you would put a hand on us after all. This is my rearguard plan. The reason why I had Ilias and Wolf head to the walls. If those two are involved in buying time against the giant undead, the people around wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And at the time when Wolf was leaving, I told her to take advantage of the situation to damage the place. As for Ilias, I simply told her to land firmly. Ilias is terrible at holding back, so I figured she would get rowdy on her own if a long time passes. The giant undead is destroying the walls, and yet, they can't replenish their soldiers properly. The scouts that remained at the walls have escaped already. Anyways, with this, Kurama has lost its defense against the Kurama Never. In other words, the The threat of the Blue Demon Lord has shot up drastically. The one who brought upon this situation was King Zenyatta. He is most likely terribly shaken here. Creating a justification was not that difficult. King Zenyatta and Archbishop Serais should have been plenty aware of this risk. But I had them misinterpret this risk as a bluff. I laid some groundwork on the information about us that Lord Tokusado was sending to them. I checked the documents he was sending, and had him change the wording little by little. The details of the report are not wrong, but I made it so that it sounded as if we were just stale small fry. Lord Tokusado was scared and said, describing you in such a way is just apostrophe. But I said it wouldn't be strange for him to hold the brush in resentment as the mayor that got tricked into a trap. Archbishop Serais is someone that glared at me a whole ton in Taizu, so I have already finished manipulating his impression of me to be just a cowardly human. And here came more adjustments to lower it more. With this, I made it so he thought this man can't do that, even if he flaunted it. He doesn't have the courage. It would have been possible to make it look like I am strong or a troublemaker. But there's a limit to that. But I am confident in my skills to make it look like I am small fry so they are not wary of me, are top class, just like how I did it to live peacefully on Earth. I spit out a plausible lie to see how much the opinion of Archbishop Serais would sway King Zenyatta, but he believed Archbishop Serais without a single ounce of hesitation. In this situation where it wouldn't be strange for the Blue Demon Lord to be hiding somewhere, he eliminated the threat of the Blue Demon Lord and thought it was safe just because he was told the man in front of you is lying, so there was no need to hesitate. This is, at this rate, Zenyatta. King Zenyatta, I am a neutral party, so I wouldn't want to turn humans into my enemies just because I want to. But can you please not misunderstand neutrality with pacifists that don't fight back? HNGH. Zenyatta. I underestimated him. I got ahead of myself here and suffered greatly for it. We have etched that failure deep in his heart to an unforgettable degree. This should be enough to keep King Zenyatta in check. Even if Archbishop Serais can exert power in Kiwama, he won't be able to move easily now that there's the clear threat of the Blue Demon Lord. I would say the plan to pluck the troublesome seeds around is going pretty decently here. After that, the restraints of Mr. Friend were undone. We headed to the walls, met once again with the Blue Demon Lord, and had her disassemble the giant undead. And then, we had King Zenyatta take back his order to hand over the Blue Demon Lord. As for Ray 8, after the interrogation from the third faction, we promised to hand him over to them. It is not handing him over to Kiwama but to the Kiwama branch of the Yugara Church. Him being under Archbishop Serais is a bit worrying, but we apparently need to show a bit of compromise here. As for other things we conceded on, it would be to allow people from Kiwama and the Yugara Church to observe when interrogating Ray 8. The information of Ray 8, who is the subordinate of the Scarlet Demon Lord that's still hostile to the humans, will most likely be very precious. We are currently returning to Lilby. We are taking a temporary break and doing the preparations to transport Ray 8 to Kiwama. That's the general picture, Lord Ragudo. Understood. I shall tell His Majesty first thing in the morning. Ragudo. It is already late at night. Anasama has already gone to sleep, and Lord Ragudo is serving as my intermediary for my audio call. It is a bit of a shame that I can't talk to Anasama directly, but considering how nervous I get, this way makes the report go a lot faster. With the mask Mr. Friend prepared, the quality of his voice would change greatly, so I think I would be able to talk to him to a decent degree though. But it really is something I should fix. Wolf-chan and Rakura Dono are the same as usual. Ekdoik Dono told Mr. Friend that he wouldn't be able to get up for a while because of the demonification and went to rest early. Mr. Friend and Lady Ratzel are currently in the reception room. The Blue Demon Lord showed up at Lilby just recently, saying she wanted to talk in detail about the future. So they are in the middle of preparing for that. Lord Tokusado is super hurriedly preparing to receive the guest, so I would say it is about time to meet her. Well then, I will be checking on Mr. Friend. Mix. Please do. Ragudo. In my opinion, Lord Ragudo's standing is higher than mine as someone who abandoned my duty as royalty and became an adventurer. It feels ticklish when he gets all formal with me. We ended the call and I headed to the reception room. There's already Mr. Friend and Lady Ratzel, and also the Blue Demon Lord with a desk in between, facing each other. but no one is speaking and they are simply glaring at each other in silence. This must be the reason why Lord Tokusado was making a pale face outside the room. Mr. Friend, have you finished your talk? Makes. No, we have been glaring at each other for a while now and haven't said anything. Mr. Friend is glaring this much. Well, that's not really the case. Did he glare back at the Blue Demon Lord because she glared at him? There's no need to become that much of a mirror. Should I throw a lifeboat so that this can end in an amicable talk? There's no need to be so on guard, Blue Demon Lord. You can relax, Makes. I am not on guard. If I did, it would be only towards the night there. I was thinking about how to complain to this man. Blue. I don't remember doing anything worth complaining though. You did. You exposed my past here and there, didn't you? Blue. The research record of the Blue Demon Lord that Dokuro entrusted to Mr. Friend at Taizu. It is true that many people know the contents of it. The only ones who know the details of it here are me, Anasama, Lord Ragudo, and the bodyguard of Anasama called Danbukun. As for the people who have been told a decent amount, it would be the top of the Yugara Church, Popuparo, and a few others that were with him at that time. If we consider it has been transmitted somewhat, I would say it has been spread to a decent degree. If the history of a maiden, moreover, the unsavory dark past were to be spread here and there, it certainly wouldn't leave you in a good mood. What are you saying when you have caused a historical crime? I simply learned about the background of someone in the past and transmitted it, so you've got no right to complain. I am alive even now. Blue. It is a talk of the past, so don't be so stiff about it. It is not like there was any harm, right? I am impressed. You can say that after sending a man like that to me. How much do you think my emotions were rubbed the wrong way there? Blue. If we didn't go that far, you wouldn't have thought about wanting to try to live again, right? HNGH. Blue. Mr. Friend showing antipathy towards someone aside from an enemy is pretty fresh. Also, Blue Demon Lord, there's very few who can win against Mr. Friend in a battle of words. Desuzo. Where's Egdoik in the first place? Blue. He is sleeping like a log upstairs. You were the one that told him that the change would put a burden on his body. Right. Blue. Uneasy without him around? That's not it. Even though he brazenly irritated someone in every possible way and said whatever he wanted, he wasn't present when I showed up, so I just wanted to complain. Blue. Now, don't be like that. It is because Egdoik wanted you to live from the bottom of his heart that he had the resolve to take the step to the point of becoming your demon. I know something like that. I am impressed that he can throw away his life without hesitation in such a fashion. Blue. He hasn't thrown it away. He offered it to you. You really get on my nerves with every word. Blue. So I get on your nerves with just this much? You managed to endure the straightforward attitude of that guy, didn't you? I really do hate you. Blue. Mr. Friend is making an amused face. He is enjoying teasing the Blue Demon Lord. He does have the bad habit of getting happy when seeing people's surprised or troubled faces. After all, the number one victim of this is Lady Ratzel, but that in itself makes me jealous. But I personally am glad that it didn't turn into a harsh result. I don't like results that leave future troubles. After all, I personally would have wanted to just die already though. Blue Demon Lord. Did you think you could just die just like that after obtaining your name? What do you mean by that? Blue. You know about the bandit leader called Dokura, don't you? Yeah, the man that stole the research records from Megis, right? Blue. Dokura couldn't read Earth's language. Even so, he managed to learn necromancy. In that case, there should have been people in the Yugara Church who should know about the basics of necromancy and can use it. What do you think the people who hate you and know about your personal history would do? That's Blue. If it were me, I would say screw you, I won't let you have a peaceful death and keep you for eternity with necromancy at the bare minimum, you know? That's nasty. Being able to think up such things without any restraint really does make it impossible for Mr. Friend to become a completely good person. Karma, what you have done will come back to you. If you wish for death again, ask Egdoik to please let you die in a place where the hands of others won't reach you. Right. I will keep it in mind. Blue. It wouldn't be strange for someone in the Yugara Church to be able to use necromancy, especially the hidden contributors that don't have their names remain in history and work in the shadows. The very first ones I thought up when I heard about this were the Mejisan bus that are led by Archbishop Serais. It is true that there's no way they would simply store the thing that Yugara left behind. It is important to learn about the strength of the enemy to ready yourself for the calamities that might happen afterwards. It is highly possible that they would learn about that power and apply it in the process of this. Your atmosphere is a lot different compared to when I met you just before. Blue. This is my natural state in this world. Mr. Friend returned to normal after the battle was over. Sandwiching the faces of Lady Ratzel and Wolf-chan with both hands and staring at them is apparently a ritual of sorts, but it is impressive that he can change his personality with just that. What bothers me is that there was barely any process required to enter that state. Speaking of which, I haven't heard your name. Blue. I have no intention to tell you. Wait a moment. I am going to be cooperating with your faction, you know? Blue. It is okay. I haven't told Gold and Purple either, or more like, I haven't told my real name to anyone here. Huh? Are you messing with me? Blue. Lady Ratzel is nodding as if saying damn right. I also nod. I have never been so dumbfounded than the time when this was revealed in the matter of the Purple Demon Lord after all, and so, please call me as you please. If I don't like it, I will just ignore you. Ha, no wonder Purple couldn't entice you. Blue. The poison must have been completely extracted from her after hearing the matter of the name. They proceeded with the talk about what to do from here on. The necromancy cast on the giant undead has been completely undone. The remaining undead soldiers will be released in a sleeping state down at the cliff deep in the Kiwama Nether. They were originally humans. Mr. Friend said it would be hard to maintain neutrality if she were to use necromancy, which forcefully pulls the souls of people, pollutes their mind, and controls them. The Blue Demon Lord sighed at this and agreed. Speaking of which, are there no monsters aside from undead in the Kiwama Nether? There are monsters called skeletons and ghosts. Blue. Skeletons are humanoid, right? Are they different from the undead born from necromancy? Yes. They are monsters modeled after human bones. The undead use the corpse as a material to regenerate endlessly, but skeletons are just the looks. They die from being destroyed normally in battle, so I didn't use them in my forces. Blue. There certainly were monsters called skeletons and ghosts in the footage that the Gold Demon Lord showed us in Ghani. It is true that there's barely any point in using expendable monsters when the Blue Demon Lord can regenerate the undead infinitely with her power. We had the monsters that she could order to move away from Kiwama. As for the land, we had them abandon it all the way until the cliff. It has been decided to put them on reserve until the day comes that the humans purify the nether and they reach the cliff. In that case, there's the need for me to find a number of monsters to serve as my pawns. Blue. Ekdoik should be enough. That man said all calmly, I have a debt to repay to Comrade. I can't leave his side until I repay him. Blue. Sorry about that. He is an important talent, so I can't just readily give him to you. Ekdoik Dono. Aren't you a bit too honest about your own feelings? But the reliability of Ekdoik Dono is important for Mr. Friend too, so it would be troubling for him to leave, and so, we have decided to move the dwelling of the Blue Demon Lord to the villa of the Purple Demon Lord in the Taizu territory. 3 Demon Lords gathering in my country must be an outrageous thing if we look back in history. I don't want to get too close to Purple though. Blue. There's no need to get along. It would be troubling if you were to fight each other though. This should be enough for now. Yes, I will return to the palace after checking the state of Ekdoik. Blue. What's with those eyes? This is just in case, since inconveniences might happen if my mana isn't flowing properly at the time he is turning into a demon, okay? Blue. I know, but is there a reason to get all restless here? You are saying that while fully aware, aren't you? Blue. Mr. Friend, if you excel in understanding the heart of people, I would like you to take into consideration the feelings of the person. The Blue Demon Lord left and I also returned to my room. Ilias and Mix looked at me with baffled eyes, but I decided to not worry about it. Fatigue hit me like a truck in one go. I feel like I will be able to sleep real well today. Since I had the opportunity, I thought of having a drink so I could have a nice sleep and was about to pour alcohol, but someone knocked on the door. This way of knocking the door is that person. I am still awake, so you can come in, Rakura. Hearing this, Rakura opened the door and entered. Her face is slightly red. She smells faintly of alcohol, so she must have drank booze before sleeping. So you were planning on drinking too? Counselor Sama. Since I am here already, can I accompany you? Rakura. I was just going to get slightly drunk before sleeping. I don't mind if you don't drink it all. How rude. I can at least be considerate about the share of the person that's drinking with me. Rakura. She sat on the bed and poured the alcohol of someone else in her own glass to the brim. It doesn't look like you are being considerate here though. So the Blue Demon Lord San came. Rakura. Yeah, we were talking about the plans for the future. So she really will be joining you as an ally? Rakura. Right. I don't know if I can get along with her though. But you were teasing her a whole ton there. Rakura. So she was listening to the conversation just now. I really am a civilian since I couldn't even sense the presence of a drunkard. You seem to be having fun despite saying you didn't want to get involved with a suicidal person. Rakura. I could tell that she wanted to live more than I expected. That much is within an acceptable range. Despite that, she said it would have been better to die. So it is certain that I wouldn't want to get too deeply involved with her. But it probably won't be long before she will think about wanting to live more. So Ekdoik-san changed the Blue Demon Lord. Rakura. Yeah, it seems like the dedication of Ekdoik influenced the Blue Demon Lord more than I imagined. Wouldn't you have been able to do the same, Counselor Sama? Rakura. No. What I can do is look after the people around me. I can't get that serious trying to save someone that is trying to die on their own volition. But that wasn't the case for Ekdoik. He was worried about someone that he hasn't even seen yet, took a step, and spoke to her heart. That's really... I can't match Ekdoik-san. Rakura. He is indeed impressive. Rakura drank the booze with a pensive look. I saw competitiveness towards Ekdoik in Rakura in this time's matter. It must be because Ekdoik kindled her. This is a rare sight to see from the lazy Rakura. Rakura is clearly stronger when it comes to battle. Rakura was also far better than him when it came to detecting the location of the Blue Demon Lord. Rakura has the capability to overwhelm most of anything if you compete against her in a single thing. Ekdoik is even jealous about this, but Rakura also feels a sense of inferiority towards Ekdoik in her own way. Rakura is someone who doesn't have deep relationships with others like Ekdoik. Because of her extreme personality, she doesn't fit in society and decided to live comfortably on her own, so the recent accomplishments of Ekdoik must look dazzling to her. I wouldn't be able to step into the heart of a stranger for their sake. Moreover, offer my body to them. I don't think I would ever be able to do it. Rakura. I think that's fine too, you know. It is true that Ekdoik is impressive, but that was in a way an action for the sake of himself. You acting in a sphere that can serve for your own sake is enough. Rakura. It is true that I would be able to do things for my own sake, but the things I can do within that sphere are really small. Even if I were to compete and win in something, looking at the whole picture, I feel like I am losing the whole time to Ekdoik-san. Rakura. Rakura was most likely watching nearby as Ekdoik and the Blue Demon Lord were facing each other. She was shown something that she herself can't do. She was shown the resolve of Ekdoik, and so, she couldn't not spill out her weaknesses and came here to my place to do so. It is out of character, but it can't be helped. I place a hand on the hair of Rakura and ruffle it slightly sloppily. Rakura, Ekdoik can act a whole lot better and skillfully than you. He will most likely grab onto far more things than you in the future too. Isn't this the moment where you comfort me? Rakura. If you think so, let me speak a bit more. What you will be holding won't be that much, but the things you will hold are at a place that the hands of Ekdoik can't reach. Ekdoik can spread his big arms widely, but your arms can stretch higher than him. There's no need to look for superiority there. One more please. Rakura. Seriously? Let me think for a bit. If you have the confidence of narrowing it down to one thing and winning, just find something important to you that you can be proud of in that victory, obtain it, and protect it. Something that you can think, I am glad I am this way. One more. Rakura. Alright, don't be so spoiled. I smacked her head with the hand I was petting her with. She is beginning to get ahead of herself. This is as much as I can tell her. So cruel. Rakura. Sluggishly pampering a drunkard would be bad for the education of Wolf. Even though my main profession is to be sluggish and get pampered. Rakura. Looks like I mistook the person to pamper. Well then, I will go to sleep now. Rakura. Rakura stood up and walked to the door while still holding the bottle of wine of someone else. Well, I don't mind that for today. I will get angry the next time she does that. Rakura bowed slightly as she closed the door. Well then, Counselor Sama, good night. Also, I don't think I am mistaking the person to get pampered by, you know? Rakura said this and returned to her room. After seeing her off, I drank the remaining alcohol in my cup and lay down on the bed. She is rivals with her blood-related brother and has been estranged from her parents. It shouldn't be a bad idea to pamper her a whole lot every now and then. Yeah, every now and then. The next day, we escorted Ray 8 and arrived at the Kiwama headquarters. I have been to Taizu, which is small but fancy, and Gani, whose growth stands out, but I let out my voice in admiration at the scenery of Kiwama. It is the very picture that I imagined of a castle town in an Isekai before coming to this world. There's an especially high amount of adventurers. Taizu has knights, Gani has their army, and Megis has the Yugara church to properly keep public order, so there's barely any work for the adventurers. Compared to that, Kiwama has the defensive walls, the threat of the monsters is low. The soldiers of the nation assure bare minimum public order, and have the tendency to use adventurers for more flexibility. Therefore, most adventurers use Kiwama as their base of operations. I leave the driving of the carriage to Ilias and enjoy the view as we head to the Kiwama castle. We have thrown Ray 8 inside the wooden box over the while still restrained. Speaking of which, were you working in Kiwama when you were an adventurer? Yes. So I can guide you if it is in the city of Kiwama. I would have been able to guide you sooner if you hadn't said you were going to shut yourself in Lilby. Makes. I can also guide you in Kiwama. I did stay here for some time after all. Ekdoik cuts into the conversation. He was completely energetic now after sleeping for a night. His skin color has changed to wheat color because of the effect of turning into a demon, and his hair and eyes have changed from a deep purple to a slightly bluish purple. I heard from stories that demons have black hair and eyes, but there might be a difference depending on the demon lord turning you into a demon. If I just think of his skin being tanned, it doesn't feel off, and it is a difference that would just make me think it is a rare sight when looking at the color of his hair and eyes closely. And so, there's no noteworthy issue at present. If any more changes happen, we can just change the color with the spell that Nora invented. But according to Ilias and the others, the quality of his mana has become even more dangerous. Others already found him different because he was raised by a devil, but it has gotten even more pronounced. Strong people may be able to tell, but it might be effective to pressure someone. Speaking of which, where is Ekdoik affiliated to? It was Morgana for me. Makes. Morgana, a proper guild. Mine was Ryodo. Ekdoik. Ryodo, a place that stands out for their shady jobs. Makes. The adventurers are affiliated to a guild, and those adventurer guilds have factions. Morgana is a guild that only accepts adventurers that not only have strength but also have had their virtue acknowledged. They have many branches in each nation, and are the guild that has the most requests received by countries and nobles. Ryodo is a completely power-driven guild. It is a guild that even wanderers, people of unknown origins, and deranged individuals can join. There's a lot of dangerous and hard to publicize requests, and there's rumors that they even lent a hand to crimes. There's a lot of cases where the rowdy individuals that are confident in their skills would join this guild. They would cause trouble at times, but they were relatively low-priced, so merchants would often use this avenue. Shunate is a guild with an extremely wide acceptance range. Even new adventurers can join, but it is hard to get high difficulty requests. The adventurers that have gained experience would often move to other guilds, but the skilled and attentive adventurers would stay at Shunate, and there are even times when they would return from other guilds. There's also a number of influential guilds who have specialized requests, but these three are apparently the main faces. Adventurer guilds. I have heard a decent degree about them. I was hired by Marito soon after, so it was left inconclusive, but it might not be a bad idea to join one. If you're registered to the guild, you can receive requests from branches of the guild in other countries, and it is also good that you can use their affiliated facilities. It wouldn't be a bad idea to join one. Ekdoik. Mr. Friend can obtain a recommendation from Manasama, so you could join Morgana. Makes. I don't know about a guy that has demon lords as allies joining. Right. Comrade would be able to act in a wider spectrum in Ryodo. Ekdoik. HNGH. But if you want to earn trust, Morgana is leaps and bounds better desuzo. Mix. What's with these two? Even though they are putting aside their adventurer job and accompanying me, they are still attached to their guilds. Anyways, what comes first is the interrogation of Ray 8. Our time to accept requests will be gone depending on the information we get. After all, joining an adventurer guild was high up in my list of things I wanted to do if I were to come to an Isekai, but it really does feel like I just missed my opportunity. I'm the one in charge of the ideas for the king, and I'm already researching magic that takes advantage of the difference in culture. Rising from a beginner adventurer at this point doesn't really excite me much now. That said, as long as we are calling ourselves a third faction, there's a high chance that we won't be able to stay in Taizu for some reason. I have to secure enough funds to not worry about the food and lodging of me and Wolf. I really should consider a method to earn for our meals. There's the option of Gold taking care of us, but it is obvious that she would get ahead of herself. Purple. There's a high chance I won't be able to return to society. Yup. Thinking about it calmly, I need to earn operation funds for the third faction, too. What should I do? I have been thinking of ways to earn money, but maybe I should begin seriously. Shizu, are you worrying about something? Wolf, I want to earn for the sake of living, and avoid living for the sake of earning. I see. Wolf, I think about the future as we arrive at the Kiwama Castle. The Taizu Castle gives off a clean and traditional atmosphere, but the one here gives off the pressure of a wild seasoned castle. The Garni Castle has a strange shape because of the taste of gold, but when talking about a castle, this is what it should look like. There's already a number of soldiers and clerics on standby at the entrance and they let us in without any objections. However, because of how bold we were before, they don't have that good of an impression on us. They are not showing it in their attitude, but they are surely spitting out poison internally. We were guided to an interrogation room inside the castle by the side of the prison, a square room with a tall ceiling. In the surroundings there's tools for interrogation. Those are torture devices. It is not too hygienic, and it is humid and dark. It is not like they are trying to entertain the one being interrogated, so this does make sense. Wolf is frowning a whole lot here. Is she remembering the past, or is the smell stinging her nose? It must be both. I looked around the room and there were things that looked like windows at the walls. For ventilation? No, that's most likely a one-way mirror. I can't see them from here, but Archbishop Serais and King Zenotto probably plan on watching from there. There's a lot of echo here too, so it is made well for big shots to watch the progress of an interrogation. I asked Tekdoik and Mix to bring out Ray 8 from the wooden box, and attach him to the handcuffs that are set at the wall. We had him sleep with a drug so that he wouldn't cause trouble on the way, so his sleeping face can only be seen like that of a child, and it gives off that criminal vibe. I had his whole body wrapped up with the chains of Egdoik that have magic seal stones set in them just in case, and put on restraining devices so that he doesn't bite off his tongue. Then, had Mix wake Ray 8 up with an energizing spell. I say energizing spell, but it is pretty much a light electric shock. It is not something nice to witness. Now then, it is about time for me to switch. HN. Good morning, Ray 8. How's your body feeling? Ray 8 dizzily opened his eyes and looked around. And then, after seeing my face, he made a smile unlike that of a child and answered, I barely feel anything because of the poison. That's quite the cruel thing to pull on the body of a child. Ray 8, if you were to resist, we would have to go to more extreme measures after all. I am hoping things will wrap up peacefully here. Want to try torturing me? The torture of Yugura's planet might serve as a reference for the future, so I am looking forward to it a bit. Ray 8, I unfortunately don't have a truth serum, and the physical torture might look lukewarm in the standards of this world. Then it will be your normal interrogation. Huh. That's a shame. Ray 8. There's two major interrogation methods in this world. One of them is torturing them and have them spill the bins. But the body of Ray 8 currently is that of a child. There's a high chance the body will give out faster than his mind. The other method is to use magic that will affect his mind. According to the check of Mix, Ray 8 has a small magic seal stone embedded in his head just like the time with the bandits. The mind manipulation spells would be erased. I could call Purple and have her use the enticement, but I find it hard to believe that someone who moves in the shadows the whole time would act while using his real name. With the power of the stomach of perplexion that Duvalieri inherited from Fabushasu, you can read the memories of someone. But people that excel in mind manipulation spells can fake their memories. I asked the Blue Demon Lord if we could do the same as Dokora, threaten him with using necromancy on his body that's still stored at Medjez. The problem is that it is not clear whether that body is his real body, so it is not certain. Also, judging from how relaxed he is here, I can't throw away the possibility that his soul might move once his body dies. Well, that doesn't matter though. I direct my gaze at Ilias. She doesn't seem too into the idea, but she agreed to it. I place a chair in front of Ray 8 and sit down. His face and mine were facing each other at close range. What are you trying to pull here? Ray 8. Now then, let's begin the interrogation. First question, you made contact with each mayor of Kiama, and then you were going to take advantage of the incident the Blue Demon Lord was causing to wreak havoc in the chain of command, but you were also trying to pull off other things, right? Then, was that going to be through the use of adventurers? Thanks. The guilds, Ariodo, Morgana, Shunate. What, so all of them? The face of Ray 8 began to cloud. Even though he is expressionless and hasn't opened his mouth once, yet the right answers are coming out one after the other, so of course his face would turn like that. I see, so that's your weapon. That's scary. Ray 8. Don't call it something dangerous like a weapon. It is a technique. Application of comprehension. By narrowing the questions to a yes or no answer, I discern the truth by observing their reactions. But that's not really the technique here. This is what I inferred through the information that Gyrus 2 investigated. I am showing this to Ray 8 as if I had pulled it out from him just now. This may look like a farce of an interrogation, but there's a proper objective to this. It is to shake the mind of Ray 8. No matter how silent you want to stay, information is being extracted as if his thoughts are being read. With that illusion in place, the expressions of Ray 8 are beginning to show more vividly in his face. Now that it has reached this point, my usual method can work. Telling what's true or false will become comparatively easier now. But if I shoot questions blindly with this method over and over, there's the risk of him reading my intention, making it even harder to draw out details from them. And so, I narrow it to only important questions and see through the general picture. The reason why you were stingy in the incident caused by the Blue Demon Lord despite laying all that groundwork was not only because I cornered you with precision, right? You planned on using it at a future junction. Related to the objective of the Scarlet Demon Lord. Your way of cornering me was so perfect that I couldn't send the order. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Lord instigated the Blue Demon Lord was because he wanted to spread the reality that the Demon Lords have resurrected to the world. Also, the reason why the Scarlet Demon Lord didn't act immediately was for the sake of letting the humans get ready, right? You don't even care about what I say, huh? This is quite the terrible way to interrogate someone. Ray 8. Thanks. Looks like the Scarlet Demon Lord wants to cause a full-blown war against the humans. He continued amassing troops, and once he judged that the threat of Yugara was not present, he made the Blue Demon Lord take the front as if saying now's the moment. What are you saying here? It is as if. Ray 8. I am not simply reading the truth from his expression. He can't lie through his words. There's Rakura at my back who has learned the Yugara Church's technique to see through lies. Making things unclear with bullcrap won't be allowed. How much time has the Scarlet Demon Lord given to the humans? Shorter than a month. So longer. 2 months. 3 months. I see, 3 months. Huh. Thanks. You really are one troublesome man. I regret not having been more thorough with my methods to eliminate you. Ray 8. There's no need to give such an exaggerated evaluation towards the man that's even weaker than that form of yours. But in that case, a point of worry has shown up. The Scarlet Demon Lord wants an orthodox war against the humans, but creating chaos within the humans by using adventurers doesn't match with that intention. Meaning that you are doing this by your own volition, isn't it? You want the Scarlet Demon Lord to fight with as much of an advantage as possible. But it is not out of loyalty. What's your objective? The real objective of Ray 8 is not something within the range of what I can guess. No one knows about the origins of Ray 8 and his past. There's not enough information. Wrapping it up here would be the safe choice, but let's set him up a bit here. I use the term that might be connected here from the information I heard from Gold and Purple. Illegitimate, This reaction is a bingo. It is the tropic the green and colorless demon lords shared. But I am surprised it was related to Ray 8, but the state of Ray 8 changed a bit here. These are eyes that are certain I don't have information about this illegitimate. And he is raising his guard to the max in order to not leak any information no matter what. If we knew something about this illegitimate, our actions would most likely be contradictory here. The shaking I am doing now has barely any effect on someone who has wholeheartedly decided to not spill out information. It is time to withdraw. I obtained the information I needed, so let's be satisfied with this. It is going to be more useful for me in the future to maintain the threat that I have etched in the heart of Ray 8 just now rather than just pushing it and messing up. I ended the interrogation and left the place without saying anything more. The fake smile of Ray 8 had already crumbled, and the look he is giving me is without doubt that of hostility. I left the interrogation room and was guided to the guest room. I rubbed the cheeks of Wolf as I returned my standing to normal. It seems like the Aimi is not that popular with them. That's understandable though. Being interrogated by Counselor Sama in that state gives chills. Rakura. What, Rakura? Have you been hit by that technique of comrade before? Ekdoik. Yes. I have interrogated her when she drank the alcohol that I was hiding. It was in the me state instead of the me state, but this was extremely effective with Rakura, who is bad at lying. By the way, I uncovered the endless list of snacks she was hiding one after the other, and scolded her to the point that she was on the verge of crying. You simply got your just desserts. No room for sympathy, you. Even though I simply took a bit of your booze, it still shows up in my dreams, you know? Rakura. Makes sense, it would. My condolences Desuzu. Makes. Why is everyone showing gazes of pity towards Rakura? Am I the one in the wrong here? I thought who cares and sat on the chair. A soldier eventually showed up and told us to please come to the throne room. We followed along to the throne room, and there was King Zenotto and Archbishop Serais waiting. The grumpy face of Archbishop Serais is the same as usual, but King Zenotto's face is terribly pale. First of all, allow me to praise your interrogation skills. A terribly big problem arose from this though. Zenotto. Regarding the adventurers, I have a list of the people that he might have made contact with. I shall make a copy of this later. That would be a great help. By the way, what's this illegitimate about? Zenotto. According to the other demon lords allied with me, the colorless demon lord mentioned this when talking to the green demon lord. I don't know the details. King Zenotto glanced at Archbishop Serais. He simply shook his head in silence. I understand that they don't trust me, but brazenly confirming it right in front of my eyes does sour my mood. Yup. We will also perform an interrogation of Ray 8 on our side. And so, I would like to request one thing from you. Zenotto. Depends on what it is. About the adventurers that Ray 8 made contact with and used on his schemes, were they controlled by magic or was it out of their own will? Zenotto. Can't say for sure on either of those. There's even the possibility of both being the case. Right. But if that's the case, it would be hard for our country alone to get rid of this danger. Adventurers can move through the nations, so the harm wouldn't stop at just Kyuama. Zenotto. You are right. The one who will be harmed the most will be Kyuama, but I don't go out of my way to point it out. King Zenotto most likely understands that already. Most adventurers use Kyuama as their base after all. As a country, there's the need to prepare for the approaching threat that is the Scarlet Demon Lord. I would like to borrow your wits here. Of course, we will provide assistance as a nation. Zenotto. I feel like they are pushing a troublesome problem to us. But King Zenotto does have a point here. If the Scarlet Demon Lord plans on attacking the nations in 3 months, there's the need to prioritize the preparations for this or the casualties will increase drastically. This not only applies for Kyuama but the other countries too. Even if I don't accept the request here, he will ask Marito and gold anyway. There's no reason not to accept if Kyuama is going to assist. We are simply on an equal footing in our power dynamics now. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have them as one. I doubt Archbishop Serais will feel indebted, but King Zenotto is a different story. Understood. Entrust the method to us, and as for the assistance, we will ask for it within the range of what you can do. Any issues with that? So you will accept? Yeah, there's no issue with that. Zenotto. King Zenotto gave a broad smile. Seems like he is very happy. It seems like he is not acting here and is happy from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this guy is the most honest out of all the nation representatives? Even though it was within expectations, This is not that good of a situation. Marito and Lord Ragudo groaned together at the office in the Taizu Castle after reporting the details of what happened in Kuama. After I accepted the request, I used the flying ability of Kutu and literally flew back to Taizu. Kutu's flying ability is handy, but it cannot use precise magic, and it is extremely cold at high altitudes. I was saved by Ilias's magic this time around, but there's the need for a decent degree of cold protection in the case when I fly alone. I asked Tegdok and Mix to gather information in their respective guilds, and had Wolf and Rakura assist them. I am worried about Rakura, but I am sure Mix will hold her reins properly. Let's explain the threat of the Scarlet Demon Lord to the knights and have them ready themselves for when the time comes. Yeah, I will leave the details of that to Lord Ragudo. And so, there's a different reason as to why you came back, right? Marito. One of them would be to transport the luggage. Who are you calling luggage? The one who shouted there was the Blue Demon Lord, who I now call Blue. If Blue, who tried to brazenly attack Kuama, were to be present while Ekdoik is acting there, she would most likely be the source of trouble, so I brought her to Taizu. Blue is not a demon lord that excels in combat. She can't use annihilation unless it is in her own nether either. With her necromancy taking a step back, the only good thing about her would be her immortality. Her fighting power is still far higher than a certain someone despite that though, and so, we decided to entrust Blue to the Villa of Purple. The person herself is making a very displeased expression. Of course she would be. But if Ekdoik said there's something I need to do, this is the only thing we can do if we think about your safety first. With a serious face, she wouldn't be able to object. If the information collecting of the Scarlet Demon Lord is outstanding, it wouldn't be strange for him to already know that Blue has switched to our side. Ekdoik would also be worried if she were to be left alone in the nether. I heard she is a suicidal demon lord, but she is pretty noisy. Marito. Don't shout, Blue. We are in the middle of an intellectual conversation. Are you saying I am not intellectual? Also, don't call me Blue so familiarly. Blue. Even if you say so, if I were to call you Blue Demon Lord, even the civilians around would notice. You can just switch depending on the place. Blue. As if I can increase my hassle just for your sake. Why would I have to carry such a pain in the butt? You really only speak in ways that piss me off. Blue. My ears hurt. Mix has a loud voice too, but she was not hysterical, so she was better. How many years has it been since I have been shouted at endlessly? And so, what's the other reason? Marito. Marito casually ignored the anger of Blue with a refreshing smile. I think he is pretty out there himself. He threw her a lifeboat here, but Blue glared at me and Marito as if this was her opportunity. Taizu is the country with the least adventurers as far as I know. If the strings of Ray 8 have reached other countries, I thought it would be easier to catch his tail easier in Taizu. That's true. Knights are sensitive to outsiders after all. They keep a good eye on the movements of the people that come from the outside. Marito. That's reliable. If that's true, were they keeping an eye on me when I first came to Taizu too? Ah, I was. Moreover, by a really dangerous individual. What's the matter, staring at the face of someone all of a sudden? Ilias. I was simply looking at the top of the knights. I see. Ilias. Marito. I will be confirming the details of Ray 8's handiwork. I leave the wariness towards the adventurers in Taizu and the Scarlet Demon Lord to you. No need to leave it to me. It is my duty as the king. Marito. That's true. I am not of much use if a war between the Scarlet Demon Lord and humans happens after all. I have taken a few bites of the laws, but I have understandably not studied military strategies. I am good at dealing with people that have evil intentions, but I am not experienced in war. It is good that I can leave the things I am not good at to the outstanding people in this world. I'm not experienced in war either though. Marito. Don't worry, you have enough prior results. Gold has used the concentrated military force of Ghani to wage war against Taizu countless times in the simulated world. But even though she challenged them countless times, there wasn't a single time where she won. I can tell how outstanding a Marito is with just that. If not only Ghani but also Kuama and Megis were to cooperate to face the enemy, the existence of Marito will serve greatly to the human side. I don't feel the reality of it, but if my friend says so, I shall answer that expectation. Marito. Yeah, it has nothing to do with your duty as a king. It is my personal expectation towards you. So don't betray it, okay? Of course. Marito. but you have to get along a bit better with Gold. That's not for me to say, but hers. Don't you think? Marito. The space where the colorless demon lord is staying in is an abnormal space where all the colors perceived by the creator of the space are dyed over. In this place where a normal person might go crazy in less than a day, the colorless demon lord let out a slovenly yawn as he relaxed his whole body on a massage chair like the ones that exist on Earth. Ah, this is nice Tilda. It has been a long time since I have had to work hard to a point where my muscles would get stiff. But this is addicting Tilda. How can he be receptive to a plain life in the countryside when he knows such a lifestyle Tilda? Colorless. He has a carbonated drink from one of the most popular companies in his right hand, and a famous cylinder-shaped snack from Japan in his left hand. And what lay ahead of his gaze was a liquid crystal television. What was shown on the screen was the conversation of the Earthling that showed up in this parallel world. The Earthling is solving the handiwork that Ray 8 set. It is not something that would trouble me if it were to be solved, but what about the balance? Blue has also switched sides, so isn't Scarlet Beast-chan a bit too in the disadvantage here? Should I just go and involve Green too? No, if I make one wrong step there, the humans might get wiped out. Colorless. The colorless demon lord placed the small model of the blue demon lord he was holding in his right hand on the table he set at the right side. There's a world map drawn on top of the table. The piece of the Scarlet Demon Lord is present at the border between the Gani Nether and the Megis Nether. And then, the piece of the Green Demon Lord is at the Taizu Nether. The remaining pieces of the Demon Lords are all placed at Taizu. Even if the war were to happen, the ratio of Demon Lords would be 1 to 3. The forces of the Gold Lass are human, so they don't count. Purple Princess may still have a horde of small fry devils, but only one remaining unique. Blue Anya obtained a demon. But with her necromancy gone, she is just a normal woman. If we look at our aggregate power, the difference isn't that much, I guess. Colorless. He gulped down the carbonated drink he was holding in one go and burped loudly. It doesn't have the depth of alcohol, but it is stimulating. The nutrition is dirt low, but it tastes good. So sly. It would fill my belly if they were to make it in this world too though. Colorless. He munched on snacks as if finding this a pain and got up. The best option here would be to observe silently, but what do I do to kill time? The only thing I did from my original job was to warn a certain sage and murderer rule. Break a devil. Colorless. The colorless demon lord closed his eyes and opened them again, and the scenery changed completely. A giant screen showed up in front of him. There were a massive amount of letters written down there, and when the colorless demon lord looked at them languidly, the letters scrolled at an abnormal speed. As long as the talk about the demon lord aiming to attack is spread, there's no way there would be anyone who would show up to run towards the phobie. Colorless. The colorless demon lord tilted his head and the letters stopped at the same time as he did. He looked in interest at the letters shown there and warped his mouth in amusement. Well, what do we have here? Even if the trigger was there, this is pretty impressive. I can use this. Nice. Nice. Let's use this as an excuse to stir things up a bit. Colorless. He collapses backwards as if satisfied. There was a fancy king-size bed where he fell. The colorless demon lord turns the gears in his brain while enjoying that comfort. Observing as a substitute of black cis was lacking after all. Since the opportunity has presented itself, let's check just how much difference there is between you and Yugura. Earthling. It has been a while since the worth of physical battles has been lost. It is a rare battle of wits. Colorless. Don't wanna. Why does this one have to get along with that foolish king? Gold. I thought of consulting about a variety of things as I have come here to leave Blue at the Villa of Purple. I remembered the exchange I had with Marito and told her come on, cooperate with Marito too, but this is what I get. Seeing Gold flailing around on the sofa as if displaying this to me, it makes me wonder whether it really is okay for this one to rule a country. I am not the only one who is looking at that with baffled eyes. Purple, blue, and Duvilieri are, too. Ilias said it would be safe here, so she went outside to breathe some air. She ran away. There's 3 demon lords here though, but that's hard for me to say. That's how much Ilias trusts in these demon lords after all. I don't know how much of a belittling gaze he directs at this one. He looks down at me at every instance he can get as if saying what's this? No? Gold. Notice that you are getting those exact same gazes present progressively by 4 people. I can feel love in Sir's gaze. Also, I don't care about the riffraff that don't understand what entails to be a ruler. Gold. Is that a provocation towards me? It should be fine to throw hands if it is to a degree where I don't kill her, right? Blue. You must not. Blue. That's where you go. I didn't plan on killing her as an excuse and use that opportunity to kill her, got it? Purple. See that? They are barbarians that know they can't match me in words, so they immediately run to physical violence. Gold. Then, guess I will join those barbarians. New. Gold. I put my fists on both of Gold's temples and sentenced her to a noogie. Don't turn Tizer into a battle between demon lords just for a stupid provocation. Serves you right, Gold. Blue. HHMPH. Even the severe scolding I am getting right now has an exquisite control in strength, ya know? As I thought. He really does love this one. Gold. I was pretty serious here though. That makes me sad. Gold may not have any battle power, so even my weak attacks work, but even with that, I am still an otherworlder. She must be tougher still. But if I get even harsher here, it would look like I am abusing her from the outside, so this is troubling. So it really gotta be the tail. Let's go for the tail next time. If it is just on that degree, I would like to be on the receiving end too, you know? Purple. I don't want to be glared at by Diuvileri, so I politely refuse. Diuvileri nodded from behind. Jokes don't work on him. Even if he doesn't put a hand on me, I could face hell with just his killing intent directed at me. What do you two see that's so great about this man? Blue. Right back at you, Blue. What's so good about that noisy chain guy? Purple. It is not like I made him into a demon because he had good points. I simply made him into a demon because he said he would benefit me. Blue. Noisy chain man, she says. That's true though. Turning a man that would most likely make a pose at important points into a demon is hilarious. Gold. It is better than being uncool. Blue. It is true that he poses at every instance, but he is cool, you know. Considering his age, he is cutting close to the worrying territory though. If we are talking about coolness, he is above him, ya know. Come on. Nail a pose. Gold. Heh, stop those eyes. Gold. Not good. I was hit with the kind of unreasonable demand that I hate, so I was about to deal with her kind of seriously there. But these guys are pretty high-strung. Even Purple feels more energetic than usual. The saying goes that 3 women gathered makes it noisy. So maybe they are made to have an increase in communication skills or something? I feel like there's research about this in America or somewhere around those parts. The ones that are noisy within the group of Ilias are only Mix and Rakura. It would most likely get noisy when Sarah joins in. Let's be careful about that. You sometimes make scary eyes. Even a dead fish has more shiny eyes, you know? Blue. Ooh, even though I am going out of my way here to calm things down, you plan on throwing the fire on me? Just accept that straight on here. Blue. It was noisy for a while, but we were pushed by the eternal serious face of Diuvileri and calmed down. I was grateful to my past self for keeping him alive. After that, I told them about the developments regarding Kiwama, and decided to consult with them about the future. Adventurers, I am aware of the merchants in Kiwama to a certain degree, but I didn't think about going out of my way to entice the smelly adventurers, you know? Purple. There's a decent amount of adventurers staying in Ghani. After all, I would like them to deal with that. Gold. How about just enticing all the adventurers in Kiwama? Blue. Let's stop that mindset of trying to murder all worrying points, okay? It is the fastest solution, but if we were to solve it like that, the threat of the demon lords would shoot up. In the first place, the nations would interfere before the stage of implementation. There's the option of narrowing it down to the list of adventurers that might have made contact with Ray 8 which Gyrus to investigated, but in the case of the adventurers that are simply being utilized like the time with Archbishop Yuka, using the enticement would be harsh. It is not that different from necromancy in that it ignores the dignity of the person and controls them. It is better not to use it in public as much as possible. Then how about making lesser devils keep an eye on them? There's not that many adventurers in total, right? Purple. Compared to the millions of devils, yeah, but a skilled adventurer would be able to notice the surveillance of a devil. If devils were to be witnessed in every country in a state where information about the Scarlet Demon Lord attacking is being spread, it might cause panic. Humans are such a pain, right? Purple. It is because of such pains that worth in individuals is born. I can't talk bad about it if you put it like that. That's sly, you know? Purple. I am fine with being sly. That said, at the times when I want hands for simple jobs, the numbers of your devils will be reliable. Purple. I will rely on you there. Yeah, that's an easy request, you know? Purple. I am also here. Gold. Right. It might be a good idea to meet Ludfane-san again and have a thorough talk with her. I am also here. Gold. Speaking of which, the devil I entrusted to you, Katu, was it? Has it been useful to you? Purple. Yeah, it can't do anything big, but it is very handy for me. Ain't that right, Katu? When I brushed Katu, the body of that devil surfaced from the wooden sword and moved with a bounce. Yes, Katu, best partner of Master. Katu. Hasn't it changed a bit? Purple. Ah, about that. I noticed this anomaly the next day after I provided mana to Katu, which serves as its food. Its way of speaking had changed. The first one to give it food was Ekdoik. When he did, he became strangely nihilistic. When I gave him the mana of Mix next, he began to speak often. When Rakura gave it mana, it became sluggish. When Ilias gave it mana, it began to get straight-laced. When Wolf gave it mana, the amount of words it could say dropped sharply and became way too loyal. It seems like it has the tendency to absorb the personality of the owner's mana. I noticed that it had a tendency to show strongly depending on how much mana is given, so I tested out giving food from everyone at the same time, and it ended up like this. At the times when constructing its parts, it is kind of strangely pop. I guess it is most likely because Rakura gave mana while drinking booze. Yup. The shape of the monsters is affected by the mana of the demon lord in the creation, but does the mana of humans affect their mind? That's a bit interesting, you know? Purple. Hey, former master, no human kidnapping. Katu. It kind of annoys me though. I will give you a different devil, so is it okay to dissect it? Purple. Here, master likes calm, reserved, dangerous, not good. Katu. But this personality reminds me of a certain someone when they are high-strung. They do say pets resemble their masters, but is this an influence of that? Its appearance is comparatively lovely, so there's no issues. Most of all, this guy has an extremely outstanding ability. It can read the atmosphere. It will talk nicely in this fashion when spoken, but it will never speak arbitrarily or show itself. Well, please spare it since it has learned some fine tricks. Master, there's no end to problems. Katu. Moreover, it would guess my mental state in this fashion and speak words of comfort. The issue would be that it brings discomfort to people who can't understand its flow. That said, it is on the verge of becoming fatal here though. Is that okay with you? Purple. Yeah, this wooden sword was my partner to begin with after all. Don't you think it is pretty sweet to be able to communicate with your own weapon? Don't know? Purple. Don't get it. Gold. Like a child. Blue. Master. Don't mind. Kadu. Well, I do get irritated by my partner every now and then though. I opened the door leading to the Adventurer Guild, Ryodo. That's in the capital of Kiwama. There's a slightly pungent scent of blood. It is most likely the lingering scent of the adventurers that use this place. I separated from Comrade and brought Wolf with me to obtain information. There's the need to research the details of the guild members of Ryodo, but we need Wolf to join first. The momentum of the wars happening in the areas was lost after Yuguru defeated the demon lords. It is not something sweet like them feeling a sense of camaraderie after facing the invasion of the demon lords together. If they were to cause a war in a situation where a hero that can defeat even demon lords has appeared, they were all worried of the possibility that that very hero would get involved in it, too. On top of that, after Yugura ended the battle against the demon lords, he left the influential people to manage the respective lands. He taught the procedure to deal with the adjoined nethers, and made it so the other influential people can't deal with the nethers satisfactorily. And in this way the other influential people who couldn't throw away their selfishness would have to move to a remote region, or pledge fealty towards the king that was left the nation to unchanged to nobles. However, there were still people in the nation that had a desire for political power even inside those lands. They gathered powerhouses from various locations in a way that a nation couldn't and began operating as a new power. They were the adventurer guilds. The first one to show up was the highly regulated Morgana. Morgana was established when the battle against the humans and demon lords had just finished. But the hatred towards demi-humans was still present. Because of this, It is natural that most of the adventurers affiliated to Morgana are humans. The one that was born to oppose the threat of Morgana was Ryodo. It is this skill that's said to have been established by demi-humans. There's almost no opposition to demi-humans now, but there's things that still remain even through the test of time. Demi-humans have very little opportunity to shine in Morgana. It should be plenty possible to recommend Wolf to Morgana with her skills, but as long as there's few demi-humans registered in Morgana, there's the possibility that she would stand out in an undesirable way. Because of those reasons, it ended up with Wolf registering to Ryodo. But considering the anxiety that would bring acting together with Rakura, such background is just an extra to the reasons. The one that took in adventurers without distinction after that was Shunate. Having a wide acceptance range was a happy condition for the newbie adventurers, and their influence increased in the blink of an eye. Morgana and Ryodo decided to take the route of being selective about the quality of their adventurers to oppose Shunate. Just like how Morgana can gain the trust of many nations, Ryodo stands at the other side of the coin as the place where you can fulfill in the shadows the requests that can't be done in public. When we entered, the adventurers around poured their gazes at us. There were people who looked away after noticing that it was not a client but someone from the same trade, and there's also those who were observing us as if assessing us. There's a variety of gazes, but I can't feel any that's amicable. I paid no mind to it and walked to the reception and spoke to the man sitting there. I would like to register someone to Ryodo. It is this person here. Ekdoik, a white demi-human. Huh. That's rare. Moreover, young. Wouldn't she earn more money if you were to put her on display instead? If you think so, then your eyes are third-rate. Ekdoik, HMPH, then show me your power. The man at the reception tilted his body and shouted to the adventurers around. Oi, we are going to have an exam for a new recruit. Anyone that wants some pocket money, speak out now. The condition to join Ryodo is whether you are strong. There's also exams to test your intelligence and magic skills, but battle prowess is prioritized. The man that judged Wolf must be skilled. He seems to have chosen the battle prowess exam from seeing her equipment. I should tell them beforehand at the time when Comrade joins. A single man walks towards the reception not long after. His face is full of scars and is spreading pressure to the surroundings. The exam to test battle prowess is a mock battle against a Ryodo adventurer. The ones that lack the capability will get baptized harshly and, at times, end up being unable to work as adventurers anymore. I will do it. No reason to refuse if I can enjoy it while waving off my booze expenses. The adventurers around were watching this with warped grins in their faces. Every single one of them is third-rate. Even if Wolf is holding back her mana, I don't know if they can serve any good for the exam if they can't even see through that. Wait a moment. Ekdoik, huh? Saying you want to stop now won't work. Okay? I don't care about that. Wolf, is that okay? You will be showing your skills here, but don't kill them. Also, try to avoid crippling them. Ekdoik, okay. Wolf, that should be good enough. Wolf has been training with pretty strong people on the regular. If she were to fight with that same mindset, she would end up killing unnecessarily. Comrade told me vehemently that this must be avoided. Are you provoking me here? How stupid. Let's begin already. The man and Wolf move to the center and take their stances. The man's weapon is a steel club. He must have been using it for years. The tip has changed to a dark color. It is pathetic to see that he has been neglecting taking care of his weapon. I am ready whenever. I will teach you that you're 10 years too soon to be he. Match set. She grabbed the face of the man with her bare fists instead of punching him as a form of holding back, and then smashed him onto the ground just like that, but she broke the ground and the upper half of the man had been buried on the ground. He is convulsing here, so it doesn't seem like he has died. That's a relief. If she were to kill someone right after she began acting, I don't know what Comrade would have said. It has been a while since I have had chills run down my spine. I didn't think a day would come when I would be happy about the floor here being made out of wood. The adventurers have their mouths open in shock. Only one or two must have been able to follow what she did just now. Oi, someone treat him. You should be able to get the treatment fee from his booze expenses. Wolf came back here with an unconvinced face. What's the matter, Wolf? You don't need to worry about that guy. He seems to be alive after all. Ekdoik. Wolf hasn't shown her real strength with this. Wolf. Being able to show this much is enough. Ekdoik. I return to the receptionist and pay the registration fee silently. The reception man shook his head as if he returned to his senses and confirmed the money for the registration fee. That was a surprise. What's with that dummy human? If I had to explain in an easy-to-understand way for you guys, it would be that she is the disciple of Gradona. Ekdoik, the Holy Fists. So the same as that Pashuro. Tell me that beforehand. Would you have believed me even if I told you? Ekdoik, not sure. The man finished counting the registration fee, and brought out 2 metallic plates, a chisel, and a hammer. Name, Wolf. Wolf. No family name, Yume. Wolf. That's fine. One of the reasons why we chose Ryodo was because there's no need to register with your full name. This means a lot for the residents of the underground that take on requests that bring hatred towards them. On the other hand, in the case of Morgana, there's the extra step of confirming with your relatives when there's no recommendation. It is clear that the process would be troublesome considering the environment of Wolf. The receptionist carved the name of Wolf on the overlapping metallic plates with practiced moves. And then, he set the metallic plates on the machine placed on top of the desk and closed the lid. Place your hand on the crystal there and put your mana in it. Okay. Wolf, wait. Just a bit is fine. Don't pull off something similar to Ilias. Ekdoik, it is okay. Wolf. She took a deep breath, placed her hand on the crystal, and poured mana. The receptionist stopped her after a while. It should be fine now. Move your hand away. When Wolf took her hand off, the receptionist brought the metal plates from before out of the device, and gave one to Wolf. By pouring mana onto it, even if subdued, others can confirm you are indeed the person. Though this is limited to only the place where you registered. This is your guild card. You will have to pay extra if you lose it, so don't. Okay? Okay. Wolf, the registration has been finished safely. We can finally begin the investigation with this. Wait a moment. The one who called us was an adventurer in the surroundings. Moreover, he isn't alone. There's several of them. That's quite the promising newbie joining us here. Her physical strength is also not bad. Want to join me? No, forget about that breath stinker. I can provide you with a place where your strength can shine. You know, there's a number of reasons why adventurers lurk around the guild headquarters, but there's mainly 2 reasons. The first one is to win the request fast when an outstanding client shows up. The other is to increase your allies. It is hard to secure hands in jobs filled with danger. That's why skilled adventurers would search for handy comrades in the guild. I say comrades, but it is more like pawns. They want people they can use at their leisure. They most likely won't give up easily even if Wolf were to refuse. I should scatter them here. Oh my, isn't that Ekdoik tilde? A languid voice and the sound of the wood creaking. When I moved my gaze there was Gyrista carrying a giant greatsword on her back. Gyrista? What's with that? Wincing at the sight of someone's face is so rude tilde. Gyrista. The adventurers immediately take distance from Gyrista. There's almost no one in Ryodo who doesn't know about the battle junkie Gyrista. It turns into a battle the moment you complain to her, so that's a matter of course though. I came here to register Wolf in the guild. Ekdoik. Oh my, you joined a place like Ryodo, Wolf-chan tilde? But I am kind of happy that you are together with me tilde. Gyrista. She can't be helped if she is an acquaintance of Gyrista. It seems like they are not such daredevils that they would make the acquaintance of a dangerous person into an ally. The adventurers around take distance in low spirits. I should be grateful here that this wrapped up in the most peaceful way in a sense. But now that it has been spread that she is an acquaintance of Gyrista, heavy obstacles might show up in future information gathering. I planned on meeting her at a different location originally, but our destination being the same makes it faster. Gyrista received the payment for completing her request at the reception and regrouped with us outside. You took a different request despite being in the middle of comrade's request? Ekdoik. Isn't that okay? The reward for the request of boss is big, but I also want the booze expense for the day tilde. Gyrista. Boss. Huh. Another weird nickname. Ekdoik. He is my biggest patron after all. I will of course show appropriate respect tilde. Gyrista. So Gyrista was famous. Wolf. Infamous. Ekdoik. Gyrista has a past record of getting excited in the middle of a monster subjugation and dragging even the adventurers around her, causing casualties, so she is not allowed to enter Magus. She is a woman that even has a wanted poster of her, moreover, has even been banned from the guild. Though the band of Ryodo means don't show your face when the sun is up, and so, She shows up only at night. Oh my, Egdoik, could it be that you are sour because you are not famous, Tilda? Gyrista, is Egdoik-san not famous? Wolf, I haven't caused problems like Gyristo and Pashuro after all. What's the point of narrowing down my range of action when the reason I joined the guild was to earn for my meals to begin with? Egdoik, that said, there's a number of people who know my strength, and that led to catching the eye of Ray 8 though. Then let's do our best and become famous in the good sense of the word. Gyrista, is there the need to become that famous? Egdoik, you are still losing Dracura, you know? Gyrista, right. Let's do our best, Wolf. Egdoik, yes. Wolf, I completely forgot that the reputation of Dracura has already reached Kiwama. The extermination of the horde of monsters that appeared in the Gani Nether. The extermination of the horde of devils that appeared in Taizu, and the subjugation of the great devils, Biglight, Fokadura, Zashpenfoss, Baraguirin, and Tenswas Paragon. It was actually Wolf that defeated Zashpenfoss and Baraguirin, and Ilias defeated Tenswas Paragon. But information has been spread around that there's no doubt she fought together with them. She defeated an army of monsters and defeated 5 unique monsters, so there's rumors going around that she might already be approaching the realm of the Holy Fist Gradona. Half of that was spread by me though. So this is what it means to tighten your own noose. Huh. Let's just think positively of it. That's exactly what makes her worth surpassing. Subjugating 5 unique monsters, medals of honor from the kings of Gani and Taizu for completing the request to subjugate the monsters. Moreover, even the letter of recommendation from the Pope of the Ugara Church, Pope Uparo. And even King Zenota. All documents are real. Please wait a moment. This is too much for me after all. I ended up acting together with Dracura Dono, and so we headed to the headquarters of Morgana to register her, but I feel like we overdid it here. Mr. Friend readied recommendation letters from the nations at the time when he was heading to Kiwama so that Dracura Dono could join the guild and make it easier for her to act. We readied one more from King Zenota at the time we accepted the request, but now that I think about it calmly, wouldn't it have been fine with just one? Even the receptionist grew pale and ran off deeper in. Mix-chan. Could it be that this has become an extremely troublesome matter? Dracura, Mr. Friend is one scrupulous guy after all. Mix. Also, most of what Mr. Friend has achieved has been credited to Dracura Dono. In the case they inquire with the other countries, the standing of Dracura Dono will be even more. Excuse the wait. Go ahead and enter the room deeper in. The receptionist came back with hurried steps and guided us to a room deeper inside the guild. This is the place that only management or people with special treatment are guided to. I have been guided to this room a number of times as someone who had Anisama prepare a recommendation letter. Proof of your identity is absolutely necessary when registering to Morgana. I have hidden the fact that I am royalty from the public, but I have been given suitable treatment matching that standing after all. That we are being led here means that we are going to meet that person. An elegant room laid at the other side of the door. This is a special guest room prepared for the cases when you receive requests from influential nobles or government officials. And the person standing deep in that room is the current guildmaster of Morgana that's said to be known by all adventurers. Nice to meet you, Dracura Solf-san. I am the representative of Morgana, Rishal's Entry. Rishal's Entry has the outward appearance of an elderly aristocrat, but, in his prime, he was actually one of the legends that served as the leader of the group where the Holy Fist Gradona was in. His personal skills were high without question, but he also excelled at finding outstanding talents, so he was called the Eye of Truth, and is an important individual that raised the quality of Morgana's current upper layer. Mix-sama was present too. It has been a while. Rishal, please stop with the sama. I told you before that I am just a member of Morgana. Mix. Sorry about that. But I am terribly indebted to the previous king of Taizu, so I can't not give special treatment to the daughter of my benefactor. Rishal Dono was born as a noble in Taizu. He treats me formally at times in this way because it is known that I am royalty, so he is someone I don't like to meet often. It seems like you are currently working under the current king of Taizu. Was Salvit doing well? Rishal. Lord Ragudo is still on active duty. It seems like he even had a spar with Gradona Dono recently. Mix. Gradona showed up in Taizu too. Must have been rough for Ban. Rishal. You could say that. Mix. Speaking of which, I heard Gradona took in a new disciple and that she has come to Kyuama, but is she not together with you, Mix-sama, Mix-san? Rishal. She is a comrade of mine, but she ended up registering at Ryodo instead. Mix. Oh, that's a shame. I heard that Gradona went out of his way to take in a new disciple despite not taking any disciples after the ones he had were wiped out, so I thought she was an extremely exemplary person though. Rishal. It is hard to tell him that she has gone beyond exemplary and has surpassed Gradona Dono. Wolf-chan is a demi-human, but I think she would still be pretty effective even in Morgana. Making Egdoik Dono gather information alone would make me feel bad though. She is a demi-human, you see. Even if there's no discrimination towards demi-humans in this era, it would still stand out. Makes so vexing, but it is truly sad that I can't say you are wrong. It is exactly because we treasure formality that our traditions run in bad directions. Things would have been different if I had been able to wipe that out in my charge. Rishal Dono doesn't hold prejudices towards demi-humans. He had demi-human members within his adventuring partners, so there's no way he would have. But it is not like he can do anything he wants now that he has become the top of Morgana. Oops, sorry about that. You came here for the application of Rakura-san, right? I have the bad habit of rambling when I meet a friend. Rishal. No, don't worry about it. Makes. If I remember correctly, you are a cleric of Magus that was under the tutelage of Archbishop Yuka, right? Rishal. Oh, I'm impressed that you know. Rakura. Everyone calls me the eyes of truth, but my strong point is my ears. I try not to let any information escape my ears, so I can locate outstanding individuals. Well then, allow me to borrow your documents. Rishal Dono. Read the referral letter that we brought. I see. With these many achievements and connections to the representatives of nations, there won't be any issues in joining Morgana. Rishal. That's great to hear. Rakura. But these are achievements that are pretty hard to believe considering your past reputation. Rishal. You. Rakura. The reputation of Rakura Dono before coming to Taiza was certainly not a good one. She excels at fighting, but I have heard she couldn't do most of her job as a cleric and wasn't given any proper work. This may be a rude question to ask, but the rumors I heard were that Rakura-san was the favorite of Archbishop Yuka, and you climbed to priestess because of preferential treatment. I would like to hear your opinion regarding this. Rishal. Preferential treatment, huh? It is true that Yuka-sama had his soft spots with me. Rakura Dono. Won't that just worsen your impression? Wouldn't it have been better to say he saw something in you instead of being honest about it? Oh, you won't deny it then? Rishal. Yeah, my achievements were pretty much all battles against devils after all. Rakura. Phew, then you have quite the confidence in your battle prowess. Rishal. I don't know about that. There's been a lot of impressive people around me lately, so I can't really say. Rakura. You shouldn't compare yourself to Lady Ratzel and Wolf-chan Desuzo. Those two are completely out of norms and Mr. Friend is on a different spectrum. I don't know if to see this as you being humble or, well, we can just see that personally. I can accept the application to Morgana on my own discretion after all. Rishal. Wow, you are a pretty important person then, Rishal-san. Rakura. He is beyond important. He is the top of the guild. But how to say it? This is a nerve-wracking conversation. Rakura Dono is operating so much as usual it is worrying Desuzo. Now what's left is what rank you will begin in. Is there one you desire? Rishal. Rank? Rakura. Oh, speaking of which, I haven't explained to you yet. Rakura Dono, there's ranks assigned to the guild members, and the difficulty of the requests you can take depend on your rank. Makes. Is it like a grade? Rakura. Yes. It goes from rank 1 to 10. Rank 1 is the highest status. By the way, I am too. Makes. So you are an impressive person, Mix-chan. What's your rank, Rishal-san? Rakura. Me? Rank 1. Rishal. Rakura Dono. Rishal Dono is the top of the guild Desuzo. Makes. Ah, right. Rakura. The rank ones have to act as the faces of Morgana after all. It is a trustworthy rank that could take on requests from kings of other nations. But you would get busy with notifications from Morgana, so I am keeping myself at rank 2. You normally need to be rank 1 to accept the requests of Anisama, but because of my origins and direct nomination, I was called here as a special case. I think there's no issue for Akira Dono to be rank 4 or 5. Makes. I don't really get it, but is it okay to ask for other ranks? Rakura. Of course. However, we will have you perform a simple test in order to ascertain whether you are suitable for the rank. If you pass that test, you will get the rank you asked for. If you fail, we will be registering you as a slightly lower rank than the one we judge you appropriate in. Rishal. Oh, slightly lower. Rakura. Yes, it is a measure towards people who don't know their own skills. Rishal. Then, would it be better to begin from a low rank? Rakura. That's fine too. But in order to increase your rank, you would need to show results in Morgana for a set period of time and pass the promotion exam. Also, you can only raise your rank by 1 on that occasion. Rishal. When you become a member of Morgana, you can designate a rank you like instead of beginning from rank 10. This is a chance given to the people who are confident in saying this is the rank most befitting for me, and it is also the baptism to teach you your place. If you are the appropriate rank, then you can increase your rank and skills, and undertake requests matching your abilities. But I heard that the process to climb up is pretty rough if you are registered as below your appropriate rank. A system for the sake of correctly assessing your own ability. Most people that wish to join Morgana would normally choose a rank that's below their appropriate one. But how does Rakura Dono evaluate herself? Rishal Dono places a parchment on the table. These are the examples of what requests you can accept depending on your rank. These are the requests you can accept depending on the rank. Use them as a reference. Rishal. Since the opportunity has been presented, I would like the highest rank. Rakura. Oh, this is unexpected. A prompt decision, huh? Then, you wish for rank 2? Rishal. Oh, not rank 1? Rakura. Rank 1 is special, you see. It is absolutely required for you to have a track record in Morgana. Rishal. Can't be helped then. I will go for rank 2. Rakura. Understood. We see the specialty of the person in our tests. Is there a specialty you can display? Rishal. Nothing aside from fighting. Rakura. Then we will prepare a test for battle prowess. Please wait for a moment. Rishal. Rishal Dono said this, bowed, and left the room. I thought Rakura Dono would choose a rank a bit lower than her appropriate rank judging from her personality, but is this the influence of Mr. Friend and Egdoik Dono? Rakura Dono made an awkward face, most likely after noticing my gaze. Mix-chan, did I do something bad there? Rakura. Number. I thought your appropriate rank was rank 3 or 4, so I thought that you would take a rank that's slightly lower due to your personality. Mix. So it was that. But I can take the test now, so I thought it would be worth challenging the higher one. Rakura. A desire to improve is something good desuzo. But well. Mix. Is something the matter? Rakura. It is more often than not that you will get dropped to an even lower rank if you fail the test for a higher rank. Mix. I have even heard of a story of a person with skills of around rank 4 requesting for rank 2 and, after failing the test, they were dropped to rank 10. It is basically telling the people that aim too high to know their place. Well, it is not like Rakura Dono is going to be working as an adventurer, so there's no issues with her being rank 10 though. Also, if it is a battle prowess test, there's a high chance for Rakura Dono. There's an issue though. She will be going against a human, not a monster. If she kills the opponent, she is disqualified. Would the barrier magic of Rakura Dono with its high killing power be hard to use? I think you will be fighting against an adventurer of the corresponding rank for the battle exam. How much experience do you have fighting against people, Rakura Dono? Mix. My battle experience against humans? One time against Egdoik-san, I guess. Rakura. Mr. Friend, is this going to be fine? Maseta Noich. I would like you to be the test opponent of Rakura-self. Rishal. I received a request from the Guildmaster Rishal-sama and I accepted without hesitation, and so, I am currently facing that Rakura in the privately owned plaza of Morgana. The first time I met Rakura was on the commemorative day when I joined as a believer of the Yugara Church. It was at the time when Yuka-sama honored us with his presence as our guardian. Rakura was by my side and she was rocking her head before it even began. The moment the talk of Yuka-sama was over, she pushed her forehead on the backrest of the chair in the front, and fell asleep like a child. What an unbelievably ill-mannered person. This was the first time I felt disgust towards someone walking the same path as me. I didn't want to lose to a person like that. I decided to consider her a bad example to motivate myself at that time. but the skills of Rakura were astonishingly low. She failed all the time and couldn't do any work in a satisfactory fashion. On top of that, I couldn't even feel the desire to reflect and better herself. She is the type of person that even trying to oppose her is a waste of time. If I concentrate on her, my pace will be disturbed. The only thing she served for was to make me feel better, that I am at least better than her. I thought about this and made sure not to lay my eyes on Rakura as much as possible. The other people also took distance from Rakura. As someone in the middle of training, my job is to improve myself. I understood that getting involved with someone that would just get in the way of this would be pointless. The only thing I thought of was to become a priestess as fast as possible and contribute to the world as a believer of the Yugara Church. As I polished myself every day, I spent days and nights working together with people who shared my views, did my best in my training, and waited in excitement for the day when I would finally fulfill my objective. But the one who became a priestess first within our classmates was Rakura. Everyone was baffled. There were even people who went to complain to Yuko-sama because they couldn't accept this. I was one of them too. But Yuko-sama only said, "I have my reasons." Rakura didn't change even when becoming a priestess. Not only that, her failures became even more visible. Why is that above us? I couldn't endure anger and challenged Rakura to a duel. But she went and said I am not good at fighting people and ran away. It wasn't allowed to force Rakura to a duel since she is above in standing, and my displeasure just continued accumulating. I wasn't even qualified to put her in her place. In that case, I had no choice but to become a priestess like her, and so, I continued polishing myself with even more zeal. The training while chewing my shame was a truly bitter experience. By the time I became a priestess the next year, Rakura had been taken off her duty as a priestess. It is because she harmed the barrier protecting the Grand Church due to a mistake and was judged by the archbishops that she wasn't worthy for her duties. Rakura was instead given a job to subjugate devils around the Magus Never. It is an actual battlefield where your life is at risk. Everyone thought there's no way that thing would be able to survive. I was irritated for a time because the person I wanted to vent my accumulated resentments on was gone now. It was only after my friends helped me out in moving me to a different path that I managed to finally forget about that thing. I then obtained actual combat experience, and managed to walk my life in a favorable fashion. I managed to join Morgana in order to spread my horizons even more, and my accomplishments there were something I could be proud of. I managed to become a rank 2 adventurer despite being a priestess. Everything is going well is what I thought, and yet Rakura suddenly appeared in front of me. Moreover, having obtained the recommendation letters of the kings of multiple countries, and stepped into my territory in one jump. It has been a while, Rakura. Who are you again? Rakura hasn't changed at all from before. Her body has grown and become that of an adult, but her attitude that pisses off people is still the very same. I see, so you don't even remember the face of a classmate. Ooh, you are a classmate of mine? Sorry, I didn't have much involvement with others. You see. Rakura, let's leave the chit-chat for later. Now then, I will explain the details of the test. Rishal-sama cuts into our conversation. There will be no later. I played second fiddle for her in the past, but this time it will be the opposite. Then, there's no reason at all for me to show mercy. I will thoroughly show her our difference in strength to the point where a fool like her, who wishes for rank 2 all of a sudden, can't ever show her face in front of me and will make her know her place. The details are extremely simple. It is a duel where you utilize your skills. The battle is settled when someone surrenders or I have judged that the winner is clear. There's no need to hold back, but it is prohibited to intentionally try to kill your opponent. No objections on both sides, right? Rishal, none. It is okay. Please treat me well. Rakura, attempting to finish someone heavily injured goes against the etiquette of duels. But unfortunate accidents obviously happen. There may be bloodlust welling up from me, but I have no intention of killing her. I wouldn't be able to give her time to regret it if I did that after all. I will corner her into serious injuries and etch the fear deep into her. Then, ready. Go. Rishal, the only chance Rakura has for victory is to catch me off guard and win without me being able to do anything. There's a high chance she will set a surprise attack in the beginning. I deploy a barrier around me first. I don't see any magic seal stones in her attire, but I deploy a bigger one than usual just in case. With this, she can't surprise me with magic attacks. Because of the scale of the barrier, even if she were to be hiding a small magic seal stone, it would be outside its effective range. On the other hand, Rakura is simply watching me here, taken aback. Is she flustered from the fact that I have sealed her surprise attack, or did she simply react too late? Whichever is fine. My defense is perfect. You normally can't shoot magic while you have a barrier deployed. Even if you did, it would just disperse inside the barrier and you would self-destruct. But it is a different story for me. I control the mana remotely and make contact with the barrier. I make only my mana resonate outside and form magic outside the barrier. If you can't shoot magic inside the barrier, just shoot it outside. It is a simple answer, but you need abnormal degrees of training to actually pull it off. Burn. I synthesize several spells and shoot fire magic to Rakura. Rakura set a barrier after seeing this. She has also learned in the Yugara church. I know she can use barrier magic. It is difficult to break a barrier with fire magic. The fire was blocked by the barrier as I thought and didn't reach Rakura. But blocking this with a barrier sets your doom. Oh, this fire. Rakura. That's right. This fire continues burning until the mana infused in it runs out. The fire coils around the barrier Rakura made and continues burning. A normal fire spell would end with just the fire dying out, but this one sticks to you. The downside of the barriers you learn in the Yugara church is that you can't move. They are sturdy, but it consumes a lot of mana. As long as the fire continues burning, she has no choice but to maintain the barrier. If she maintains the barrier, she can't move. If her mana runs out, that's the end. In order to avoid this, she has to undo her barrier and immediately blow the fire away with magic. That's not all there is to the sticky flames. If a blow of certain strength is dealt to the flames, the mana will combust in one go. In other words, if Rakura tries to undo her barrier and blow the fire away, her surroundings will explode. Now, show me how you will act here. Or are you going to endure until your mana runs out? Can't see anything with this. Let's move. Rakura. Huh? What happened just now? That's impossible. The method Rakura took was to push the barrier she had deployed with her hand and expand it. The square barrier turned rectangular by pushing it to the sides. And then, Rakura walked inside the expanded barrier. The barrier was stretching more, and then, a spot where the fire cut off had appeared. This fire really stretches a lot. This place should be fine. Rakura undid her barrier and the fire fell onto the ground, burning pitifully. Stretching a sturdy barrier makes no sense. I thought so at first, but it is made out of mana, so you can actually stretch it if you try. It turns brittle if you don't add more mana to it though. Rakura. Is that so? It must be. No, this is not the time to think that. Rakura avoided the fire. But it is not like the battle is set here. I was so dumbstruck that I forgot to follow up on my attack. I now know that she can expand her barrier. In that case, I should have just burned the place she was expanding. You will need more mana to maintain it if the barrier gets bigger. It is just a desperate measure that accelerates her running out of mana. You should create an opportunity for your opponent to show off too in a duel, was it? In that case, it should be fine to finish it now, right? Rakura looks over here. Is she going to attack? I am protected by a barrier. This barrier won't be destroyed with just any attack. Even if she has a high attack power spell that can destroy this barrier, I just have to switch to evasion after seeing the formation of the spell. No, if she is going to use a high power spell that takes time, I just have to hit her with my fire first and I will win. My vision suddenly got lower and my body was smashed onto the ground. What happened? I can't understand the situation. But this is not the time to be on my leisure. I immediately stood up, regained my posture. I can't move my arm. No, I don't feel my arm. I moved my head and looked down, and both of my arms were gone. Not only that, both legs too. I saw my arms and legs on my peripheral. It took time for me to understand, but I ended up understanding. My limbs have been severed. There's a huge amount of blood coming out from the places where my limbs were. There's barely any pain. That instead created surplus for me to feel fear. No way. I got hit by an attack? But my barrier is gone. What did Rakura do? Rakura is already looking elsewhere. She is looking at Rishil-sama. Rishil-san, I think severing her head would kill her, so. Rakura, why yeah, Match set. Please stop the bleeding and provide medical treatment to Maseta at once. Rishal. Lost. I lost. Even though I don't even know what she did to me. My whole body was losing blood and my consciousness was dimming. I can tell people were gathering around. Rakuruis. Yawning as if bored. This concludes the mana imbuing of the guild card. We will be doing an official card registration, so please wait for a bit more. After winning the duel, Rakurudono was acknowledged as a rank 2 adventurer, and she will be issued a guild card. The paperwork in those areas will take a decent amount of time, but that in itself is an enjoyable point. Few normal adventurers would be pretty happy and excited when it is decided that you will become a rank 2 adventurer, so they would enjoy this time too. But Rakurudono was yawning with a sleepy face. Phew, that was outstanding, Rakurudono. I thought you were not that good against people, but it seems like that was needless worry. I don't think I am good at it though. I would have to be careful about not taking their lives away when it is a human, so I can't just swiftly finish it like usual. Rakura. It looked like you finished it swiftly though. That's not true. If that person moved to the side, their head would have just gone poof, so I couldn't relax until after the severing. Rakura. I ended up imagining that for an instant. Maseta Dono didn't move because she trusted her barrier too much. So you could say she was a compatible opponent for Rakurudono. No, if they were to move carelessly, it would just mean they would lose their lives, but the result would have been the same though. Speaking of which, it looked as if the barrier of Maseta Dono was not working, but what was the trick to that? There was no trick. I simply severed the barrier from above. Barrier magic disappears when it receives impact of a certain threshold or is destroyed. Rakura. So you took her along with the barrier, huh? The barrier magic of the Ugara Church clerics are iron wall defenses that block even attacks that can slice down a boulder. They are not broken so easily. It was broken several times in the battle against the Purple Demon Lord, but it was because of their insane physical strength and the dense mana strengthening. Destroying it with a magic attack that's physically less dense is pretty hard to believe. I heard that it is the application of barrier magic, but what kind of thing is it? Lishal. Normal barriers would be set around your body, but there's no need to surround yourself with it in the case of severing, so I make it flat. Also, if I activate it thin and fast, the sharpness gets better. In the duel just now, I used the sever 3 times. Rakura. She deploys an extremely thin barrier and she slices them with its momentum. Then, to think there would be this much of a gap between people using the same magic barrier. Was the proficiency of Maseta Dono low? But that person was really acquainted with magic, you know. She was multicasting several offensive spells outside the barrier by resonating her mana. Rakura. That's true. If that worked, you can have a powerful stance of attack and defense. Is there any weak points on you as someone who can get through that? I have a lot of weak points. For example, I can't weave several spells at once. Rakura. Oh. That's unexpected. There's the need for a decent amount of proficiency to weave different spells at the same time. It increases the versatility, but the difficulty shoots up drastically if you try to use it in battle, so people who polish their skills would try to find a middle point, and would flow towards training their bodies and mana strengthening. The Knights of Taizu can use 2 on average and Lady Ratzel could use 3, I think. There's outstanding people specialized in magic that can weave 10 spells at the same time, but the strength in actual combat is questionable. How many can you form at the same time, Mix-chan? Rakura. Me? 5 if it is within the constraints of actual combat. If I were to concentrate on weaving them, I think I can go as far as 7. That's impressive. I am always only 1. If not actual combat, I would say I would barely be able to manage 2. Rakurudono is bad at doing several things at the same time. But I thought it didn't apply to combat. No, even with that Desuzo. But you managed to do things like expand the barrier while still deployed, and used the triple slice at the same time though. What about that? Expanding a barrier is adjusting the formation of the spell, so it can be done with just the reformation of one spell. As for the slicing one, I just activated the triple slice fast. Rakura. It looked like it was at the exact same time though. So you activated them separately? Yes, you can move to the next spell if you simply finish the activation of it, so I activated the third spell at the time the first slice began. Rakura, you. Makes. If that's true, it means that Rakura Dono activated 3 spells within 1 second though. I am pretty confident in my spell casting speed, but to think there would be this much of a difference with such speed, it is hard to call her inability to weave several spells at the same time as a weakness. I did my best to learn several spells, but I still can't weave them at the same time. Sob sob. Rakura, I see. Right. I also saw some minute ingenuity there. Makes. Ingenuity? Rakura, didn't you provoke your old friend Masato Dono in your first conversation telling her you don't remember her? I think yawning at the end of the match was going a bit too far though. Makes. I really didn't remember her. I yawned because I really was sleepy. Rakura, what? Weren't you both in the same place, working hard together? Makes. Ahaha. No one talked to me after I began training under Yuko-sama. Rakura. Not even once? Makes. They didn't do so even when we met. I think it is because I was only messing up from the very first day, so they were disappointed in me. Ah, I remember now. She is probably the person that challenged me to a duel when I became a priestess. I was scolded a whole lot that day because of my continuous mess-ups too, so I completely forgot. Looks like I will have to apologize later. Ha. Rakura, I am impressed that she has such a peaceful personality in an environment like that. But there are also understandable points from this. Archbishop Yuka knew about the true skills of Rakura Dono, but I wondered why there was no one who evaluated her highly for this. If Masato Dono had seen Rakura Dono's training once, she might have been able to see a portion of her true strength. But with such high skills, didn't the people fighting together with you when you were moved to the battlefield paying attention to you? Makes. After fighting together once, they wouldn't talk to me even once aside from when giving me instructions. Rakura. They thought Rakura Dono was new blood, but after witnessing her true power up close, they had their hearts broken. I guess I would have liked those people to have stronger hearts. You said you were sleepy, but I think you were sleeping tightly the day before though. Makes. There's no issue in using magic in one shot, but I ended up with the habit of concentrating excessively when using magic in actual combat. I get hit with drowsiness in one go when I relax. It is possible to fight for several hours if I don't put breaks in between though. Rakura, so you are really bad at switching. Makes. But if that's the case, her attitude can invite misunderstandings on Masato Dono. I am sure she has also caused many misunderstandings on the people she has made contact with. She excels in discernment. So if she had explained those things properly, she might have been able to have a more proper. No, Rakura Dono wouldn't be able to do that. She is thoroughly clumsy and doesn't have leeway in a lot of things. She doesn't even have the leeway to clear the misunderstanding of the person that hates her and make them turn their way. Even someone like me who is close to her had to ask her the details to notice. So how can people who don't even try to look at her know? She could only devote herself to her own training even when slighting the others, and so she ended up alone, with no one understanding her. I continued polishing myself in order to not lose to Anna-sama, but Rakura Dono couldn't even see anyone. Cold sweat ran down my back. Throwing away your awareness in everything else and just facing yourself, Rakura Dono continued polishing herself while reaching the realm that masters would reach in their final years. Of course she would be strong. She poured everything into her talent and growth after all. Mix-chan? Rakura. Sorry, I was just thinking for a bit there. Mix. Now that I have noticed this, my way of seeing Rakura Dono has changed greatly. The lazy personality of Rakura Dono might stem from her inability to take interest in a lot of things. Of course, it wouldn't be good to voice that out brazenly though. I see, so that's why Mr. Friend has been spoiling Rakura Dono moderately. He really is impressive. Thinking about something? Rakura. It is but a small matter desuzo. You really are a prodigy, Rakura Dono. Makes. Prodigy. That's not true. I am simply clumsy. The true prodigies are people like Egdoik-san. Rakura. Egdoik Dono. It is true that he is extremely skilled in various fronts contrary to Rakura Dono, but didn't you get a complete victory against Egdoik Dono? Makes. That's because Egdoik-san fought in a manner that wasted his talents. Rakura. Mew. I have seen the battles of Egdoik Dono a number of times, but I have not felt he has been wasteful a single time though. Rakura Dono, can you tell me in detail about that? Makes. You know that Wolf-chan only uses San on Ekdoik-san, right? Rakura. Of course. But isn't that because he looked after her when he saw Wolf-chan's talent? Mix. If it was only that, Ilias-san, Mix-chan, and the Knights of Taiza would fall in that category. Wolf-chan is showing respect towards Ekdoik-san, who is far ahead even in the areas she specializes in. Rakura. Mew mew, it doesn't really click with me. Mix. I told you about casting magic at the same time, right? Do you know how many spells Ekdoik-san can cast at the same time? Rakura. I haven't asked Ekdoik-dona directly, but I can tell he can manage quite a good amount of them. He would knit wings with his chains to fly in the sky, create thin layers in empty space, and make the weight of the chains lighter than air. I think it is quite a lot. Mix. That person imbues a large number of curses and poisons with magic onto his chains when he is using them with killing intent. And yet, he still manages to freely control them. Rakura. Speaking of which, I have been told by Mr. Friend that he has used an attack like that. We haven't fought enemies that curses and poison work on, so he didn't give off much of an impression on that side though. Large number of curses and poisons. All with magic? Mix. Yes. He employs them all at the same time. It was above 30 just from the ones I could confirm. Rakura. I am impressed you could come out of that okay. Mix. It is all useless unless you touch the chains after all. That was beyond wasteful. Rakura. The amount of spells I can cast at the same time? I have counted all the way to 50, but haven't counted more than that. Huh? Ekdoik-san is awesome. I rented a lodging and Gyrista asked me a question while I was training magic construction with Wolf, and then she let out a strange scream. Is it something to be that surprised about even for Gyrista who speaks in a languid tone? As long as you are not too involved with the precision and control, it isn't that difficult to pump out numbers. In order to bring out the most killing power in actual combat, you go for around 10-20. At the times when I seriously want to kill someone, I would carefully use around 30 curses and poisons. Ekdoik, you aren't a magic specialist, right Tilda? Gyrista. Obviously not. I have also learned physical combat and physical strengthening, and I can also use other weapons aside from my chains to a decent degree. Ekdoik. It is hard to continuously avoid the attacks of your enemy. I have obviously learned methods to mitigate the damage when hit. That said, I would strengthen my chains one against enemies on the level of great devils to put power in defense too, or I would easily end up with fatal injuries. Weapons that carelessly require you to close the range are out of the question. I am using the chains I can freely control for such reasons. Just asking, but are you not good at something? Gyrista. I don't have any weaknesses when it comes to combat means, but I would like to avoid bare-handed battles as much as possible. If the mana strengthening is not strong enough, I would injure myself even with my own attacks. On top of that, I am always within the range of the enemy when I attack. Ekdoik. Whenever I watch the fights of Wolf and Ilias, I always think about how they can go into the range of the enemy and act within that sphere. If I am within the range the enemy specializes in, I prioritize evasion. Then, I would break their rhythm and attack them with precision. This fighting style really is the one that clicks with me the most. Being able to get to 10 is on the impressive side for magic specialists, you know? Gyrista. It is because each of their spells are polished. If it is just constructing and adding them, they should be able to increase the numbers. Ekdoik. Wolf can't do that. Wolf. The output of your mana is way too high after all. Wolf. In your case, it would be more useful in actual combat to increase the scale and quality of the spell rather than going for several at the same time. But learning to cast several at the same time will widen your options in battle. There's no harm in training it too. Ekdoik. Yes, I will do my best. Wolf. I am impressed the girl called Rakura managed to defeat you Tilda. Gyrista. Rakura is a prodigy after all. Ekdoik. That's right. I fight using magic as my core, but I can't think of a way to win against Rakura in a magic battle. That's how much of a gap there is. I really can't imagine someone that's more of a prodigy than you Tilda. Gyrista. I think Ekdoik-san has more talent than Rakura in magic weaving. Wolf. The talent of Rakura doesn't come from her ability to weave spells and the amount of spells she has. Ekdoik. Then what talent is it? Wolf, it is how high the concentration she can put on one thing can be. It goes without saying that you need concentration in order to weave a spell and cast it, but with the concentration of Rakura, she can create spells with the highest level, highest efficiency, and highest speed. Egdoik. It seems like Wolf doesn't really get it. She hasn't fought with magic as a core, so it can't be helped. That was a bit complicated, huh? Then, let's explain it with a comparison to you, Wolf. At the times when you do mana strengthening and attack, how many attacks do you think you can execute perfectly? Egdoik. 1 out of 10. Wolf. Yeah, it should be around that. No matter how much you train, executing a move perfectly at all times is difficult. You can increase the chances of bringing something close to that with training, but the quality also increases even more with training. In the case of Rakura, she can activate them at the highest value. Egdoik. Rakura is impressive. Wolf. But Egdoik, if it is always the same level, doesn't that mean she is holding back Tilda? Gyrista. I thought that at first, but Rakura is clumsy. I tried to make her hold back, and the quality of the magic wasn't stable. Egdoik. So the highest quality is the one that's easier to bring out? Just how extreme can one be? Gyrista. That's right, Rakura is the owner of an extreme talent. Even if she can't do several things at once like me, if we were to compete in a single spell, I would lose every single time. No matter how many spells I can utilize, Rakura can surpass them with a single spell. Even if I were to cast 10 spells at the same time, Rakura can cast 10 spells within that time frame. On top of that, the quality of all of them would be of perfect execution for Rakura. There's no doubt she has polished them with training. But you can't reach that realm without talent. Egdoik. It is hard to believe that a girl like that had a bad reputation until just recently. Gyrista. Archbishop Yuka noticed the talent of Rakura at the very least, but even with that, Rakura was so special that she wasn't recognized by her surroundings. But rather than mourning the fact that she couldn't make use of her talent until now, we should be happy that she now has a whole lot of opportunities for it. Rakura is at least lucky. There's a person that understands her right by her side. That can be said for me too though. That must be thanks to Comrade. Rakura is fully aware of this too. Egdoik. Shiza is the most impressive. Wolf. Right. Even if he himself doesn't have talents, he can make use of the talents of others, which makes him above any individual. Comrade should be making progress at Taizu by now. We have to do our best not to lose to him. Egdoik. Yes. Wolf. What a sweltering team Tilda. Gyrista. There's barely any adventurers in Taizu where the influence of knights is high. The infamous Ryudo can't get close, and Morgana concentrates on taking requests from outside. Only the wide entrance of Shunate has facilities in Taizu. And so, I have stepped into the Shunate Guild in Taizu. He decided to join Shunate and gather information. Everyone else is already in the headquarters of Morgana and Ryudo, doing their job. I have no complaints about that. However, please make do somehow. But I don't think someone who prides in having no combat capability at all can do his job as an adventurer though. No. I may not have battle power, but see, I have motivation. I wouldn't frown upon odd jobs either. Even odd jobs have their dangers for adventurers. It is okay, I always have a bodyguard with me. She is really strong. I have never heard of an adventurer who always has a bodyguard with him. As you can see, he is desperately negotiating with the receptionist and it is pretty sad. I didn't expect him to get rejected at the gates by Shunate, which has the most accepting policies. I proposed to have His Majesty prepare a recommendation letter, but he said no, it would make me stand out too much if I have a backing. I would like to go with my own position while acting all cool, and that brings us to the present. In the first place, he is referring to me as his bodyguard. Right? Just what in the world is my standing here? I seriously will work super hard. Wouldn't it be better for you to become a merchant? I think so too. There was a bit of hassle to it, but I safely managed to join Shunate. Standing out can't be avoided with the backing and battle prowess of Rakura and Wolf. In that case, it should be my role to investigate from below. Well, I have some confidence in my talking skills. So you could say it went according to plan. What part of that was according to plan? Just when I thought you finally got permission after trying to persuade them, it got even more hectic when you couldn't imbue your mana on the guild card. Ilias. That's right. My application finally went through and I got to the step where my guild card could be issued. But once it came to the step of imbuing mana on the guild card, it ended up in a negotiation once again because a certain someone doesn't have any mana. In the end, I was issued a guild card as a special exception while throwing away the merit of confirming my identity. Being unable to prove my identity means that I won't be able to get the trust of others depending on the place. But such confirmations are normally done only on higher-ranked adventurers. It is not something that low-ranked adventurers have to worry about. I expected this would happen after hearing about the guild system. I would rather you praise me for being able to skip that step and managing to register. What's left now is to finish requests and, after gaining their trust, we begin our information gathering. Everything is going smoothly. This is? Ilias, shut up. If you have the time to look at me with a blank stare, help me out here. And so, we are currently gathering medicinal plants in the mountains. I changed the shadow of cutter into gloves, equipped it, and had it mold scissors in one hand. I feel like I could get eczema or something like that from poison if I were to touch the weed with my bare hands. Such small details are important. My work is to protect you. If I were to concentrate on gathering medicinal plants, I would be neglecting my job. Ilias, how inflexible. You should learn from the others. This is a request you accepted. Can't really say I admire you trying to get the help of others. Ilias, she is totally right. Why am I being made to do this? I don't know since when she was listening, but Blue showed up from the thicket and joined in on the conversation. Gold, Purple, and Deuvilieri are also carrying small boxes respectively as they continue gathering medicinal plants. I could only think of them when thinking about people that looked like they were free in Taizu. Gold and Purple readily consented, but Blue was reluctant. And so I stirred her up by saying even though Egdoik is doing his best here, and had her accept. As for Deuvilieri, he glared at me and said you are making my lord do such menial work, but the person herself was beaming with motivation. So things wrapped up without issues. Isn't that fine? This is far more healthy than cooping yourself up in the villa, you know? Purple. How many centuries has it been since I have gathered medicinal plants? I feel like I am back to my childhood. I have gathered everything that looks like a medicinal plant. Gold. Ooh, thanks. Now then, give them to me for a bit. We move to a slightly open space and spread out the plants. And then, I bring out a single book from the shadow of Kutu and flip the pages. This is the illustrated reference book of medicinal plants in this world. This world lacks printing techniques, so the illustrations are done by hand. It is a bit hard to tell them apart, but the detailed defining traits are written down, so even someone with untrained eyes can tell them apart. Oh, found it. This also. Now then, classify them here and gather the pertaining medicinal plants. Wasn't it only one type of medicinal plant the request was asking for? Gold. Yeah. The ones here are medicinal plants I personally want to gather. They look like medicinal plants that are not that effective though. So that's how it is. Ilias. That's right. This is for my personal use. The reason why I divided them is because they are medicinal plants that you can get some effects from regardless of mana. The medical treatment of this world is normally done with magic as well as using medicinal plants that affect your mana to increase your recovery rate. As someone who can't be affected by mana, I need medicinal plants for children use since it works with the premise that their mana isn't stable yet. Children can increase their immunity to a certain degree with mana, so they are mostly used by babies and toddlers. So these medicinal plants don't circulate that much. I would feel bad having the physician everyone relies on provide me some of the medicine that they have low inventory on at times when needed, and I would have to buy them from merchants at relatively high prices. It is rough not having mana, huh? Even though you could solve that by becoming a demon? Purple. Considering the matter with the guild card, I'm beginning to feel like I wouldn't be able to become a demon. Want to try? Purple. I will refrain. If it is after grueling resolve, becoming a demon is an option, but I wouldn't be able to act cool for eternity if I were to become a demon just because I wanted to try and see whether I could. Too bad. Then, Deuvilieri, can you gather these medicinal plants? Purple. Yes, my lord. I will gather them swiftly so there's no need to trouble your hands on it. Deuvilieri. It would be troubling if you were to just collect them all. These medicinal plants use their leaves, so please pluck a few of their leaves from each one. I see. That way is more effective in long spans of time. It is the same logic as food being gone if you were to exterminate all the human race. Duvalieri. I don't want to agree to such a dangerous comparison. Oi. I have already remembered the scent. Well then, I am heading off. Duvalieri. Duvalieri said this and melted into the shadows. What a diligent guy he is. His eagerness to work is the same as Ekdoik. Speaking of which, the nose of Duvalieri can sniff out many things. It has a lot of utility. Right. I think Duvalieri's nose is more precise than dogs and pigs. Purple. Phrasing. As for the medicinal plants gathered, despite all said, the one who got the most variety was blue. Growing in a remote land was not just for show. Just how many centuries back do you think that was? Well, it is true that my skills are better than a sheltered princess and a common villager though. Blue. Oh, is that a provocation? But Duvalieri is going to pick up from here, so the gap is going to be filled up soon. Purple. Do that with your own strength. Blue. I was the one who created Duvalieri and put him to work though. Purple. It has gotten noisy again. Duvalieri is working hard here, so it wouldn't be good to play around too much here. Let's resume. But Purple, it would be better for you to stop being proud of things in that fashion. Oh, why? Purple. With that logic, gold would be leagues beyond everyone here. Nfufu. True. If this one wanted to, I could just open the National Treasury of Ghani, and buy it all up after all. Gold. I vehemently refuse such means. It would be one thing if it were private funds, but I don't want to be an accomplice in the use of the citizens' tax. If this were to cause the prices of the children's medicine shoot up drastically in all countries and tragedies were to happen because of this, I wouldn't be able to hold my head high. Also, it is not like I plan to get sick so often. Just enough for myself is fine. What are you saying? You're a necessary talent for this one. No, for Ghani, sir. Opening the coffers of the country for the sake of that is a veritable necessary expense, ya know? Gold. Am I Daki? I have not heard of that before. Gold. It is a famous woman that remains in the history of my world. She was called a courtesan beauty, and the ruler of that time put so much into her that the country went down. Ho. You often bring up pretty fitting stories. Gold. By the way, there's also versions stating she was a fox disguising herself. Oh, if it is a beauty and a fox, then that's this one. But I am the ruler here. In other words, there's no issue. Gold. What's with that extreme logic? If Daki were a ruler, she would simply be a tyrant. Oops, no good. We chit-chatted too much. We finish the talk there and resume our work. There's a lot of things that can serve as medicine aside from medicinal plants. We shouldn't waste these opportunities and go efficiently. It should be around the time when Ekdoik and the others have joined the guilds and are gathering information. Wolf will be fine, but I am a bit worried about Rakura. I understand how you feel, but Rakura can do it when she puts her mind to it. There's no need to be worried. Ilias, you can trust in others now. Mew, Rakura is already not just some other person. I know full well about her prodigious talent, so of course I would trust her. Ilias, prodigy, huh? That's a weird tone you got there. Rakura and Ekdoik's skills are without doubt within the realm of prodigies. Ilias, I am not saying they don't have talent. Their strength is one they have obtained after proportional pay. I don't feel too good about just wrapping it up with talent. Ekdoik spent most of his life in a harsh world. Rakura polished herself in lonesome with no one understanding her. Their talents bloomed because of such circumstances. There's other emotions welling up aside from jealousy. That might be true, but... Ilias, you also gave up your social life to accumulate effort. You wouldn't feel good about wrapping it up with just talent. Right? Yeah, I won't deny that I have been given talent by my parents, but I would definitely want others to see my effort in raising it. I was tactless there. Ilias. Well, there's no doubt they are in the realm of prodigies after all. But it is not wrong to evaluate their efforts too. The two of them are currently in a position where they are valued highly by their surroundings. That's good. In that case, it is the role of the people in their surroundings to provide them opportunities to make the best out of their budding talent instead of burying them. By the way, is your technique also a talent? Ilias. Mine is something I learned from experience. If you asked me whether I have a talent, I would say it is my nature. Nature, huh? That sounds hard to correct. Ilias. I don't want that, and it would be hard. The nature of people doesn't change easily. That said, you have changed a lot, Ilias. Me? Ilias, even though you tried to slice down gold in an instant at Ghani after she called herself a demon lord, Your relationship has gone as far as allowing her to stay at your house, right? Tell the you at that time about this. I am sure she would make a nice face. The working hand of Ilias stopped. When I peeked at her face, she was making a face as if thinking about something complicated. That's not like her. About that, I still haven't come to terms with it that well yet. Ilias, it is something much like a haze inside your heart, right? Yeah, it is hard to put in words. Ilias, then, want me to analyze it? Analyze. Don't use that. Ilias, no need to. No need to. Just how long do you think we have been together for? I can tell pretty much anything about you, you know. Sounds as if I am simple. Ilias, if you were complicated, I would have used comprehension on you when I first met you. I am not such a saint that I would cooperate with someone that I don't know whether they would be an enemy or ally. HNGH. Fine, then let's hear about it. Ilias. Now then, putting the haze of Ilias's heart into words. The heart of humans doesn't change easily. In that case, what the heart of Ilias is shouldering are the remaining feelings of the time before she changed. I will give you the clear answer first. This is about the Green Demon Lord. Green Demon Lord. Ilias, you lost your parents due to monsters, and were raised and influenced by Maya-san, who is an archbishop of the Yugara Church, so you had a preconception that demon lords are absolute evils. But after learning about the lives of Gold, Purple, and Blue, you ended up understanding that they were humans and demi-humans who lived normally in this world before. They had their lives led astray by Yugara, and because of their way too excessive power, far surpassing what a human can have, they became enemies of humanity. That's why you can trust them though. Right. Ilias. But at the same time as you realized that the demon lords are all humane and can't hate them, the emotions that you held in the past became a lump. You can't bring out an answer as to what to do the next time you meet the Green Demon Lord. The Green Demon Lord that created the Taizu Nether, which gave birth to the monsters that attacked Taizu. There's no doubt they are the killer of your parents. There's no issue if they become our enemies. You have your personal reason to fight them, so you can take sword without hesitation. But I have joined hands with most of the demon lords I have made contact with. In the case I also join hands with the Green Demon Lord, the feelings of the Ilias that hates her parents' killer and the Knight Ilias that protects me won't be able to coexist. Right now I am the knight that protects you. Ilias. Right now. But what has become your foundation is your hate towards the killer of your parents and the desire to protect the nation from that threat. There's no way you would be able to cut that off. That's why there's a haze in your heart. Ilias lowers her head and falls silent. This feeling must have been born since the moment she learned that I would become a third faction. Ilias idolized her father and became a knight. So if I were to join hands with the Green Demon Lord, who is the reason for the loss of her father, well, this is not the time to bring out that answer. Let's wrap it up here. Want to analyze more? If I analyze more than this, I will end up bringing out the answer too, you know? No. This is enough. Having someone else analyze you calmly doesn't feel that good. Ilias. People are happy to be understood, but only the parts that they want to be understood on. There's personal differences though. I see. Then what are the things that I would think I would be happy being understood on? Ilias. You are worrying like this. It is because you are trying that much for my sake to the point you would place your past self on a scale. Thanks. That response is sly. Ilias. What? You still don't understand that I am a sly person? Right. You are indeed a sly person. Ilias. Ilias will be worrying endlessly until that time comes, but I am sure she will be able to bring out an answer at the end. I understand that she is that kind of person. It is because I know she can do that I can stay by the side of Ilias. But if I were to tell her that, it would be spoiling her on the level of Rakura, so I won't. It is also embarrassing. Now then, this should be enough for these medicinal plants. It is about time we regroup with the others. Yeah. By the way, what is it that you would be happy about getting understood in? Ilias. Let's see. I would like to sleep tightly without anyone smacking me awake. Even if I understand that, granting this depends on you. Ilias. How strict? Something else would be. I would like to live safely. That? Most people who know you already know that, you know? Ilias. I wonder about that. It is unexpectedly hard to achieve, you know? What do you mean by that? Ilias. I didn't answer the last question and began moving. For this one, even I would find it hard to put into words. I don't have a clear image of it even now after all. Why is it a no nano da? Because Anasan has told us to refrain from things that look dangerous. Nichan is always the one telling us what to research here. That's super fresh and interesting for Nora. 2 nano da. But Nichan has been busy lately and has not shown up much. All research decisions here are currently left to Ruko-sama. Most of the things that Nichan asked us to do have been done, so I wanted to research a new spell myself, and yet Ruko-sama told me no nano da. But Nora is training in order to become a great sage just like Master. I won't be able to achieve that just by following the back of Nichan no da. You don't properly understand the logic of this spell no da. Nora, it is true that I don't understand it in detail, but Anasan told me stop Nora when you feel it is dangerous. And I get a bad feeling about this, so no. Ruko, that's tyrannic nano da. Nora, I am fine with being a tyrant. I'm being left with this place when Anasan is not present, so I will use my authority as the one in charge. If you want to research it no matter what, please do so after consulting with Anasan once he comes back. Ruko, it is better for it to have progressed to a certain degree before Nichan says it is okay no da. Nora, no. This isn't something that should be moved forward with a personal decision. It is something that must be progressed for the first time after someone who can judge things correctly is present. Ruko-sama didn't speak out at first, and yet, she has become noisy about every single thing Nora tries to do after Nichan got busy. She doesn't have the innovative mind of Nichan, and doesn't have the sense of Ecto Nichan, and yet, she just acts all high and mighty. She just gets angry and doesn't help out at all in the training of Nora. Nora, geez. Anasan is currently in Taizu, so I will tell him to show up. Don't try to do any experimenting on your own until then, okay? Ruko. Where's your answer? Ruko. I get it no da. Nora. Alright. Now then, I will lock the place, so we are exiting the room. Ruko. We exited the research lab and Ruko-sama locked the door. And then, she brought Nora to Mix-sama's room just like that. She was watching Nora the whole time until I got into the bed no da. I will also ask Marito-sama so that Anasan can come as soon as possible, so please endure until then, okay? Ruko. I don't want to look at the face of Ruko-sama who doesn't listen to me no da. I wrap myself up in the blanket and don't move no da. Well then, Nora-chan, good night. Ruko-sama said this and left. Alright, it is time now no da. I exited the room and headed to the research lab stealthily no da. There's a lot of people moving around in this castle even at night, so I would get found immediately no da. I used the invisibility magic Ecto-Nichan taught me and headed to the research lab in a way that doesn't make noise no da. Arrived no da. Nora, the lock to this room is special, and it can only be opened with the key that has the mana of Ruko-sama imbued in it. But that's only for the door no da. There's no issues if I just go through the walls no da. For Nora, turning a wall into sand and restoring it is easy no da. I actually wanted to be able to do a variety of things in Mix-sama's room, but I can't do proper research without the documents written by Nichan no da. Even if I tried to bring them out, all of them have magic cast on them, so if I were to do so, Ruko-sama would know. So I am progressing the research stealthily like this. The inside of the research lab is dark, but I endure with just the light of a candle and swiftly resume the research no da. Let's see, it should be in this drawer. There it is nano da. Nora, going by the talk of Nichan, if I were to use this and that theory, it is a bit different no da. I write down the number of formulas in the extra parchment. This goes like this, and for this one, if this can be made a reality, it will become amazing no da. I am sure Nichan and Ecto-Nichan will acknowledge Nora even more. I am sure Ruko-sama will also rethink it no da. Alright, with this I will try to construct it. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. End the connection at once and please erase the corresponding memories. There's a strange voice resonating. Is someone talking outside no da? Detection magic. There's no one around no da. Even though I weaved it, I have to do it again. Nano DA. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. End the connection at once and please erase the corresponding memories. Again Nano DA. It is as if the voice is echoing directly in my head. Nano DA. But I have never heard this voice before. No DA. I heard this voice when I weaved this spell. No DA. Some sort of added effect? Oh well. I will ignore the voice this time around. No DA. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. End the connection at once and please erase the corresponding memories. Ignore Nano DA. Ignore. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. Warning, this goes beyond the amount of information a person from this world should know. End the connection at once and please erase the corresponding memories. Yup, it is going well. Nano DA. Next, I do this. End of warning. Access to forbidden knowledge from resident of this world has been confirmed. Target has been judged as a dangerous element to the world, requesting the startup of an inhibitor. The words changed. No DA. But I can finish it in just a bit. Nano DA. Just a bit. Hey there, Small Sage-chan. You are doing quite the bad thing so late at night. TLN. Reminder that me is or and me is Watashi, dash. An unknown man. I have never seen this man before in the castle. No DA. More importantly, this is impossible. No DA. Nora used detection magic just before. There's no doubt there wasn't anyone in the room. No DA. And yet, this man was sitting on a chair in Nora's vision as if he was sitting there from the very beginning. No DA. I was constructing the spell, but I would have noticed if someone had approached the chair that's in my vision. Even if he was hiding with magic, it would be strange to not see traces of it. No DA. What, are you going to stop, despite being so close to completing it? The body of the man is mostly assimilated to the scenery. From the contours, it looks as if he is wearing a big robe on his half-naked body with a hood on that makes him invisible. Who are you? Nano DA. Nora. Who, huh? Well, it is not like just anyone can talk to me, but appearing in front of someone that doesn't know me is sad. Oh well. There's no need to worry about the small details, right? The man made a motion of taking his hood off and the face of the man showed up clearly. An unknown face. Dark skin and black hair and eyes. Traits similar to Nichan, but this man is different. The mana quality inside of him is clearly not that of a human no matter how I see it. No DA. But as expected of the disciple of Baristos, even if there was a trigger, it is impressive that your hands reached the forbidden at that age. You should be proud of it. There has been no one aside from Baristos who has been able to get this far since the time Yugura appeared. After all, why you know Master No DA? Nora. Yeah, I have met that superlude great sage Sama. But well, they were boring and chose to erase their memories though. You are different, right? The man slowly stood up and smiled as if amused. Now then, time to die. Heh. Nora. There's no killing intent at all. This man was not releasing what even wild animals show. But there's no doubt this man is trying to kill Nora. The eyes he is using to look at Nora have no conflict at all. He is just going to end it by killing me. I can't allow this man to approach me. Nano DA. This man is not human. No DA. I form magic and shoot it. This is a dangerous spell that Master told me I should never direct at people. A spell that you can't hold back its power and simply excels at killing the target. Oh, impressive. You even know an offensive spell like that. But sorry, if it is within the realm of an offensive spell, it won't even amount to anything. The moment the spell was about to hit the man, it scattered. No DA. It is as if the structure unraveled by itself. It returned to just mana. Is it a magic seal stone? Nora. Ah. It works similarly. I am in a realm where I don't need to rely on something like that. Magic doesn't work. Even if I were to strengthen myself with mana, Nora wouldn't be able to face a man like this. Out of cards already? Well, it makes sense. You did way too well for a brat that only has magic. Wishing for more than this would be harsh. The man slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Nora. Mana was gathering faintly in the tip of the man's finger. But I can't see him weaving anything. No DA. Well then, bye. The door suddenly opened. Moonlight entered from the opened door and the shadow of someone showed up. Who are you? Aruko-sama? Nora. Oh. This is unexpected. The one there was Ruko-sama. Only Ruko-sama can open the door with her key. So you could say this is natural nano DA. But, run away, Ruko-sama. Nora. What are you trying to do to Nora-chan? Ruko-sama jumped into the room and got in between the man and Nora. Geez. Even Ruko-sama should be able to tell just how dangerous this man is. The man scratched his cheek with the finger he had at ready as if finding this a pain. What, you ask? Can't you tell just by looking? I am in the middle of killing that brat. Why? Ruko, did I have the duty to explain? Well, I do think I was told not to put my hands on a third party as much as possible. I am the colorless demon lord. My occupation is to protect the equilibrium of this world. To be more precise, my job is to eliminate the people that try to create forbidden magic. And so, that brat was experimenting with forbidden magic stealthily in the night. Her hands have now reached the forbidden that Yugura stipulated. That's why I will kill her. Understood? Colorless demon lord. Also, forbidden. Ruko-sama's glanced at Nora for a bit, but she soon faced the man. The colorless demon lord again. That's a demon lord. The ones that brought chaos to the world. Even if so, a reason like that isn't enough to kill this girl. Ruko, a reason like that? Oi, you say that despite being a human from this world? You should have heard about at least one forbidden magic, right? That's right. Resurrection magic. It is not like you don't know just how much harm this caused to the world, right? Forbidden magic are creations that can give birth to great calamities. If used by evil, it can easily make nations fall and kill millions of people. Colorless. Nora-chan wouldn't use magic for evil. Ruko. Even if I were to swallow your words, young lady, if it gets completed, it will get transmitted through the ages. Who can assure there won't be anyone who uses that power for evil at some point in time? Everything will be wrapped up without complications if I just kill that brat, and we can save millions of people who will die in the future. You are not so foolish to not be able to understand this, right? Colorless. If a brat like that were the one who created resurrection magic, just how many people in this world would think it was great that such a person died in an unfortunate accident? This is basically for the sake of the world. Can you still say it is for a reason like that? Colorless. The magic that Nora was researching is the same as resurrection magic. If used for evil, many people would. But this is. I didn't research it for the sake of something like that. No da. But. What the colorless demon lord is saying, I can. Nora-chan is important to me. No matter the reason, that won't change. Ruko-sama. Nora, you sound like a mother protecting her child, blind with no intelligence at all. There's no point in saying anything to someone who has no intention of listening to begin with. This is troubling. Guess I will have you die together. Colorless. What's this? The air is cold. I can't hear anything around. I can't see anything aside from the colorless demon lord and Ruko-sama. My teeth are clattering and it hurts. My whole body is trembling and can't move. I can't breathe. I can't even stay up and end up falling onto the ground. Scary. Ruko-sama. No good nano da. No one can win against this demon lord. Run away. No da. I can't speak. I can't do anything. I can only watch. Ruko-sama is standing there. But I can tell she is trembling. But that's all. She can't do anything. The floor is warm. I can tell it is damp. Young lady, you can tell the difference in strength with your skin, right? The work I have to do in order to kill just the brat here and both of you together is the same. Regardless of whether you protect that brat, she will die. There's no point at all in your dedication here. Just give up on that brat. This is my job, so I will do what I have to do. Colorless. Sorry, you can't move or even talk when hit by my killing intent, right? That works just fine. You won't be able to see that brat die in that position. Stay put just like that. Colorless. The colorless demon lord takes one step to the side. Those eyes of his were looking straight at Nora. And then, he steps forward. But Ruko-sama might be saved with this no da. Even if it is impossible for Nora to escape from this man, if Ruko-sama can come out fine. Oi, are you serious? Colorless. No way. Why? Ruko-sama stood in front of the colorless demon lord again, even though she shouldn't be able to move or talk with such killing intent being poured on her. That's impressive, young lady. Your average person would faint at times, but I am amazed you can move despite looking like you haven't trained at all. But even if you do that, colorless, so I can't allow Nora-chan to be killed. Ruko, even your tongue is rolling now. I'm losing confidence here. Well, after having gone so far, I can't not tag along with your self-satisfaction. Colorless. The arm of the colorless demon lord came out from the body of Ruko-sama, from the chest to the back. It easily went through. Ruko. Sorry, I went too far. Colorless. The arm of the colorless demon lord is being pulled out, but he couldn't take it out completely and was still pierced on the body of Ruko-sama. The arm of the colorless demon lord is pulled out completely after a moment. Ruko. The body of Ruko-sama stayed up only for an instant and then fell in place. Ruko-sama has. Ruko-sama. Nora. My body moved. I crawled over and over to the fallen Ruko-sama while trembling, and finally managed to touch her body. Ruko-sama is completely unconscious, but she is breathing faintly. Figures she would lose consciousness if her mana is affected directly. Oi, brat, perk up your ears. Colorless. The colorless demon lord grabbed Nora's hair and forcefully raised my face. I had no surplus to feel pain. His face is the same as the first time I met him. I will honor that young lady and provide you an opportunity once. I have set a curse in the heart of that young lady. In the case that forbidden spell you are researching is completed, the heart of the young lady will explode. She will of course die, but not instantly. Once that time comes, the young lady will be eaten by regret and fear. Colorless. I couldn't hear his words properly. Nora doesn't have the leeway to understand what he is saying anymore. Of course, I will kill you after the young lady dies. That won't change. You might be able to leave great accomplishments for posterity though. Well, you can do as you please aside from what I told you. Colorless. He let go of my hair and my body fell on top of Ruko-sama. By the time I noticed, there was already only Nora and Ruko-sama in this room. Ruko-sama. Nora. At the same time as I return to my previous space, I create a sofa, and entrust my whole body to gravity. Phew, the eyes of a strong woman are dreadful no matter the era. My current strength could easily murder the Scarlet Beast or the Green Lord. The only one who could put up a fight against me would be Yugura's descendant as of present. And yet, to think I would falter at a mere maid. Crap. I should have fondled her boobs at least once. She wasn't to a degree of being boing boing, but she had a decent amount after all. I missed an opportunity there. Well, let's enjoy that. If the brat completes the forbidden, the impact weakened a bit there, but I fulfilled my objective, so let's say that's okay. This will enter the ears of that earthling later. When that happens, the next move will begin. I bring out the mirror and show the current situation. Still neutral as if present. Well, makes sense. But Yugura really left one troublesome order. When I closed my eyes, I remembered the scenery of when I separated from Yugura. You are the colorless demon lord right now, right? I will leave you a single order. I will have you be in a fair standing as the guardian that will protect the balance of the world. I prohibit you from becoming the enemy of someone, okay? This power that Yugura gave me, he placed shackles on them so that I can't use them as I please. I currently can use my powers without issues if it is as the being that keeps an eye on forbidden magic. But fighting on the surface is out of the question. Who knows how much of a penalty would be imposed on me if I were to break that. If the Scarlet Beast were to corner that earthling, that's fine, but with 3 demon lords as enemies, the possibilities are half and half. In order to cooperate with the Scarlet Beast, there's the need for the humans and the representative of the third faction, the Earthling, to recognize me as an enemy. Even though I provided information to the Scarlet Demon Lord as a position of fairness in front of the Gold Lass, that Earthling still treats me as neutral after all. Just how peaceful is that guy? But that brat approaching the forbidden was pretty good news. She managed to get close to finishing it quite fast just from tinkering things a bit. That Earthling apparently faced the Mejisan bus pretty seriously when the vagrant he wasn't even that close with was killed. How will he move when 2 women he is close with have been attacked? I want to corner him quickly. Can he please get dyed in hatred just like Black Sis already? Colorless. If he gets on the level of Black Sis, it would be interesting for me too. It can bring moisture to my unbearably boring days. Playing the bad guy for the sake of that doesn't sound bad. More like, it fits me too well. That's why please, Earthling, become my enemy. Colorless. Marito called me, telling me there's an emergency and was told what happened to Nora and Ruko last night. The knights guarding the city are looking after the two. I barely managed to get out what happened from Nora, who had lost all energy. Nora lost it even after she told me about the situation, so I had magic use on her to make her sleep. The life of Ruko is not at risk here, but she is extremely exhausted in both mind and body, and has not woken up even now. Just saying this beforehand, but it is not like it is all your fault. Don't get conceited about that, Marito. Even if so, part of the responsibility lies in me. At least let me feel bad about it. I don't mind that much though, but there's no one to punish you, so keep it moderate. Marito. Yeah, got it. My responsibility is that I left everything to Ruko in regards to the actions of Nora, and also, I mistook the talent of Nora. No, it is in the first place because the knowledge of my world was misappropriated. But right now I should be trying to grasp the current situation instead of regretting it. The key to the research lab has been entrusted to Marito by the guard. I borrow that and enter the research lab together with Ilias. The inside was the same as usual. It doesn't look like trouble happened here. The guards apparently cleaned it up already, but... Now then, I opened the drawer and checked the documents inside. This one. I grabbed the one that has the writing of Nora I don't remember seeing before and observed the magic construction formula. It is complicated and I barely understand anything, but I understand the general gist of things. It is something that matches one of the things in the list that Colorless gave me. So Nora researched this by herself and was trying to finish it. Ilias, hold this for a bit. Oh okay. There's no need to be so hung up about it. The worst case scenario didn't happen. Ilias. Thanks for your concern. I am operating as normal here. It doesn't seem to be the case though. Ilias. I see. Then I might be a bit pissed here towards that Colorless and myself, but that's a bit strange. Even if it is Nora, it is a bit too fast to be able to reach this theory. I rummage through the drawer, bring out the other documents, and confirm them. I knew it. That damn Colorless. But if that's the case, another question surfaces. What's the reason? I don't have enough material to reach a conclusion. Ilias, I want to use that. Give me permission. I understand how you feel, but even if you catch him off guard, you have no means to do something about him, right? Ilias. That's not my objective. It is just that there's a weird point in the fact that Nora touched upon the forbidden and Colorless dealt with it. There's a different intention in this matter. I would like to discern what that is. A different intention? Ilias. Yeah, but it would be difficult to reach that in my current state. I know I am asking you conveniently here, but I think solving this is necessary. Got it. Ilias. In the case of purple, the opponent was in front of my eyes. For Ray 8, I had the information of Gyrista, but this time around, it will be difficult unless I delve a bit deep. It hurts me to make Ilias worry, but my senses are tingling. This was an action out of malice. If I choose to just watch as things unfold, there's a high chance an even more troublesome situation will happen. I sit on the chair and close my eyes. I met Colorless 3 times. I have gained a decent amount of information. I will tie the troublesome points of that guy and comprehend him. I think of that hateful leisure face of his. Who am I? I am. Alright, I'm done. That was faster than I thought. Ilias. I had a grasp of his personality already after all. It is also in big part because I saw parts that were close to me. Is it okay to ask for the details? Ilias. Sorry, Ilias. I would like to keep this inside of myself for a while. There's the need to. Ilias is staring intently at my eyes. The usual eyes filled with unease and worry when looking at me. Also, I switched to me, so it can't be helped. But this is necessary. It has to be the me instead of the me that moves by emotions. So you will tell me. Ilias. Yeah, I think we will be able to match answers today or tomorrow. Now then, let's go. Where are you planning on going? Ilias. To Nora's place. We can wake Nora up if we want, right? There's something I would like to confirm. Right now Nora is, Ilias. That's exactly why. She currently regrets that all the responsibility is on her. We should lower that weight on her as soon as possible. I really can't come to like this you. Ilias. That's fine, that's fine. If you were to be receptive about me, I wouldn't be able to return. I want me to live safely at the other side of me. My consciousness has been getting stronger since coming to this world, and the gap between me has gotten bigger. Well, Let's deal with this issue when I am me. It is enough for me to just do things silently after all. Warning, slightly nasty actions. I have checked the Earthling enough. What he did after being told about it by the king was to investigate the research lab. And then, he asked that brat about the situation in detail. I should think he has noticed my setup, but that was my aim to begin with anyways. His actions until then were pretty nice to watch, but his actions afterwards were a bit baffling. He began cooking after parting from that brat. From what I can see, he is making pastries. Cooking in order to console a brat. Are you a housewife or something? After that, he stored a number of the pastries he baked in oil on separate baskets, and headed to the place of the king again. What's that? It seems like Nora hasn't eaten at all. I brought something that might open her appetite. I have made your share too, Marito, so eat them as a light meal. They do smell nice, but I feel like the smell would stay in the office. Marito. I wasn't considerate enough there. Sorry. Now then, it is about time. The ones inside the room are the Earthling, the king, the bodyguard female knight and the descendant of Ugara. The descendant of Ugara won't put a hand on me if I don't do anything to the king, and would instead make it so the king doesn't put a hand on me. There's no real issue with a female knight. She may be outstanding as a human, but that's it. I teleport to the open sofa in the room. I won't show myself yet. I grab one of the baskets nearby and check the inside. Baked pastries that give off a nice scent. Maybe because it was baked with oil, the strong scent alone is enough to make my stomach rumble. Let's check it thoroughly with magic. No poison or anything of the sort. Since the opportunity has been presented, let's partake. I plunge my hand inside the basket, grab a baked pastry and eat it. At the same time as I did, I make it so that they can notice my presence. Oh, this is tasty. The one who reacted on the moment was the female knight. The two men were making expressions as if saying so he really did come. But this really is tasty. I could go for the whole basket. I don't remember making your share. Don't be so stiff, Earthling. Entertaining a guest is correct etiquette, right? How dare you brazenly, Ilias. I don't mind you getting angry, but I told you I would be the one dealing with this matter. The female knight tried to draw her sword, but the Earthling stopped her. This man sometimes switches his first-person pronouns when he acts. The result after checking the man's past is that he normally doesn't use first-person pronouns, and when he gets emotional, he uses me. And when he uses me, it is when he is dealing with dangerous individuals. He is not swayed by emotions and coldly progresses things his darkest side. Nice. That's how it should be. Looks like he is going to be facing me seriously here. It would be boring otherwise. There would be no point in coming out as a villain. I take out the next baked pastry from the basket, eat it, and begin the talk. Chen, you say deal with me, but do you have some business? Colorless. Of course I do. It is about the matter of Ruko. Any issues with that? She touched on the forbidden, so I tried to kill her. The young lady tried to get in the way of that, so I did that. I remember doing something worthy of being thanked for, not hated though. Colorless. If Nora had touched upon the forbidden on her own, that is. But that was something you set up yourself. There it is. This guy really is perceptive. What may you be talking about? Are you implying I did something? Colorless. Yeah, I confirmed with Nora and she said that she thought of how to make the formula for the forbidden after seeing the document I made. I have confirmed the pertaining documents. Right. Even though the documents of an Earthling were the trigger, that's some fearsome talent there, don't you think? Colorless. But those documents were originally to be read by Nora in the future. They were documents I didn't plan on showing Nora yet after all. She simply saw them on her own out of interest then. Colorless. No. What Nora does in the research lab is always set. She would open the drawer, grab the research documents placed at the front which are the ones to be used at present, and would begin her work. When she is done, she will return it to the drawer. It is simple work like that. That girl wouldn't put her hands on other documents when her attention is directed in the immediate research she has unless there's no documents in sight coincidentally piquing her interest that is. Then that's what happened. Colorless. It was made to catch her eye. You did. You learned about how Nora was doing personal research, pulled out documents that could trigger the forbidden, and switched the spots in a way so that it would enter the vision of Nora in a way that when Nora is taking out the documents and fixing them up, she would notice. Correct. This is a small trap. That brat had gotten a path to the forbidden after obtaining the knowledge of the Earthling, and so, I set it up so that she would be given even more triggers. I was watching patiently since she would notice sooner or later, but she managed to do so faster than I thought. But I am not so kind as to admit it here, you know. Are you saying I did that? Colorless. In theory, you can only enter the research lab freely with the key Ruko has. Nora was an exception in that she slipped through the wall, but she would have noticed any abnormalities if others did the same. If you have an idea of someone who would be able to sneak into that place without anyone noticing, moreover, pull out the documents in Japanese that were related to the forbidden, I would like to know. I can't think of anyone with those conditions, leaving aside Yugura, who is still waiting to resurrect. But there's also the possibility of that young lady coincidentally switching there. Colorless. It can only be a crime from an outsider. Ruko is extremely methodical, you see. She would always fix up the documents. On the other hand, Nora is short, so fixing up the documents from the high spots ends up getting messy. Properly fixing them up and messily fixing them, they are total opposites. Then there's a possibility, right? Colorless. When I say fixing them up properly, it is exactly as I say. Ruko would always fix the documents that are not used in order. In order? Colorless. There's numbers at the back of the documents I made. From what I have confirmed, a number of documents have been placed at the front, ignoring the order of the documents. You prepared way too much in order to make her touch upon the forbidden. You are, seriously? I tried to return them to how they were as much as possible, but that would indeed be unnatural. The triggers for the forbidden written in Japanese were placed at the front. Of course it would be bad. There's no plausible culprit aside from me. I would just slip if I were to make up some random person. Man, you got me there. You are one sharp guy, Earthling. Colorless. You may have confessed, but I would like you to speak up about the reason. That's right. If this guy learns that I did it, he will definitely ask me the reason. That's what I have been waiting for. I was testing out whether the humans of this world can reach the forbidden with just triggers. Man, to think even people aside from Yugura can reach for the forbidden as long as they have the knowledge. That was an interesting result. Colorless. You tried to kill Nora despite being the one who set it so? If a forbidden spell is about to be born, I gotta be the one doing the cleaning, right? That's all the reason there is. Problem? Colorless. You bastard. Ilias. The female knight at the back growled. The king is also acting as if he were calm, but anger and bloodlust is leaking out. These guys are clean freaks, so they hate having their comrades hurt to the very core. This feeling grows more intense the more selfish the reason is. Of course they would be boiling if someone important to them were to be put at risk for a stupid reason. Now, Earthling, get angry too. Crumble that calm and composed face. I know that you were stealthily readying a method to get back at me. I empty the basket of pastries while showing composure. Should I go for the next basket? No, I am already pretty full. Let's take one as a souvenir. Thanks for the meal. As I said in the beginning, I have a problem with the matter of Ruko. The Earthling didn't change his mild expression and entrusted the wooden sword to the female knight before walking towards me. That's right. If you want to win in an argument against me, say more. I am fine with just fanning the flames even more and creating hostility. So you don't care about the brat? Colorless. You acted within the scope of your guardian of the forbidden. Regardless of background, from what I was told by Nora, you can still wriggle yourself out of that one with your duty. I am fine with giving you that one. Oh, how generous. Colorless. But getting Ruko caught in this and threatening her was out of bounds. I told you it is because she got in the way, right? Colorless. What point is there in Ruko getting in the way? No matter what Ruko tried to do, you have the power to swiftly kill only Nora. You were in a position that allowed you to do so as the guardian of the forbidden. But you purposely got Ruko caught up in this. Fumo, that's true. It would have been easy to ignore that young lady and kill the brat. My job is to murder the ones that have touched on the forbidden. I just have to swiftly do that. I could have done that, but I was instead roundabout. I see, it doesn't make sense in terms of my job either. Good work. Well then, let's provoke him. That's my hobby. It is fun to scare women and children. Colorless. That's not such a praiseworthy hobby to have. He walked one step and then another, and the Earthling arrived right in front of me. Within arm's reach, but it of course isn't scary. It wasn't bad. That brat being herself was pretty amusing. Colorless. I repeat myself, I have no intention of saying anything about the matter of Nora. What I am displeased about is you have dragged Druko into this, the fact that you put your hands on a friend of ours that you had no business putting your hands on. And what are you gonna do about it? Colorless. Appropriate retaliation. Here it comes. The Earthling brought out what he was hiding with short motions and pushed it onto me. A knife. I clearly saw how he hid one knife from the room of the king's little sister where the brat was in. A normal person might have been caught off guard by this, but a surprise attack by a weakling like you is nothing. The type of knife is, from what I can see at a glance, it is a normal knife. No signs of being laced by poison. No mana reaction either. His aim was my mouth? Did he want to shut my annoying mouth? I understand that it is hard for you to do mana strengthening, but isn't this a bit too plain? He would have had a chance with the wooden sword that he entrusted to the female knight, but with a knife that hasn't been strengthened with mana, even if he were to stab my throat, it wouldn't hurt a single piece of flesh in me. But that would be plain. Evasion is out of the question since it would look like I felt a threat from it. In that case, I will just do this. I caught the blade of the knife that was heading straight onto my mouth in between my teeth. Shoo fad, too bad, something fife is, something like this. Colorless. Wait, oi, even though I caught it, he is trying to push it in. His body can't move with just the strength of my neck, and the blade doesn't slip with the strength of my jaw. Even so, this guy doesn't change his expression at all as he... Arg, so annoying. I put strength in my jaw and bite it to pieces. He moved away from me, most likely after seeing that a cheap knife like that doesn't hurt or itch. You og? Colorless. An unpleasant feeling spread inside my mouth and my whole body trembled. I reflexively spit out the fragments of the knife that were in my mouth. I saw what looked like a blue liquid mixed within the knife fragments I spit out. Just how did he know? More importantly, what in the world is this? The sensation wrapping around my tongue isn't disappearing. My esophagus and stomach are pulsing erratically. Poison? No, poison shouldn't work on me. No good. Go ee. Colorless. I vomit the baked pastries I ate before. Even with that, the desire to vomit didn't stop, and I vomited over and over, until the insides of my stomach were empty. This is plain bad, bitter, sour, and on the level of bad where shivers ran down my back. Even drinking mud with dog piss mixed in would be better than this. That's how much of a bad liquid was put inside my mouth. I went through hard work making that food. I would appreciate not returning it like that. Why, you bastard? What did you? Colorless. The knife you bit to pieces was a booby-trapped knife that I brought out from the room of Mix, just as you saw. The inside is hollow and you can set a variety of things. Mix would put magic seal stones inside, make them explode, and would nullify the magic of the opponent with them. But what I set this time was this. Saying this, the Earthling put a hand in his pocket and brought that out. The corpse of an insect. A type of hornworm that is more ominous than its vivid color. This is a larva of an Itola butterfly. The Itola butterfly is not a species that stands out by any means, but its larval state has a pretty peculiar appearance, right? The trait of such flashy color insects is that they are either poisonous or bitter. They purposely stand out like this so that once they eat them one time, they won't ever want to eat them again. Why did something like that? Colorless. This larva is used for medicines, you see. Dry them, grind them into fine powder, and by mixing a tiny bit of it in other medicines, it will make the effect of other medicines travel faster in your body. It has the downside of making the medicine itself extremely bitter. I set these larvas inside the knife. Retrieving them in the middle of my medicinal plant gathering was useful. He set it in the knife. No, he had opportunities to. At the time when he was cooking, it wouldn't have been strange for him to be slicing things at a chopping board. No, even if that's so, you can't just aim for it. I know that you are normally keeping an eye on my actions. No, I comprehended that you must be doing so. But with your personality, it is not like you are endlessly watching monotone tasks, right? That's why I made an awfully large batch of baked pastries. Also, I already took into account that, if I were to try and stab your mouth with my knife, you would stop it with your teeth. And if I were to push it even further, you would bite it to pieces. Coupled with the fact that you would vomit over and over the baked pastries you put in your stomach with glee. This guy did such a roundabout thing just for that? Just to make me bite down on bitter bugs and vomit. What a nasty-natured guy. There should be a limit to being meticulous. No. But I have achieved my objective with this. He interacted with me in a hostile manner. He has judged me as an enemy. I was made to taste a more bitter experience than expected, but this is my win. With this, I can move as an enemy of the third faction. You think you can get off scot-free after doing something like this? Colorless Demon Lord, let me teach you one thing for educational purposes. What's this educational? Colorless. He threw the insect he was holding right into his mouth, and then his jaw moved once, twice, and chewed on, over and over, as if degustating it. His calm expression didn't crumble in front of the person that swallowed the same thing and vomited. The earthling eventually spit out what was in his mouth. It landed on what I vomited. There's no doubt it is the same lava that I chewed before. Just looking at that made me want to vomit all over again. He wiped his mouth lightly, matched my gaze, and laughed. It seems like you think being a villain suits you. But true villains are stubborn guys that hide their own emotions to the point that, even if they were to swallow a bitter pill, they have to laugh boldly or they would just be third-rate scoundrels. Impossible. Putting something like that in your mouth and not changing your expression one bit is just. Even though I am on the verge of unloading again despite my stomach being empty already. Colorless Demon Lord, it seems like you want me to become hostile to you? See, that's no good. You shouldn't show it in your face. The reason why you are normally taking a provocative attitude is not only because of your personality, but because you are actively trying to make enemies, right? Why are you going through so much trouble? It is because you have been ordered by the White Demon Lord, right? It must be something along the lines of, I will have you become the guardian that protects the balance of this world, the one that stands in a fair position. I forbid you to become the enemy of someone, right? What? Colorless. How long has it been since I have gotten goosebumps? Oi? Why is this guy saying the exact same thing as him? It is not only me. Could it be that he even knows about Yugura? It is showing in your face again. That's not good. The first time I met you, you used overwhelming power to easily kill the Great Devil. But even though it looked like you wanted to stir things up, you barely did any actions that stood out. That's because you can't take actions that turn you into the enemy of someone. Right? What you can do is within the realms of a neutral party and provide fair information. You are trying to take provoking actions to manipulate the perception. You are purposely choosing your words so that you get hated. But you had a dirty mouth to begin with. Sorry, I was too cruel in denying one of your defining traits. I understand now. This guy is bad news. He is the same as Yugura. No. That's not a good comparison. That guy was bad news in that he stirred up the world out of self-interest. But this guy is abnormal in a different meaning. I thought he was similar to Black Sis. That was right and wrong at the same time. When he referred to himself with me, I could feel that he was similar to Black Sis. He was oozing with the strength to turn emotions into power. But right now I don't feel even a portion of Black Sis in him, even though he has thrown this much retribution towards someone. He is not showing even an ounce of emotions. If you are going to become my enemy, I will happily accept that. However, if you are going to become what I judge as evil, can you please thicken the skin on your face to a degree where I can give you a passing grade? He is a completely different type of monster. Yeah, he is an anomaly. He is not switching his personality and character. He has become someone completely different. You monster. The colorless demon lord left without even saying a throwaway statement. I watched over this and faced Ilias again to get Katu back. Katu, canteen. Yes, here. Katu. I pour the contents of the canteen made from leather inside my mouth and spit it out onto the vomit of the colorless demon lord. It may be bad manners to do this in a room, but we are going to be cleaning up anyways, so do forgive me. What's that? Marito. It is the alcohol that has the most alcohol percentage within the ones in our house. It is the type that would make your mouth numb if you keep it in for too long. Could it be that you took that beforehand? Marito. I would reek of alcohol, so I had a cloth seeped in it beforehand and wrapped it around my tongue. Even so, I will still reek a bit of alcohol, so I covered the room in the scent of the baked pastries. I see. Even so, it wasn't one bit bitter? Marito. It was still pretty bitter. I might have vomited if I hadn't skipped my meal. The colorless demon lord ate a belly full after all. What a terrible guy, doing something like that in someone else's room. Marito. But it was a good sight, right? If I were to admit that, my pride as a king. But it was refreshing, personally speaking. Marito. I once again pour the booze in my mouth and wash the inside of my mouth. The senses in my mouth are already gone, but the displeasing sensation still remains. The aim of the colorless demon lord is to become the ally of the scarlet demon lord. He wanted me and the third faction to recognize him as an enemy. If he wants to be treated as an enemy, he doesn't need to act all roundabout and could just kill all the humans in sight. The fact that he can't do this already made it clear that he had some sort of restriction placed on him. The only one who can do that is Yugura. I used words with the colorless demon lord in mind according to the information that I got from the chaotic action patterns of the person himself and what I heard from Gold and the others. It seems like it matched a decent degree, and so, what will be the standing of the colorless demon lord from here on? Marito. He is someone that can't become our enemy as long as we don't touch the forbidden. There's the possibility he will leak information to the Scarlet Demon Lord, but he has no choice but to provide us with information of equal value to counterbalance it. Moreover, to a degree where it isn't antagonizing. In other words, Marito, we can just ignore him without thinking of him as either an enemy or ally. As for the forbidden, it should be enough to just explain the details to Ruko and Nora. The colorless demon lord can barely act as long as we don't approach the forbidden. He can draw information from us, but if he does so, he will have to provide information of equal value to the humans who are enemies of the Scarlet Demon Lord. As long as we see through that moderately, it is a system that won't pose any issues. Let's do a follow-up for Nora and the others afterwards. Marito, leave Nora to me. No, to me. Can I leave Ruko to you? Yeah. Got it. Marito. Now then, Ilias, can you lend me your face for a bit? If we take those words at face value, MGH. Ilias. I grab the head of Ilias with both hands and stare at her eyes. Nice straight eyes no matter how many times I see them. I'm so jealous. I envy people who have things I can't have. I feel jealous towards the pure way of living of the people in this world, but at the same time, there must be people who are pulled by my way of living. As someone who can understand both, this standing is just an extension of escapism though. Let me ask this one thing. What's the reason why you would fondle and pull my face? Ilias. It is easier for my seriousness to be extracted with weird faces. Alright, you better remember this later. Ilias. Crap, my tongue slipped. Well, please be lenient with me. My mind is back to normal now, but the inside of my mouth is in a truly disgusting state. It would be better to not eat dinner today. Also, let's brush my teeth thoroughly. So you are back. With such a drastic change, it makes me feel like there's different people in one body. Ilias. I also think so. What's the truth about it? Marito. Me and me are the same individual. My cognition is shaken a bit when switching though. The me that moves by emotion and the me that doesn't. I honestly don't know which one's opinion is correct. No. They are most likely both correct. There's not just one answer. There's no need to force myself to get concerned by this. Right now I think the me and the me are the same, and that's fine. Gug. The displeasing sensation doesn't go away no matter how much I wash the inside of my mouth. I couldn't endure it and jam my hand into my mouth and burn the inside. If half-baked measures don't solve it, I just have to be extreme. I am fine with pain. I have been trained in that front. After burning the inside of my mouth to the point of losing the sensations in it, I healed it with magic. I have been training only my sense of pain until now, but to think I would be attacked on my sense of taste, to think he would injure me even if I did so myself for the sake of treatment, that's impressive. The regeneration is over, but the sensation etched in my mind was getting in the way. So the displeasure still remains faintly. This wasn't just a bitter experience. Even the goosebumps that I felt when I saw his eyes remain. That shithead. Are there only troublemakers within the Earthlings? Now that he knows I can't become his enemy, I can't help out Scarlet Beast. There might be a possibility if I increase the amount of contact, but they might end up sucking out the other information I am hiding. Can't be helped. I will have Scarlet Beast do his best as he is right now. What should I do? That's a pretty tough issue. Colorless. I make the mirror appear and confirm, and it seems like my standing is still that of being neutral. In order to make him the substitute of Black Sis, I need him to get him angry in his me state. But there's a different monster inside of him. When you try to shake his emotional side, his me state will show up. He would obstruct my actions with monstrous perceptiveness. To think there would be a person who has a different personality to protect their core personality. Earth is most likely not a decent place. My condolences to Earthlings. What should I do from here on? Aggravating things using the illegitimate would be bad. There won't be anyone who will try to touch upon the forbidden in Taizu either. I can't make any decent moves in a neutral position. The vexation of wanting to get in the way of the Earthling but can't is pretty painful. I have no choice but to aim for my opportunity, while doing my best to not be caught in the other things I am plotting. If I etched an instinctive feeling that there's a gap, I don't have a chance of winning. That's why I will have you lose to someone else, Earthling. If I can't become his enemy, I just have to prepare someone else. Scarlet Beast would be the one for the job at present, but I would like to prepare one or two more enemies. Ah, damn it. Guess I should burn my mouth one more time. I bring Nora to the garden and tell her about what's happening in Taizu and the world, and most of the information that I know about how Gold, who is close to me, is a demon lord, and also that Egdoik has become a demon. I also told her about the interaction with the colorless demon lord at the end, but Nora was listening with her head still down. I actually should have told her to a certain degree after I heard about the situation, but I don't feel like showing consideration for someone when I am in my me state. Well, that's basically how it is. It is true that you were wrong in not listening to what Truko said. But we adults were also at fault for not properly explaining something dangerous and hiding it. Sorry, but there would have been no problems if I had listened to what Truko-sama said. No da. Nora, that would have been an issue that I could have solved by properly explaining the list of the forbidden to you so that you don't carelessly research it. That's a sly way of putting it. No da. Nora, yeah. All adults learn how to put things in a sly manner, especially me. Don't even think you can win against me in an argument. Ilyas at the back had a face as if saying, what's the point of bragging about that? But ignore her, ignore her. Nichan, has Ruko-sama woken up already? No da. Nora, she apparently did from what I have heard, but I have left the right man for the job. On that front, what I can do is get yelled at by Ruko later. Let's get yelled at together, okay? I now somewhat understand what you mean by understanding just half, Nichan. Nora, the reason why the great sage barristers sent Nora to Taizu instead of them coming when they accepted the magic research request. Nora said it was for the sake of training her magic, and I told her she was half right. Understanding by feeling is pretty good in itself. But since we have the opportunity here, how about putting it in words? It is pretty hard to do that, you know, Yume. It is important to do your best in order to complete something. Nano da. But you have to think about what happens after you complete it as well. Nano da. Nora may have the power to research things, but doesn't have enough power to see ahead of it. No da. That's why there's no doubt Master wanted me to learn from the people of Taizu who are researching new magic for the sake of the future. No da. Nora, almost correct. Almost? Nora, it is true that your master might have been seeking that answer. But the answer is simpler than that. They must have wanted you to be aware that you are still a child and to rely more on adults. I don't really like being treated as a child. No da. Nora, makes sense. Your talent in magic surpasses that of even adults. But that's not it. Would you laugh at Ruko for her questionable talent in magic? No way. No da. Ruko-sama is far more amazing than Nora. No da. Nora, yeah, Ruko is impressive. Her strength doesn't come from having trained, but from living as a person. It is a privilege adults have. Nichan is also amazing. Nora, who knows? I don't know if I could call myself courageous like Ruko. But well, I do think I have my amazing points elsewhere, you know? You scurried away from it. No da. Nora, it is not only your talent in magic. You will be growing in a lot of things from here on. That's why you are full of things that you are missing. Relying on others for the sake of compensating for those lacking points isn't bad. If you don't learn that while you are still a child, you will suffer when you are an adult, you know? She is not limited to just her great sage and disciple relationship. Her way of carrying herself when she is an adult will change greatly depending on how she leads her childhood. Barristers couldn't pamper Nora as a great sage and master, so this must have been a worry for them. They must have thought that the wise King Marito wouldn't be a bad person to send a child to. By grow, do you mean stuff like my boobies? Nano da. Nora, it would be hard to compensate for that. There's adults that don't have them either after all. It was a joke, Nano Da. But I got it. I don't really get it well, but I feel like I get what I need to understand. No Da. Nora, right. You are doing great with that much. I pet the head of Nora. If I were to be asked whether I would be able to understand this in my childhood, my answer would be number. I have been told children should rely on adults, but I haven't asked for details about it. It really is fine to notice such difficult things when you are an adult, but a child would want to go against it if they are forced to do this without a reason. Being able to compromise here is an important job of adults. Nichan, do you still have more Itola butterfly larvae? No Da. Nora, yeah, I do. Here, I took out the ones that remained in my pocket. By the way, Marito told me something terrible just before, now that I think about it calmly, I don't know about putting larvas in your pocket. Well, I think so, too. I should air them in the sun and put them away. Nom. Nora, I did think you would do that. It is a decently rare medicine, so if you chew it, you gotta pay back, okay? I try not to look as much as possible as I grab the remaining larvae that were in the hand of the agonizing Nora, wrap them in cloth, and return them to my pocket. I have cut bring out another canteen and give it to Nora. It is water with a high honey percentage. Wash your mouth with this for now. Nora grabbed the canteen, put it in her mouth, and spit it out at a nearby flower bed. It seems like she was saved by the fact that she didn't have an appetite and skipped her meal. Not like that's a good thing though. Nora came back here while tears were gushing out from her eyes. It is bitter. No Da. Nora, even the colorless demon lord vomited after all. Drink more. I am fine. No Da. Nora,